early going. Bow 7 is James Ball from Albany Rowing Club. He rowed for the University of Washington. A length behind him from Potomac is Philip Bogdan. I think that's one of your clubs, isn't it, Fred? A Harvard varsity lightweight, 1980 and 82 sprints champion. That's Philip Bogdan. Bow 9 is Mike Cataldo. Mike has been rowing on the Charles forever. He thinks he's getting really old. He rows for Union Boat Club here in Boston, Mass. Another St. John's High School grad, I'm told. Bow number 10 is Fred Laux, also a University of Pennsylvania graduate. Bow 11, Patrick McDonough from Fort Worth, Texas. Rowed in Fort Worth since 1996. Started racing at the University of Wisconsin in 1984. Robert White, bow 12 from Riverside here in Cambridge, Mass. 24 years at Riverside Boat Club, where he is a past president. Bow 13 is Scott Horney of Merry Meeting Rowing out of Brunswick, Maine. He is an alumnus of Boston University. This is his 5th time in this event. And now the pack starts to get a little bit more complicated as bow 16 from the Netherlands. 15, John Moss, passing 14. John Moss of Pioneer Valley, passing Alan Green of Minneapolis, Minnesota of 612 Endurance. John Moss, a world champion in the lightweights in 1993. 17 in front of the dock now, that's John Carlson from Redwood City, California. And 16 is Trevor de Cook of from the Netherlands. He started rowing in Zimbabwe, then rowed for Riverside and Atlanta Rowing. Recently moved to the Netherlands. In the green shirt, we have bow number 18 from Carnegie Lake. That's Spencer Cutter. He bought a single for his 50th birthday and started training. Bow 19 trailing him is Don Townsend from Maritime Rowing Club of Norwalk, Connecticut. Bow 20 is Michael Sheehan from Amaskag. And now we're starting to see a little bit of a spread out. Looks like the headwind is kind of keeping the racing a bit spread out. Bow 21 from Riverside is Tom Lowe. He's been a Riverside member since 1991. At 58, he's at the high end of this 50-year-old category. And in the 50s is where the age starts to make a bit of a difference. I'm told by the Masters running world that while performance does diminish pretty much linearly over time, once you hit 50, that changes. And at some point, you just fall off the cliff with your performance. Bow 26 in front of us is Lawrence Floyd from Cambridge Boat Club. He's a UMass Amherst alumnus and is a local firefighter. Behind him is bow 25, Damon Ellingston. That is out of Lakes, Washington in Seattle, Washington. Rode at Dartmouth 40 years ago. He rode for Dick Grossman, another long-time denizen of the Charles and a perennial coxswain in the head of the Charles Regatta. Probably has more gold medals than any other participant around here. Bow 22, right in front of Weld right now, is Javier Aranzadi from Madrid. That's our another international. He is previously last year was his first head of the Charles. 37 now leading this pack, and that is Brian Jameson, unaffiliated Brian Jameson, a silver medalist in the 1996 Olympic Games in the men's quad. Brian, a graduate of Yale University, doing quite a job in the men's 50-year-old single. He's followed by bow 27, Rush Fisher out of Wilmington. And then 28, Stephen Reed out of CRI. 31 is Steve West of White Marsh Boat Club. This is his second time at the head of the Charles. In front of us at the dock is bow 23, Albert Maroney, unaffiliated, his fifth head of the Charles Regatta. 32, John McIntyre is passing him. John out of Upper Valley Rowing, former Wesleyan rower. Bow 24 is Neil Galbraith out of Marlow. That's a British rower, medaled at the British Rowing National Championships in 2018. 35 is Doug Rose of Genesee, passing 33. That's Scott Killen of GMS Rowing. Scott's a four-time U.S. national champion. Over on the far side, we have bow 29. That's Jeff Cronick from CRI. Bow 39 is Patrick Reardon, an unaffiliated from the United States, rowed at Exeter and University of Pennsylvania. Bow 44 making up some ground, catching bow 34. That's James Dundon of 612 Endurance of Minneapolis, Minnesota. And bow 34 is Paul Podolsky of Saugatuck. Bow 46, Putney Town from Great Britain. That's Edward Alpheus Boileau. And passing bow 30, that's David Kaminsky of the United States, a former Yale lightweight rower. Bow 48 is as I lost my place. Bow 48 is Eric Zanzoni from Hanlon, Canada. Past bow number 42, that's John Watt of Three Rivers in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Bow 49 is John Tracy of Riverside Boat Club. That's his last year in the age group. He's 59, looking forward to being 60. And he is passing bow 40. That's Eric Cornett of Texas Rowing Center. Bow 38 is Neil Jackson from 1921 Marlow, England. He's a British rower. He's rowed for 3 years. Bow 47 is Mark Lewis out of HB Crew in Hollis, New Hampshire. Bow 57 is John Tunnicliffe. Made up quite a bit of ground. Also, Upper Valley Rowing out of Hanover, New Hampshire. 53 is Jeff Nelson from CRI, passing 43, and that is Tom Baratich of Maine Rowing Association. Union Boat Club's bow number 50 is Bob Mannion, a longtime head of the Charles volunteer and former race director. Nicholas Fay from Yankee, former Cornell lightweight. Passing bow 45, that's Eric Hagberg from Nereid, another former Cornell lightweight. So we've got a Cornell duel going there. Bow 54 is Stephen Shilmade from Virginia, former Great Britain Junior and Lightweight International. 58 is Lars Ripley from Station L, that's in Portland, Oregon. And 55 is Eric Gendon from the United States. Dr. Eric Gendon is a lightweight rower from a former lightweight from Colombia. Entering the bridge, 56, Dave Filosa of Kings Crown, New York. He lives in New York City, a former Columbia lightweight. 59 is from Boulder, Colorado. That's Joe Linhoff. And we're closing in on the last of the men's Grandmaster singles. And that's bout number 36. Harry Sontgarath of Quinsigamon Rowing Club. And that appears to be the end of the Grandmasters singles category for men. Next up, we're going to have 32 women rowing in the women's Grandmasters single. I am Dave Vogel. I am here. My rowing clubs include Yale University as well as the New Haven Rowing Club. And I'm with Fred Borschelt, who is formerly of Potomac Rowing Club. And I know Fred and I probably pick up rowing clubs about like most people get parking tickets. So we've rowed pretty much everywhere that you can in the U.S.
I teach high school physics out in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts at St. John's High School, and yesterday we had a relaxed dress day. So I wore a high school shirt from my high school, which is T.C. Williams High School of Alexandria, Virginia. So, Dave, do you know why T.C. Williams High School of Alexandria, Virginia gained fame?
I have no idea.
Ever see the movie Remember the Titans?
Absolutely.
Well, that was my high school. Not only was that my high school, that was my senior year at T.C. Williams. And so high school kids are always enamored with that. Of course, they think that I played on the team, which I absolutely did not, but not a football player. Looks like we have our next competitor here coming up, Dave. We're a women's edition of the same event. Excuse me. This is not the first competitor in the next event. It's the last competitor in the men's Grandmaster singles. So may have gotten to the line late. Looks like he's doing okay. Bachelor's Barge from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Boathouse Row. Andres Carrazzo from Bachelor's Barge Club in Philadelphia's historic Boathouse Row.
And interestingly enough, Fred, he is 58 years old, which when you're racing in a category that includes everyone from 50 to 59, that can be a bit of a handicap, as the age degeneration in speed is fairly linear, but in the 50s it starts going more exponential. And you would know this from your physics teaching.
No, I just know it from getting old. But still enjoying this Pete's coffee, nice Pete's muffin. My dear wife Beth went to the Pete's store up in Harvard Square, just a quarter mile away from the banks of the beautiful Charles River, here in this classic fall day in New England. Doesn't get much better than this. I guess it could get better, Dave, if there was a tailwind, right? That would make it better.
Well, I think some of the competitors, particularly the scullers, might appreciate a tailwind, although for those who benefit from longer races, they may, in fact, like the idea that it's a headwind. The lightweights maybe not so much, but some of the bigger guys are going to do fine.
One more single sculling event. There are two types of rowing, if you're not familiar with the sport. Two types of rowing where each person has 2 oars each. That's what you've seen so far. That's called sculling. One more sculling event, the women's Grandmaster Single. Then things will get very exciting with event number 7, where we start the 8s, and the first 8 will be the men's Senior Masters 8, 50 plus and 60 plus, and that'll be a lot of action when those crews start coming by. You've seen them rowing down towards the starting line already today.
Glare from here. Wait a minute. Still can't tell. Good luck. We're going to have the women's 50-year-old category, and there are a lot of mid-50s. The course record holder is Saya Remler, which was set in 2013. She will be starting second today. Last year's winner, I think Charlotte Hollings, has opted into a double this year. So we don't have the defending champion. Instead, starting first will be Maureen Harriman from Whistler Rowing in Whistler, British Columbia. This is a very challenging event because all of these women have raced against each other so many times, and they know one another. This has been a fairly static category. Not a lot of 50-year-olds this year, mostly 51, 2, and 3, so they know one another. Interesting fact, back in the pack, starting 18th this year will be Mitz Carr, who had a very substantial lead in last year's regatta, before a mishap just before the finish line ended up dumping her in the water. So she'll be looking to try to make up for that as she comes up and tries to make her way through the pack. For the most part, what you'll see in these sculling races, the leaders from the previous year get to enjoy the placement of their previous finish at the head of the Charles. So the top 10 racers usually are the top 10 finishers from last year. And as such, there's not a lot of passing. Those scullers tend to know what they're going to do. They've been doing it for a number of years. And they row nicely in single file up the course, racing hard, but not a lot of significant differences, maybe a few placement changes. It's back in the pack where things can get a little bit jammed up, as we saw in some of the veterans singles earlier.
We're fortunate to be sharing the balcony here with the video crew that is broadcasting this event to the rowing channel on YouTube. The rowing channel. There are 2 locations where you can actually watch if you've got a device and you've got good data, unlimited data. I don't have unlimited data, but I've got 12 gigs. Well, I don't know what do you have, Dave?
I got 2 kids.
You got 2 kids. Yeah, there we go.
16.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, if you have a device and you can get to it, there are live broadcasts from Weld, from where we are, and also about a mile upstream from Cambridge Boat Club. You'll see these same crews going by up there. So you go to the HOCR.org and you go to the Spectators tab. And you'll find the live stream. Look for live stream on HOCR.org and you will find the rowing channel broadcasts from where we are and from the Cambridge Boat Club about a mile upstream. So Dave's going to take over for the women's Grandmaster Single, 50 plus, 9:25 start.
Well, it is Maureen Harriman with bow number 1 leading at Weeks Footbridge. Previous Canadian lightweight 4, member of the Canadian national team in the lightweight straight 4, silver medal at the Worlds in 1993. She's won World Masters Games gold medals in the single in 2013. And she certainly has, would appear like maybe she's extended her lead over the record holder in this event. That's Saya Remler, bow number 2. Saya has a pink hat on and a pink shirt. Another pink shirt, bow number 3, is Kimberly Elting. She was 4th at this event last year. She is a proud mom of a current University of Washington rower. Bow number 4 coming up on her is Kirsten DiBiase from Saugatuck. She's been racing here at the head of the Charles since 2005. Gold medal in 2012 and 13 in the Masters 4. We've had a little bit of movement within the pack early on in the race. And Kirsten out of Saugatuck Rowing Club, moving up on bow number 3, that's Kimberly Elting of Dallas, Texas. Coming next is bow 5, that's Karen Gress, a rower she rowed in college at the University of Kansas. She now is in the Rocky Mountain Rowing Club out of Aurora, Colorado. Robin Churchill, bow number 7 from CRI right here in Brighton, Mass, is catching bow number 6. That's Dawn Aringas of University rowing out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is Robin's 3rd head of the Charles. She's recent to rowing, having started 10 years ago. That's bow number 6 right in front of the dock here at Weld now, and bow 7 right behind her. Bow number 8 is Monica Tranell from Vesper. She lives in Montana and rows for Vesper. That's a commute. And just coming out of the glare here as we approach Weld Boat Club is bow number 9. That's Tiffany Hogan from Narragansett in Providence, Rhode Island. Bow 12, having passed, is Jillian Haynes Sharp from Cascadilla. Past bow number 10, that's Casey Elfstrom of Pettapog in Essex, Connecticut. And bow number 11, Kathleen Davis of Saugatuck. You know, when not rowing Casey, bow 10 is a farmer and a political activist. Bow 11 right here in front of the dock in the pink shirt, that's Kathleen Davis of Saugatuck. Then comes bow 15, Julia Fournier of Ottawa, Ontario. She's been rowing there for 30 years. She's also finished 6 Ironman triathlons, so she probably loves the headwind. And there is Mitz Carr, bow number 18, passing 13. That's Hillary Parkhurst of Maritime Rowing Club. Mitz Carr out of New Haven Rowing Club in the green boat. Mitz is an aerobic machine. She will love this headwind as she approaches Anderson Bridge on a perfect line, moving up in the pack. Mitz Carr rowing at 29 strokes a minute. Then right in front of Weld Boathouse is bow number 17. Bow 17 is Jill Hathaway representing Yankee Boat Club, a Cornell rower in the class of 1990. Bow 16 is catching bow 14. That is Ann Fleet of Narragansett catching Weatherly Bernard of Duxbury Bay Maritime School. So this is Ann Fleet's first time in a sculling event at the head of the Charles, while Weatherly has steered the head of the Charles in the director's quad. So this is finally in a single. She's very excited to be here. Now we have a little bit of a pack of 7 scullers coming out of Weeks Bridge. In the lead is bow 20. That's Kateri Kruss out of Annapolis Rowing Club. Recently moved to Annapolis from Rockford, Illinois. And bow number 19 on the inside here is Gail Simmons of Narragansett out of Providence. 22 is Kathleen Faust, unaffiliated U.S. sculler. Making up quite a bit of ground, bow 26, Christine Severson of 612 Endurance of Minneapolis. And she has passed bow 24. That's Beth Burchill of Genesee Waterways in Rochester, New York. Beth is a former Masters duathlon champion and a bronze medal group winner at the World Duathlon Championships. Bow 25, that's Renee Bowie from Merry Meeting Rowing, is passing Kathleen Faust, bow number 21. Renee Bowie sculling at 28 strokes a minute. In the yellow boat right in front of Weld Boathouse and approaching Anderson Bridge. Coming into view through the glare is bow 27. That's Susan Brown of Express. That's a British rowing club. She last raced in the single at the head of the Charles in 2009. She is a cancer survivor and celebrating 10 years with returning to race in the single this year. So that's quite a story. Bow 31 is Tricia Carney from Riverside. She's just passed bow number 23. That's Sonia Whitty of Cambridge, Mass. Bow 29, just entering the bridge, is Loria Wedden from Potomac. She's been rowing for 20 years. Sculling for 18. So the last sculler here coming into view on the far Cambridge side of the course is bow number 30. That's Allison Collins Maracas of Hanlon Boat Club in Toronto, Ontario. She's been rowing for 30 years. This is only Allison's second time, however, rowing in the single at the head of the Charles. So you see a lot of 8s heading to the starting line, some of them having to cross the river. These 2 8s on this side now just cutting across the river. So that marks the end of all of our early morning singles racing. I'm going to turn this over to Fred to tell you about the men's 8s.
A little earlier, I was telling you about the two different types of rowing. I don't think I ever got to the second type. I think I got distracted because I'm pretty sure I saw Tom Brady driving his Aston Martin down Soldiers Field Road. Did you see him?
Yeah,
I thought that was him. He and Giselle were, I don't know, maybe up, probably watching the head of the Charles Regatta.
I think he was headed to Cambridge Boat Club.
Yeah. They're going to play the Jets this Monday night. And you know what they're going to be saying at the halftime of the Jets-Patriots game on Monday night? They're going to be saying, who won at the head of the Charles this weekend? That's what Tom and Bill are going to be talking about.
That and his Aston Martin.
Exactly, and talking about his Aston Martin as well. We'll get to that Aston Martin ad here in just a. Well, wait, have we read it yet?
No, you haven't.
Yeah, we're going to read it right now. Aston Martin is the official. That was a pretty good segue, if I do say so myself. Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of the head of the Charles Regatta. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance. Visit their studio at the Adige Row venue next to Brooks Brothers. Now, we're going to see, Dave is a little bit older than I am. I'm not going to mention his age. But see if Dave remembers which famous movie from a long time ago had the star driving an Aston Martin.
That couldn't have been a James Bond.
It sure was. Sean Connery driving that Aston Martin back in the mid to late 60s. We do have another competitor. Looks to be a women's Grandmaster single competitor. Doesn't mean that she's doing poorly. It just means she probably got a late start to the line because she's sculling very confidently and cleanly up the river. So the Charles River Basin, where the Charles River opens up below the BU Bridge, is just a wash with the crews, and it's a huge area, so scullers can get lost among the eights, and maybe that's what happened to bow number 32. So she has the last bow number from Westfield, Indiana, Sue Gath. Sue is a coach for Adaptive and LTR at IRC, Indianapolis Rowing Club. She has been an avid sculler since 1981. So she, bow number 32, is just approaching the Weld dock. Looks like there's another single sculler behind her. Just came out of Weeks Footbridge. Weeks Footbridge is the 1.5 mile point of the head of the Charles Race Course.
It's probably the sharpest turn on the course.
Yeah, I would think it's definitely part of the sharpest turn. Of course, the largest sweeping turn is up at the past the 2 mile mark, where you have to take a very long, almost a 90-degree bend, but it doesn't happen all at one point. And how the scullers and the crews approach Weeks Footbridge is very strategic, because if they get too wide a shot, if they get too narrow a shot, they end up coming too far to our side of the course, and they can lose ground. And so we will see the skills of the coxswains in the eights that are coming up next, and how they handle that Weeks Footbridge can make all the difference to their performance. Still enjoying this Pete's Coffee. And Pete's Coffee's in here somewhere. We're going to get to them. Hopefully you're enjoying the head of the Charles Regatta, 55th edition. 25 years ago and about 60 pounds ago, I was a competitor in the first Masters 8, when the head of the Charles first introduced Masters 8s rowing, which is coming up next. And the crew I was with, 1980 Rowing Club, won that year. And ever since then, it's been a steady parade of events that are for 40-plus age athletes, and then 50-plus age athletes, and then 60-plus. And now, Dave, they have an 8 for men and women that are 70-plus. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you're hitting a sweet spot there. I started here, and I think it was either the third or the fourth head of the Charles. You know, when you get to the 70-plus category, your memory fails you on some of these details. It wasn't a very big regatta then, and now it is the world's largest regatta. So quite a bit has happened in those 55 years since. and all of it incredibly good.
Back in the day, that as Dave was talking about, 70s and 80s, the Head of the Charles was a single-day event. Back when there were only a few hundred, maybe a couple of thousand. But this year's regatta, you know the numbers, Dave?
No idea.
You no idea. It's got to be, I'm thinking, close to 8,000 competitors. Dave's looking it up right now. Hundreds and hundreds of crews. Thousands, literally thousands of competitors. Back in the 70s and 80s, everybody was racing on Sunday afternoon, the third Sunday in October. And so typically, back when Dave was rowing and I was rowing back then, you could row 2 events, but maybe 3 if you had the time and endurance. But now you're pretty much limited to just competing in one event, unless you're competing in a director's event. There are director's events on both days. This afternoon, at the end of the program, there are director's events. The director of the regatta being Fred Schock. And those are special events for people, special events also because they have quads. The quadruple sculls is not a typical Head of the Charles event, but they have it as part of the Directors Challenge events. And the beautiful thing about that is that those events raise money for local charities. And we are appreciative. We thank the Head of the Charles for doing that and donating literally tens of thousands of dollars to local charities. And as we go through the rest of our shift here till about 10:30, we'll talk about some of those charities that the Head of the Charles Regatta donates to. Still waiting for event number 7, Men's Senior Masters 8s, 50 plus, 9:47 start time. So they're about 6 minutes into it. So they're getting pretty close to the 1 mile mark, which is about half a mile, 3/4 of a mile below us, down to your left as you look at the sun and as you look at the Charles River. So we will see them cranking it around with their starboard oars as they make that sharp turn to port underneath the Weeks footbridge. Men's Senior Masters 8's course record is Moseley Boat Club, which was set last year. 15 minutes and 25 seconds, set last year. Typically in those Moseley crews, there have been Moseley is a British rowing club from Great Britain. Sir Stephen Redgrave has competed in that event in the past. The most decorated Olympic oarsman, won 5 straight Olympic gold medals from 1984, 88, doing the math here, 92, 96, and his 5th one was in 2000, which was in Sydney, Australia. Is that correct, Dave? Yep. His partner, Matthew Pinsent, has competed in that Moseley crew. They are back again. The Moseley crew is. They're going to be starting first. And don't see Sir Stephen's name or Matthew Pinsent's name in there, but they are their crew contains 5 of last year's winning boat and 7 previous winners of the event. So they've really got a very strong entry. Should be seeing their bow numbers approaching the Weeks footbridge as we speak. As we speak. Men's Senior Masters 8, 50 plus. What you'll see is that, as I was saying earlier, before I got distracted, these oarsmen have 1 oar per person, and they come in multiples of 2. So this is 8s, 4 oars on the starboard side, 4 oars on the port side, with a coxswain in the stern, all the way to your left end as you see them row past. So this seems to be the Moseley crew. One of the other things you'll see is that the stroke ratings are much higher than for the singles sculls. This crew is rowing at about 32, 33 strokes per minute. And that is the Molesley entry from Surrey, East Molesley, Surrey in Great Britain. Opened up quite a large margin. Very defined rowing, every oar, same length, entering and exiting the water. Excellent timing on this crew. Very well coached. Long history of rowing. Obviously, our competitive sport began in Great Britain many years ago. Molesley Boat Club, bow number 1. Long and strong as they pass the Weld boathouse. Coxswain's starting to crank now on that rudder, entering the Anderson Bridge, turning just a little bit to starboard, trying to get himself lined up for that long Cambridge turn up ahead. Second crew coming up the Charles River is bow 2 from Marin, from California. Marin Masters men's. They've also opened up quite a large margin, but now if you look at the Weeks footbridge, you'll see what I was talking about. Crews coming in every which direction, left, right, middle, and we have 5 crews. So bow number 6 has made up a lot of ground. They've passed many crews. 87 gold. 87 gold, the gold medalist from the 1980 World Championships. Seth Bauer is coxing that crew. He's right where he wants to be, as always. Brian Volpenheim, 2000 Olympic gold medalist. 2004 Olympic gold medalist. Jonathan Smith, Ted Patton, Michael Still, Pete Nordell. I think he used to row at Yale, didn't he, Dave? Sure did. So the 87 gold is leading this cluster, looking long and strong, 87 gold. Brian Volpenheim, gold medalist from the 2004 Athens Olympics, stroking that crew. Bow number 5 is next. Palm Beach. 7 is making up some ground. Bow 7, Alumni Boat Club from Toronto. Bow number 3 is having some issues. Kent Mischel. 4 is passing on the inside. Look at this, folks. On the outside, bow number 8, Diesel from Buffalo. Should be interesting. Take a look at the bridge, folks. These coxswains are doing a great job if they get through this unscathed, which is not going to happen. Bow number 10, Irish Masters. Winners of the Master D section of the London Head of the River in March 2019. That Irish crew with the green siglets just entering the bridge. Bow number 9 with the red jerseys. Another entry from Buffalo. Diesel Boat Club. Bow number 9 is being passed by bow number 12 on the outside in the yellow 8. Bow number 12, North Dakota Rowing Club from New York City. North Dakota, bow number 12, rowing with Harvard blades, passing bow number 9. 13 is behind them. U.S. University of San Diego alumni. Bow number 13 in the red shell. 14 is next in the yellow Empacher. 14, Narragansett Boat Club. Narragansett men's senior masters 8s, 50 plus. Another string of 4 crews powering up the Charles River.
16, 17, and then 18 looks like they're trying to overtake 17. 18 is Riverside. They're really trying to get in on the inside.
We're starting to see crews enter that anaerobic threshold stage of their race where they're starting to suffer. The guys who are better trained still have good endurance, still have a lot of gas left in the tank. Those are the ones that are doing the passing. Bow 15 is right in front of us now. Chinook from Maryland. And right behind bow number 15, coming in front of the Weld dock, is bow number 16, Cambridge Boat Club. Just up the river. hosts of the Charles River Regatta, head of the Charles Regatta. Bow 17, River City from Sacramento, California. And 18, Riverside, down the river, Charles River ways. Riverside's Masters 8. Fat Cat, their typical alternating orange, black racing jerseys. You can always tell the Fat Cats. Group of Princeton lightweights and heavyweights from the 1980s. Fat Cat Rowing Club is right off the Weld dock, bow number 19 in the yellow 8. Right in front of the Weld dock now, coming into view, bow number 20, Bulldog Rowing Club, a group of Yale alums. Probably some of them coached by my partner here on the Weld balcony, Dave Vogel, longtime coach at Yale University. So that Bulldog crew is entering the bridge now. They are being chased up the Charles River by 21 from Charlotte, North Carolina, Catawba Rowing Club, returning to the head of the Charles for the third time. Bow number 21 has opened up a gap. So we're about a mile and three quarters into this 3-mile head of the Charles race course. The 2-mile mark is just upstream a little bit to your right as you look at the Charles River into the sun. Bow number 23. Bow number 23. We've got 41 crews, so we're a little over halfway. Bow number 23 is Atlanta. The Atlanta Rowing Club from Atlanta, Georgia. 4 crews in line here. 4 crews. We've got a crew coming up on the inside. This crew coming up on the inside is bow number 24 is being passed. Williams alumni, bow 24 is 29 has made up a lot of ground. Whoa. 29, Upper Yarra from Melbourne, Australia. Coxon is directing the other crew. They are the overtaking crew. They have the right of way. 29 is past 26. 26, New Haven Rowing Club, some of Dave's athletes. Bow number 30, ex-Nemo, group of former Harvard heavyweights, Travis Metz, crew 91, Harvard University. Bow number 22 is chasing those Harvard alums in the red shell right in front of the Weld dock. Bow number 22 is Upper Valley Rowing Club from Hanover, New Hampshire, rowing on the Connecticut River. 25 on the outside. 25, Purple Rain, is being passed by 28, Ann Arbor Rowing Club from Ann Arbor, Michigan. A little bit of a gap here to bow number 27, East Bay Rowing from Barrington, Rhode Island. This group of guys are a mixed batch of experienced and novice rowers trying to get faster every day. Go EBR, East Bay Rowing. Bow number 34 is an international entry from Germany. Very crisp blade work, exact timing. They're rowing with Northeastern equipment, borrowed from Coach John Pojednik, who is the head coach at Northeastern University. That German crew, a German, Dutch, Serbian 8 with many international rowers. Dirk rowed for the German team at the 2000 Olympics. Karsten was a U23 lightweight world champion in 1993. So there are a lot of international competitors in that Viking Berlin German crew that with the colorful jerseys on, green, white, and red, entering the Anderson Bridge now. 32 is past 31. Another German crew chasing their countrymen. Bow number 32 from Munich. It's composed of experienced regatta for 2 former German and a Soviet national team rower. almost bow to bow. Bow 33 is passing 31. 33 aging Aggies from Boston, and they're passing 31, North Palm Beach. 35 on the outside, just a length behind them from Oakland, California. California Rowing Club. Mark Zemsch, former national team coxswain, is coxing that crew. Chris Huntington, Dan Lewis in that California Masters crew. California's bow, Mark Zemsch, has got them right on that crew behind them. So 36 in the yellow singlets is Navy Masters from Annapolis, Maryland. Alumni of the U.S. Naval Academy who have served their country in the United States Navy and the Marine Corps. Thank you for your service, gentlemen. Cornell, BMA, 38 is next. Cornell alums in bow number 38. They're being passed by bow number 40. Bow number 40 is Barbarians Rowing Club, a crew of all ex-lightweight, German, Danish, Australian, Great Britain, and Czech. Nearly all past world champions. Wow, in the 8, double, straight 4, and single. A very veteran. So even though they're starting far back in the pack, Dave, looks like they have a shot at winning, which is not easy to do. Bow 39. Bow 39, Narragansett from Providence, Rhode Island, is America's oldest rowing club. Did you know that? America's oldest rowing club, Narragansett Boat Club. Always proud to race at the head of the Charles. You learn something new every day. Of course, we think we know it all, don't we? But we don't really. 37, bow number 37, right in front of the Weld dock. Wesleyan alums. Bow number 11 is next. Bow number 11, all the way from Cleveland, Ohio. Western Reserve Rowing Club. 41, getting the last number. Warren Rowing Club was founded by former Harvard lightweight rowers in 1982 and has been racing in the head of the Charles ever since. So they've got those characteristic red and white blades of Harvard University. Even though they're the crimson, they don't use crimson blades. Anyway, that looks to be it in the 50-plus event. And as we've said, these events, 40-plus, 50-plus, now we have a whole separate event. Used to be just a few years ago, Dave, that these events were combined. But now there are so many competitors that they have a separate event just for the 60-plus crews. And a lot of the guys that I used to race with are in this event, 20 crews.
The young guys.
20 crews in this Grand Masters 8. So we'll read a little bit to you here. Dave's going to read you a little bit about the Grand Masters 8 history.
Yeah, it's grown over the years. They used to combine this as Fred said, with the 50-year-olds. But things have gotten interesting. Leading off is Melbourne University. They won this category last year. Actually, in the past years, I think maybe so the Cambridge, the 1980, which is former Olympic and national team members, is coached by Chatsky, a world-famous coxswain, John Chatsky, graduate of the University of Pennsylvania. So it is Melbourne University still holding on, but being pressed hard by 1980. So the Melbourne has the advantage of being able to see just what their competition is doing because they're sitting in front of them. We've got Pete Kerman in bow. We got Mike Tata in 2, and then Kurt Somerville, Steve Faber. Phil Purdy, Phil Steckel, Alex Cook, and Brad Whitehead in the U.S. entry, trying to track down that Melbourne crew. And this is a really good race with the Australian head of the Yara champion. It's the U.S. with Chatsky at the helm in the yellow boat. Chatsky on the tiller ropes. There is no better coxswain at the head of the Charles. U.S. tracing down the Australian crew. And then comes Fat Cat. That's the New York entry. A bunch of Princeton lightweights from the early 1980s. They're pretty much out here in a little bit of no man's land between the race for first and then the middle, pulling away from bow number 5. That is États-Unis, 1980 Olympic team reunion boat. Stu Stokes is coxing this États-Unis boat with Tom Hull at stroke, Charlie Clapp at 7, Rob Slocum, Dan Sainer, Steve Kiesling, Rich Williams, Jim Cooper, and Niels Pullman. That's the États-Unis yellow boat with the Harvard blades. Following that is, that's bow 3, Fat Cat. That's the Princeton lightweights being chased by Team Attager. That's the Cambridge Boat Club crew, including the head of the Charles Executive Director, Fred Schock. Bow 8, that's Motley out of Morrisville, Vermont, the home of Concept 2, passing Bulldog. The Yale alum circa late 70s, early 80s. This is their 36th consecutive head of the Charles for Bulldog rowing. So what we have here is a combination. There are some 70-year-old entries in this event, which will qualify. The winning entry in the 70-year-old will get a special medal representing the 70th. The Ancient Mariners out of Seattle, bow 11, passing Upper Thames, bow number 9. Bow number 9 was the winner last year in the 70-year-old category of this event. Bow number 10 is Northeastern University alumni. Bow 12 is from Occoquan. That is rowing outside of Washington, D.C. in Northern Virginia. And they claim they are the real Occoquan Boat Club. Bow number 13 is Chinook. Chinook with an all-star crew. They are a bit of a Rolodex crew. Bow number 16 is Kent Mitchell. That's the Kent Mitchell Boat Club with Alden Zecca at the tiller ropes. Ed Ives, Wyatt Hume, Mike Morshauser, Leonard Anderson, Skip Spearing, Steve Rogers, John Alberti, Dennis Sitak. They are a 70-year-old boat. 19 passing 18. And 19 is from Sydney, Australia, passing Long Beach, bow number 18. So we've got the 1984 Olympians in the Australian boat. The Long Beach crew always rowing, always there at the San Diego Crew Classic. Those two have both passed bow 17. That's another Melbourne University crew. That's the 70-year-old crew from Melbourne. Again, there'll be sort of two categories in this 60-year-old age group, with the special, the first place in the 70-year-old group will get recognition. So looks like this event is making it all making it clean through the Anderson Bridge. Bit of a challenge at best. And bow 14 right now in front of Weld Boathouse is Avalon. They are out of Virginia. They are 68 years old. On the outside, we have bow number 20. That's the FIT. That's Florida Institute of Technology alumni boat. Passing bow 15 on the inside, which is Non-Such out of Idaho. Non-Such comprised of members of the undefeated Harvard varsity lightweight crews from 1968 through 72. And the Non-Such boat having a number of relatively well-known former Harvard lightweights. Pete Huntsman, Dick Moore, Monk Terry, Jim Richardson, Tony Brooks, Howie Burnett, Andy Narva, and Joe Bracewell, with Fred Uluris at the coxswain.
Dave, we mentioned how the head of the Charles donates to charities. Competitors in the Director's Challenge event, and there are about 6 or 7 of those. There's some today, and there are some tomorrow. They pay a little bit larger entry fee, but it is all for a good cause. The 2019 official charities are Community Rowing Incorporated, the largest public access rowing club in the United States. Founded in 1985, CRI is dedicated to involving a racially and economically diverse group of people with a wide range of physical abilities in the Olympic rowing discipline that develops fitness, teamwork, and strength. Another official charity for this year's 55th Head of the Charles Regatta is the Cambridge Community Foundation. Founded in 1916, CCF strives to meet the most vital human service needs of the Cambridge, Massachusetts community. The foundation's focus is primarily on the funding of direct human services by initiating programs and working through some 180 approved tax-exempt agencies. The West End House Boys and Girls Club is another official Head of the Charles charity. More crews coming up the river here, Dave. Looks like we've got the women's edition. About event number 9, 10-10 start. By my watch, it's 10:19, so these women are making a pretty good time up the course. Event number 9, Women's Senior Masters 8. Course record was set 2 years ago by Chinook. Bow number 1, Victoria City from Victoria, British Columbia, started first, bow number 1, and they are approaching the Weld dock as we speak. Bow number 2 is next, College Club from Seattle, Washington. 39 eights in this 50-plus Women's Senior Masters 8. 39 crews. Bow number 2, College Club, is approaching the Weld dock coming out of the glare. In line with them is bow number 3 from the Bay Area and San Francisco Bay Area, Marin Rowing Club. Bow number 3. In line with them, bow number 4, a group of Cornell alums That's why they're wearing bright red. Cornell, BMA. This is the BMA Rowing Club from New York City. Bow number 4. A little bit closer action coming up behind them. A little bit closer coming up behind them. Looks like 6 is made up a little bit of ground. We don't know how much because we weren't at the starting line, but 6 is eating into that gap. They try to start them with about a 2 to 3 open water length of difference between the crews. Bow 5 is Lake Union from Seattle, Washington. And bow on stern, bow number 6 is Dawn Rowing Club from Mississauga, Ontario. The Dawn Rowing Club Masters women have held an entry in this event since 2012. They are in the light blue singlets with white hats and white blades. Entering the Anderson Bridge. So the next crew, bow number 9 is, bow number 7, also from a lot of crews so far from Washington, great state of Washington in the Northwest. Bow number 7 is next, Sammamish Rowing Association. First passing of the day has happened with bow number 9, a crew from Massachusetts, Masters Coaching. Bow number 9 is about a little bit of open water ahead of bow number 8 from Oregon, Portland, Oregon's Willamette Rowing Club. Bow number 8 immediately in front of the Weld Boathouse dock. They have a little bit of open water lead over the crew with the big W's on the back, the W's, Willamette Rowing Club. Over on the far side, over by the Reunion Village, bow number 11, Chinook. They're the course record holders in this event, Chinook Rowing Club. They're passing bow number 10, Litchfield Hills from Litchfield, Connecticut, out in the western portion of the great state of Connecticut. Bow number 10. Coxswains are doing an excellent job on both bridges. Haven't seen any accidents on either the Weeks Foot Bridge or the Anderson Bridge.
A little bit of tagging going on there. Chinook got a little too close. You can't go through the bridge, Chinook. They can't hit the bridge.
Bow number 12. Radcliffe alums. Radcliffe rows out of the Weld Boathouse, where we are talking from. All Blacks. Bow number 12, Radcliffe alums. Women's 50-plus Senior Masters 8. Bow number 13, Saratoga from Saratoga Springs, New York. Bow number 13 is just clearing the Weld dock in front of us. If you're watching them on the rowing channel, you can see them steaming past the dock as they head up the Charles River. Not much of a current on the Charles because it's controlled at both ends by locks and dams. 14 ahead of 15. 14 is ahead of 15. Bow number 14, Cambridge Boat Club.
Pretty close, 15.
The Senior Masters 8 is organized by Kim Donlin. They're just a little bit of open water ahead of 15, which means that 15 has gotten into them a little bit, made up a little bit of that margin from the starting line. Number 15 is PNRA Mercer from Princeton Junction, New Jersey, rowing on Lake Mercer in West Windsor, not too far from Princeton University. Lake Mercer PNRA entry. Got a little neon yellow here in this next crew. This bow number 16 from Tribesmen, Galway Connacht. A crew from Ireland, another one of our Irish entries. So that's the bright yellow, bright green. On the outside in the red is bow number 18, CRI, one of the official charities of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Many entries here in the Head of the Charles. They've Bow number 17 is next. North Suburban Crew from Skokie, Illinois. The red hats and the dark singlets. A little bit of oar clashing, but hopefully everybody's okay under the Anderson Bridge between the Irish crew and the CRI crew.
Can't push him through the bridge abutment. I'm sorry. This is 19 and then 26.
About halfway through, a little over halfway through this field of 39 crews. Bow number 19 from Northern Virginia, Fairfax Station. Northern Virginia Rowing Club was established 20 years ago. Bow number 26 from Austin, Texas. Texas Rowing Club, coached by my brother, Mark Borschelt. Looking long and strong there. The state flag on their oars, white, red, and blue with a white star. Texas Rowing Center, TRC. Bow number 26. They passed bow number 23 and kept on motoring. Chinook, another entry from the club that owns the course record. Chinook from Millington, Maryland. Bow number 23. 24 right across the way from us. Old Glory. Old Glory's women's 50-plus. So many women from the women's national teams. Ruth Kennedy Sudduth, Catherine Goody, Sandy Kendall, Ellen Minsner, coach at CRI and one of the para rowing coaches for the U.S. team. Ellen Minsner is 25. Saugatuck from Westport, Connecticut, rowing in the recently christened Prenny shell, dedicated to longtime dear friend and coxswain Prenny Claflin. Bow 27, white 8. Right in front of us now, Annapolis Rowing Club from Edgewater, Maryland.
Next up, in front of the boathouse, 29.
Bow 29, Wallingford, another international entry from Great Britain. Wallingford won the UK Veterans Head on handicap in 2018 and were fourth in 2019. Wallingford Rowing Club, 29, in the red and blue singlets, right off of the Weld dock. Got some neon yellow here. Neon yellow, neon green, bow number 20. Cape and Islands Rowing from Harwich, Massachusetts.
Then bow 30, coming up to the dock now.
Cape and Islands Rowing from Harwich, bow number 20, just clearing the Weld dock. 30 is catching up to them. Bow number 30, Philo, F-I-L-O, from Princeton, New Jersey. Showing a lot of skill there. Excellent timing, good length, stretching out at the catch, sending it away at the finish. Philo from Princeton, New Jersey. Red Hats is 32. Starting to get towards the end of our field here. Switzerland. Canton Helvetia. Belvoir from Zurich, Switzerland. Team trains on the Lake of Zurich in Switzerland and has competed in Swiss national regattas over 1,000 meters and longer.
33.
Bow 33 is chasing Belvoir from Switzerland, a U.S. entry from West Sacramento, California. River City Rowing Club.
We got 31.
Crews from all across America, Canada. We've seen Japanese competitors today, Hungary, Switzerland, New Zealand.
31.
Truly international event here at the 55th Head of the Charles Regatta. Coming out of the glare is bow number 31. Jacksonville, Florida.
Then 28.
Jacksonville, bow number 31 is past bow number 28. Right in front of us now. Greater Lawrence Rowing from Lawrence, Massachusetts. Up on the Merrimack River. 34 is passing 28. 34 is a Canadian crew. Ottawa Rowing Club. Masters from the Ottawa Rowing Club, one of the oldest and largest rowing clubs in Canada. Ottawa Rowing Club was established in 1867. You were alive then, weren't you, Dave? That was a cheap shot. That was a cheap shot. I'm sorry.
36.
36.
5 years is getting to be less of a percentage.
36. Bow number 36 right off of our view here. Another British entry, Mortlake from London, England, a group of rowers who have rowed together successfully for many years, doing this race to celebrate the 60th birthday of Joy Skipper. Mortlake from London, England. 38 is next. Senior Masters 50 plus 8. 38. Baltimore Rowing Club from Baltimore, Maryland.
Then 37, and then 39.
Got the colors of the Maryland flag, that bright yellow and black checkered Maryland flag, very distinctive. Lots of flags, colors here. We've seen Texas flags go by. Bow 37. PCRA from New Rochelle, New York.
Catching them is about 39.
39. Looks to be our last bow number. Genesee from Rochester, New York. Genesee is passing 37, so bow 37 has to yield to them, which is not easy to do as they're making that turn to starboard under the Anderson Bridge. And looks to be the last Senior Masters Women's 8. Bow 35 is Upper Valley Rowing from the Connecticut River in Hanover, New Hampshire. The Connecticut River is the demarcation line between the great states of New Hampshire and Vermont.
One of your replacements? You're fast.
Yeah, you're
I'm here till noon, so
oh, you're here. Yeah, so you're
I got a
replacing
double
me.
shift.
Oh, you're staying on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Looks like we've got.
You come to the next race.
Get out of your way.
We got something coming.
Charlie. Hey, Charlie. Nice to meet you.
What is this one now?
Charlie, this is Dave Vogel.
Hey, Charlie.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Do you want me to squat or you want me to
Yeah.
squat or
These.
talk, whatever you want.
I'll spot this.
All right.
We're in this race.
And this is event number 10, Women's Grandmaster 8s. And coming right up on in front of us on the inside, on the Harvard side of the bridge, we've got bow number 1. That's Conabear from Seattle, Washington. And on the outside, we've got from Long Beach, California, we've got bow number 2 with Anthony Chacon, Mary Perot, etc. And right behind them in the hot pink on the Boston side is bow number 3. That's Atas Yunis from Cambridge, Massachusetts. And bow 22, that's from the previous race. That's bow 22. They're on the Harvard side. That's from Westford Community, Westford, Massachusetts. Looks like they're struggling a little bit coming up river. And behind them, we have a little bit of a gap here. A few boat lengths back from them is bow number 4. That's from Chinook. They're from Millington, Maryland. Millington, Maryland. That's bow number 4. And there's a huge gap between them and the next boat coming under the Weeks Bridge. And coming up under the Weeks Bridge is bow number 6. They've made a little bit of a move. That's the 1980 boat from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Kathy O'Neill Smith, Carrie Gear, Elizabeth Kent, Judy Gear, Gail Heffler, Nancy Vespoli, Susan Hingley, Ann Jonick, and Susan Hooton. They're members of the 1980 Olympic team and other national teams. And under the Weeks Bridge, behind them, about 4 or 5 boat lengths, is bow number 7, also making a big move. That's the East Bay boat from Oakland, California. East Bay boat from Oakland, California. It's a homegrown club from Oakland, California. They won the 2018 Masters Nationals for their age group, and they continue to build on that particular success. And coming out of the Weeks Bridge, it looks like we've got a couple of boats trying to maneuver underneath. And bow 8 is the first one through. That's the Masters Coaching Group from Brewster, Massachusetts. Masters Coaching is defending their victory from last year in 2018. And behind them is bow number 5. That's the Chinook from Millington, Maryland. It's a spectacular group of racers. These Chinooks have been working hard together all year. Their eldest 2 athletes won in the Vet 4 last year and wanted to build on an 8. And here they are on the Boston side, just trailing boat number 8. We're up here with Steve Vogel. Steve, you're an expert here in crew, as I understand. What are the conditions from your perspective out here today?
Well, they're great rowing conditions. A little bit of wind that's going to impede the speed, but nothing in terms of anything other than pretty smooth water. I don't know what it's like down in the basin. That's usually where it's the roughest, just because it's very open down there. But here on the main part of the course, beautiful water, perfect temperature for the athletes. Nobody's going to overheat in this kind of weather.
And we see this boat coming out of the Weeks Bridge, and it looks like they're splashing up a lot, Steve. Is that something that we should be looking out for with some of these racers today?
Oh, sure. Usually the more experienced crews are a little bit crisper and have a little bit less splash. But really the synchronicity of the bodies and the blades going in is far more important than the splash.
And coming right here in front of us closer to the Harvard side, that's boat number 13. That's the Martha's Moms, and behind them in the blue boat, in the blue boat, what do we have here? That's bow number 11. That's the Blood Street Skulls, and behind them, closer to the Boston side, is bow number 9. That's the Chargers from Liverpool, New York.
They don't pin their. Well, it's kind of hard to tell the numbers sometimes because they don't get their number pinned down, so it blows up over their back, the bow number on the bow person. So you have to wait until you can see the actual number on the shell, which is a little bit tricky in the daylight, the glare that we have looking at us over here on the Weld side of the river.
So we'll try and get these numbers to you as quickly as we possibly can, because if you're on the Weld side, you can see these boats. We don't want to wait until they get here. And bow 14 is coming right in front of Weld right now. That's the Cape Cod Rowing from Centerville, Massachusetts, a Masters club whose members are fortunate to row in the beautiful environments of Cape Cod, Massachusetts. And bow number 12 is coming right in front of Weld right now. That's bow 12 from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's the Three Rivers boat. They row on the Allegheny River. And we've got some really interesting lines being taken here under the Weeks Bridge, coming through the Weeks Bridge and taking really a wide turn. I think they're losing some opportunity here versus taking that cut through Weeks Bridge. Again, this is event number 10, Women's Grandmaster 8, 60 plus. All of these individuals are 60 plus. So bow number 10 is coming in front of us here. It's the White Shell. That's the Avalon Group from Chincoteague, Virginia. And right behind them, hard to see those numbers, but it's boat 16. Our eagle eye, Mr. Vogel, has been able to figure that. That is also an Avalon boat from Chincoteague, Virginia. And then boat 17, that's the Penn AC from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. They've been rowing together for 3 years, and the team bought a new-to-us lightweight 8 this year. It's called the Notorious. And now coming out of Weeks Bridge, it looks like they've got blue oars. That's bow number 15. That's style driven from right here in Brighton, Massachusetts. It's a Masters Women's Club rowing right out of community rowing right up the river. And that is all of the boats here in the Masters Women's Grandmaster 8 60 plus. Our next event, which kicks off at 10:35, so they're already out on the water. At 10:35 is the Men's Senior Master 4, as the course record is the Wallingford boat at 17:05. That was set in 2017. We've got 34 boats out there today. And returning in 2019 to defend their title is the crew from London Rowing Club, the UK boat, racing from bow number 1. Challenges to watch will be bow 2, the Moseley Boat Club, Moseley Boat Club, that's bow number 4. Palm Beach and Cambridge Boat Club in bow 14. Cambridge Boat Club returns a crew to this event who have medaled and won in this event multiple times and will be eager to regain the top honors in their return to the field. So we're looking at the London Boat Club, the Moseley Boat Club, as well as the Palm Beach Boat Club as well. So this is Men's Senior Masters 4. It's 50 plus, and it kicked off at 10:35.
I'm Dave. You're Charles? Charlie, yeah. Charlie, okay. I was just looking at some of the results.
At this time, we're waiting for the Men's Senior Masters 4. They kicked off their race at 10:35 from the basin. 5 Hour Energy is proud to support the Head of the Charles Regatta. Feeling tired? Need to recharge? Stop by our tent this weekend and try a great tasting 5 Hour tea. It has ingredients derived from green tea leaves that will get you back to 100%. Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Aston Martin iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance. Visit their studio at the Attinger Row venue next to Brooks Brothers. And Bertucci Brick Oven Pizza and Pasta welcomes you to the 55th Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit the Bertucci's tents located at the Weld exhibition in Attinger Row near the finish line for freshly baked brick oven pizzas, in-store coupons, and a chance to win a $200 Bertucci gift card. To place your next catering order or to schedule your next reservation today, visit us at bertuccis.com. And it looks like we've got our first group of competitors coming through the Weeks footbridge and heading towards the Weld Boathouse. And that first bow, that could be bow number 1. Most likely it's bow number 1. And it is bow number 1. That's bow number 1 from London, Great Britain. Crew is returning to defend their Head of the Charles Regatta title, and looks like they've opened up a very large lead. And behind them is bow number 3, it appears. Could be the Cornell alumni. We'll get a check on which bow that is. And yes, we've got that confirmed. That is the Cornell alumni boat. Those are current rowers from the members of the 1984 and 85 Head of the Charles crews, which finished third both years and were the fastest collegiate crew. So while there is a gap between them and the London boat, it looks like they've at least passed the Moseley boat, bow number 2. We've got a stream of 4 boats coming out of the Weeks footbridge at this point in time, leading that group. Is bow number 4. We don't really know what happened to the Moseley boat, but bow number 4, that's the Palm Beach boat. And then bow 2 is behind them. So bow 2 is dropped back a little bit from bow 3 and 4. Both of those boats have passed them. And bow 6 has also passed the Texas Rowing Center. That's the Riverside boat. You can tell by their striped oars, striped blades on their oars. And then bow 5 is the Texas Rowing Center, moving their way past Reunion Village in front of the Weld exhibition area. Bow 4 looks very strong going in front of Weld and about to go under the Anderson Bridge, so looking very good out there. We've got 4 boats coming under the Weeks Bridge and leading them off is bow 7. That's the Sammamish Rowing Association all the way from Redmond, Washington. They row on Lake Washington. And bow 10 making a big move. That's the Marin boat from Greenbrae, California. And then close behind them is Dawn Rowing from Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. And then bow 9 right behind them from Swan Creek Rowing Club out of Lambertville, New Jersey. It's a small club, and they're training on a small stretch of the Delaware River in Lambertville, New Jersey. And now coming out of the Weeks footbridge is bow number 14. That's the Cambridge team from Cambridge, Massachusetts, and right behind them, and that's bow 12. They've just passed bow 12. That's the Evergreen boat. That's from Hanover, New Hampshire. Bow 11 is behind them. So this bow 14's made a huge move. They passed bow 12 and bow 11. That's the Chinook tomb from Millington, Maryland. And then okay.
These guys are bow 12.
Okay. Well, we have 2 bow 12. Bow 13, that's CRI. All right. And then now coming under the Weeks and in front of the Reunion Village, that's bow 15. That's Riverfront Recapture from Hartford, Connecticut. And then behind them, making a very big move, that's bow number 20. That's Argonaut from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. It's a new lineup for the crew, and the first time rowing in the 50-plus age category. These athletes had to deal with high water levels of Lake Ontario this year, with their clubhouse being flooded for a good part of the spring and summer, but they're doing quite well here, passing several boats, including the Mount Baker, King's Crown, and Andover crew from Wayland, Massachusetts. The weather is warming up, and we've got more and more spectators coming out here for a huge event. And in front of your Reunion Village, that's bow number 19. That's the Mount Baker boat from Seattle, Washington. And then bow 22, right behind them, that's bow 22. That's the Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover, New Hampshire. A couple of swans just landed right in front of that boat, bow number 19. They look absolutely beautiful, but they probably should not be out there. Bow number 23 is the third in the row here. That's the PCRA from New Rochelle, New York. That's the Pelham Community Rowing Association just outside of New York City. There's a big gap before we see a couple of boats coming under the Weeks footbridge. Unfortunately, it'll be way over here in a little bit. Well, you couldn't get a more picturesque view with a couple of swans in the middle of the Charles River in the middle of the head of the Charles. That is absolutely gorgeous.
Bow 16 is the green or yellow or whatever
That's neon green shirts coming through. That's bow number 16. That's the Greenwich crew from Coscob, Connecticut. And right behind them is bound number 18, from King's Crown. That's from New York, New York. That's the 1980s heavyweight crew. And then coming out of the Weeks Bridge, that's the Andover crew from Wayland, Massachusetts. They've been practicing every day with the intent to finish in the top 50%, and that's their top priority for this group. And they say, and I'm just reading it, top priority for this group of really old men. I didn't say it. They said it. I might have added the really. I don't know. Bound number 21 coming out of the Weeks Footbridge, making a go for the Andover crew. That's bound number 21. That's the Chaos boat from Apex, North Carolina. They're looking to relive the glory days of their youth. Well, you couldn't have asked for a better day to try to do that. Good luck, gentlemen. And we got a couple of boats coming out of the Weeks Footbridge right now. One's taking a pretty wide line. The other one taking a more narrow line, a much underneath line, closer to Reunion Village. And looking like they can make the pass because the other boat took the wide line. And it looks like they are going to make that pass. So the boat that is on the Harvard side, or the Cambridge side, with the blue oars, or blue... That's bound number 25, and looks like they're being passed on the inside by bound number 26. Bound number 26, that's the Penguin from Shrewsbury, Shropshire, Great Britain, versus bound number 25, which is on the Harvard side. That's the PNRA Mercer, Princeton Junction, New Jersey boat. And it looks like bow 26 is making that move, and that's all because of the way the coxswain brought them onto the Weeks Footbridge. And bound number 30 making a little bit of a move here from the Potomac Club. That's from Washington, D.C., and they passed bound number 29, the BMA group, from New York, New York. That's Cornell alumni. They're in bound number 29, Cornell alumni. And we got 4 boats coming out of the Weeks Footbridge. Pretty crowded. Actually, I'm sorry, it's 5 boats coming out of the Weeks Footbridge. This melee could be interesting as we move closer to the Anderson Bridge. Okay, on the Harvard side, that is bound number 24, Minneapolis Rowing Club from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And in the pink shirts, that's bound number 28. That's the Skidmore group from Saratoga Springs, Saratoga. And in between that, that's bound number 27 in the black boat. That's the Litchfield Hills group from Litchfield, Connecticut. And over on the Reunion Village side in the red, that is bound number 33 trying to make a move here. That's the Blood Street Skills. And then bow 32 in the white shirts is the Erster-Kyler Rowing Club. And that's a first-time rowing club. They've been successfully at the World Euros for years, and they've won the singles, the twos, and the fours. And we've got a little bit of a mix-up going on here. Is that green, this boat close to us, the white with the green. Bow 24 had to take a little bit of a rest here as they were getting overrun by the Minneapolis. The Minneapolis Rowing Club had to ease off a little bit. This is going to be interesting going through the Anderson Bridge. And this last boat here is bound number 30. Is that bound number 34? This one here, bow 34, the black boat. Yeah, be on the lookout. There's going to be some interesting stuff going on under here on the bridge when we go through the Anderson Bridge right now. Could be interesting.
Turned too tight. She blew it. She rode her crew into that boat between them. She needed to stay closer to the bridge.
It looks like they're going to get through safely, but there's a little bit of rubbing going on there. If you're not rubbing, you're not racing. Bow 34 coming through the Anderson Bridge. If you got a chance to see that, that was highly, highly entertaining. And our last boat here, looks like they're struggling. That's bow number 31. That bow 31 from Narragansett, that's the Providence, Rhode Island. The Narragansett Boat Club is America's oldest rowing club and always proud to race at the head of the Charles. Well, that was exciting, Mr. Vogel. I don't know how you would describe it.
Well, Charlie, there's always something going to happen at the head of the Charles. You just don't quite know what it's going to be. The racing's been really good all day, and we've got near perfect conditions. The crowd's starting to come out as the day grows older and the people get a little bit warmed up. monkey good of binoculars, but if I leave this loose because if you wiggle this around a little bit, it's clear.
Okay.
But you can do it as you will.
So we got some boats coming through on the next race already.
Well, just a little bit of a break as the next group of racers coming up. Give you BNY Mellon, our presenting sponsor for the 7th year, is a global leader in investment management and investment services. BNY Mellon delivers informed investment management and investment services in 35 countries and more than 100 markets.
We got bow 2 coming through first. Followed by bow 1.
So we're at 4. Let's see what. Okay.
And 3.
So this is our.
So we're up to event 12. That is the men's Grandmasters 4. This is a 60-plus average age group. Bow 2 has made the pass. That's the Riverside Boat Club's group from right here in Cambridge, Mass. That's Adam Kraft, Ernest Cook, John Yasadis, Cornelius Harrigan, and Martha Strom at the tiller.
One in the middle here and four making a pass here on the outside. So 1 in the middle here.
One is in the middle of this pack. That's Leander from Ontario.
And then 4 on the Boston.
On the Boston shore, it's Cambridge Boat Club, bow number 4, and then Rocky Mountain, bow number 3, is in the yellow shell right behind them. So quite a pack as Riverside and Cambridge, Charles River clubs racing one another for supremacy.
And 5 coming here right in front of us.
That's a really good race at the front of the pack, and you can expect those crews to be among the leaders when the day is done. San Diego Rowing Club approaching Weld right now. They are bow number 5.
6 right behind them, and then 8 right behind them.
Right behind them from Yarmouth, Maine is Yarmouth Rowing Club, bow number 6. Bow number 8, Chinook, is following, and they are from Canada, the United States, and Portugal. So probably not a crew that rows together an awful lot unless they travel frequently to Portugal. Many of these crews only row at the head of the Charles. They have limited time together, but with good training and skill, it's like riding a bicycle.
Got a little bit of a dust up coming out of these waves. I can't see this number in front of us yet. It is 7 followed by 12.
Bow 7 is Kent Mitchell Rowing Club. That's here in the open water in front of us. A little bit of a crowded pack coming through Weeks Bridge, and all of them look like they're making it in good order.
And number 12 is in open water here by themselves.
Penn AC, that's bow number 12, always a perennial strong club on the rowing circuit. They are approaching Weld. They're right in front of Reunion Village now.
The first boat is 9 on the Boston side, blue jerseys, and on the
Then we have a pack. Avalon, bow number 9, is in the lead.
and then they're passing 11.
Being passed by 11 on the inside, that's Jacksonville.
And then on the Boston side in the red is 14.
In the red, we have bow 14. That's CRI, another hometown team.
Passing bow number 10 in the maroon.
And they are passing the MIT grad boat. That's bow number 10 with the maroon shirts.
The bright orange and black is bow 13.
And Fat Cat, bow number 13, in the Princeton orange and black, very familiar colors, are on the Cambridge side, approaching Weld Boathouse right now. They're in the Halloween costumes with the yellow shell.
Bow 15, this is a white jersey, black shell.
In the white jerseys with the black, rowing in the black shell.
Bow what, 15? Oh, yeah, bow 15.
That is bow 15, Palm Beach. Palm Beach, always a strong contender in these Masters events here at the head of the Charles.
Bow 16 is now coming towards us with the
Take care.
hey, thanks for you again. Blue singlets, white boat.
So Cambridge, bow number 16, rowing in the blue Cambridge singlets in the white boat. They are a 70-year-old boat vying for the special medal in the 70-year-old category. So this is the Grand Masters 4s, 60 plus, but there is a medal for the fastest 70-year-old crew. And then the last boat, presumably it's the end of this category, is bow 17. That is the Narragansett boat out of Providence, Rhode Island.
Now this next event is the messy one, I think, because they gave us this.
Oh, okay. The event number on the next one is 13.
Yeah. So they got a new. This is not this. For whatever. Either the British team. I don't know.
All right, so what's the? Oh, okay. So it's all right.
Yeah.
You got this.
So the senior masters fours, senior women's masters fours will be event number 13 coming up. We have a little bit of a different lineup here. I'm not sure how that matches up with the actual printed program. So I believe the printed program that you can get, the souvenir program for the Head of the Charles, is apparently correct on this lineup. With Cambridge Boat Club will be boat number 1. The women's senior masters 4, that is for 50-year-old average age. Course records owned by Cambridge Boat Club, 18 minutes and 45 seconds set in 2017. The top 4 places in this event will all be awarded medals. We have 31 entrants in the event 13. They have been on the course for about 7 minutes, so it'll be a little bit before they come into view. Brooks Brothers is proud to celebrate their 10th consecutive year as the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Visit us at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and the Weld exhibition all weekend, as well as our Newberry Street store here in Boston, to shop the limited edition Brooks Brothers Head of the Charles collection. And the Head of the Charles Regatta is proud to have Cliff Bar as a supporter in the 2019 regatta. Cliff Bar, nutrition of sustained energy, fuels athletes mile after mile as they row down the course. Visit the Cliff Bar Pavilion at Attager Row for some samples, coffee, and more. Thank you, Cliff. As the Flywheel Spins is the popular workout podcast from Concept 2. Row along to the Head of the Charles Regatta course with Concept 2 trainer Katie Hart-Peterson. Download and subscribe for free on Apple Podcast, Google Play, or your favorite podcast app. That is Concept 2, the official oar and ergometer supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Thank you, Delta Airlines, for being the official airline of the Head of the Charles Regatta and presenting sponsor of the Reunion Village venue. Easy Dock is proud to be the official dock supplier and official sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. We would like to welcome every crew to this year's event and invites you to visit the Easy Dock booth to see our low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community.
Thank you, Don. We're back here at the Women's Senior Masters 4, and coming out of the week's bridge, this is bow number 1. Bow number 1, the winners of the last couple of years of the storied crew, including former members of the U.S. national team and medalists at the World Championships. And they have made a pretty bold move out here. They've got some water between them and the boat right behind them. And coming out of the week's bridge, we've got a couple of boats here, a little grouping, but boat 1 has got a significant lead over their next closest competitor at this point. And behind them is the Sammamish Rowing Association. That's boat number 2 from Redmond, Washington. And bow 3, holding to form, is the Upper Valley Rowing, bow 3 from Hanover, New Hampshire. Bow 1 looks very strong as they're approaching the Anderson Bridge. Bow 5 has made a move. That's the East Arm from Greenwood Lake, New York. That's bow number 5. They've made a move. They passed bow 4 and try and make up some ground. And now, actually, bow 6 has also passed them. That's the San Diego Rowing Club from San Diego, California. They were medalists last year, and they are back for more. Got a couple of boats coming now onto the Weeks Footbridge. And the first boat through, that's bow number 8. That's the ZLAC boat from San Diego, California. And right behind them, emerging from the Weeks Footbridge, is bow number 4. Backing up a little bit, that's a Marin boat from Green Bay, California. Struggling a little bit. We got a couple of boats coming through, neck and neck, under the Weeks Footbridge. Bow 9 makes it through first. That's the Berkeley boat. They're all the way from the San Francisco Bay Area, and close behind them is bow number 10. That's the Riverside boat from right here in Cambridge, Massachusetts. They are making a move on bow number 9, trying to pass on the inside closest to Reunion Village. Bow 11 right behind them. That's the North Suburban crew from Skokie, Illinois. That's bow number 11. That Riverside boat is trying to get by, and they're rowing about 33 strokes a minute, so a little bit higher than the other boats. They're making this move, powering it through. That statistic provided to you by Mr. Vogel. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. Coming out of the Weeks Footbridge, we've got several boats coming through and leading that pack. Is bow number 13. That's the Saugatuck boat from Westport, Connecticut. And then behind them is bow number 14. That's the Minneapolis Rowing Club, bow number 14. We've got 4 boats under the Weeks Bridge. We'll see if we can get them sorted out here momentarily. And the lime green is bow number 15. That's the Georgian Bay from Midland, Ontario, Canada. And closest to the Boston side is bow number 12. That's Chinook. That's from Millington, Maryland. And in the middle of all of this is bow number 16 from Narragansett Boat Club from Providence, Rhode Island. And then bow 17, Conabear from Seattle, Washington. They're closest to the Harvard side or the Cambridge side of the river. So these 4 boats, they're going to be all heading towards the Anderson Bridge. We'll see which one survives coming through. We'll see if there's any dust-ups coming through here. Trailing all of them, behind them, with a little bit of open water in front of them, we'll get a number for you here momentarily. It looks like that might be boat 18 from Prince William. That's Lake Ridge, Virginia. That's bow number 18. We apologize for the angle that we're looking at. We're trying to get the best view we possibly can. And sometimes their shirt numbers come falling off, and we've got to wait until we see the bow numbers come through. And those bow numbers are quite a bit smaller for us old eyes up here on the Weld Boathouse. Coming under the Weeks Bridge is bow number 22, Sammamish Rowing Association from Redmond, Washington. So they've made a bold move coming under the Weeks Bridge, passing several boats. Then we have a string of 4 boats. We've got the last one coming out of the Weeks Bridge, but this blue shell coming in front of us now, in front of the Weld exhibition area. We'll have a bow number for you there shortly. Is bow 20 is in the all white behind this, looks like orange and white. That's bow 20 from Long Beach. In front of them is bow number 19. That's the Avalon Group from Chincoteague, Virginia. So we got bow 19 followed by bow 20, and behind them what do we have right here, this last boat? That's 19, okay. Oh, so we have 21. So 21 is now crossing in front of here, in front of the Weld Boathouse. That's the Carnegie Lake boat from Princeton, New Jersey. You can tell they've got the lovely orange and black and the red shell coming through underneath the Weeks Bridge and leading this pack. Bow 24, that's the Genesee boat from Rochester, New York. They've got open water, and behind them we've got 3 boats coming out of the Weeks Footbridge. And closest on the Boston side is bow number 27 making a move here. That's the Hudson River Group from Poughkeepsie, New York. In the middle, we can't quite tell who's in the middle there. Bow 23, Wilmington there on the Cambridge side. In the middle is the Essex Rowing Association. That's the orange. Okay, right here. That's bow. Bow 7 is in the bright pink here. That's from Alexandria, Virginia. And bow 25, that's the Riverfront Recapture from Hartford, Connecticut. And then bow 31 behind them, which we do not have. Bow 31, that's the Narragansett boat, bow 31. And then with open water in front of them over by the Reunion Village, that's bow 30. Bow 30, that's the BU Community Rowing. Bow 30, now passing Weld. And behind them is bow number 26, Essex Rowing Association from Methuen, Massachusetts. And rounding out the field, just out of the Weeks Bridge, coming into view here at the Weld Boathouse, is bow number 29, Greater Lawrence Rowing from Lawrence, Massachusetts. Greater Lawrence Rowing is a nonprofit organization on the Merrimack River in Lawrence, Massachusetts. And that is your race. That is race number 13, Women's Senior Masters 4. Our next event is Women's Grandmasters 4. That event started at 11:08. So they've been on the river for about 8 minutes. We'll have crews here with an average age of at least 60 years old and no athletes younger than 30. Bows 1 and 3 are bringing strong representation from the West Coast. Chinook is well represented here, as well as bows 6 and 7, and will be aiming to take home gold, though they'll have a challenge from that position in the start list. Bows 4 and 14 will be going head-to-head for the Veteran Special Medal, both clocking in with average ages of 70. So be on the lookout for bows 4 and 14, as they are some of our oldest competitors out here on the water. Concept 2 V2, As the Flywheel Spins, is a popular workout podcast from Concept 2. Row along to the head of the Charles Regatta course with Concept 2 trainer Katie Hart-Peterson. Download and subscribe for free on Apple Podcasts, Google Play, or your favorite podcast app. EasyDock is proud to be the official dock supplier of the official sponsor of the head of the Charles Regatta. We'd like to welcome every crew team to this year's event and invite you to visit the EasyDock booth to see our low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community. It looks like everyone's having a great time over at the Geico booth at the Weld exhibition venue. Stop by and see for yourself. Geico, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Thank you to our partner, Gentle Giant Moving Company. Gentle Giant is the secret force behind regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring, so stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more. Hudson is the official gold boat builder for the head of the Charles, hosting close to 100 crews, including many of the world's best rowers in the Shark Zone. Located directly beside the main expo tent, see how Hudson is pushing the pace of high-performance rowing. And we are looking at our first boats coming underneath the Weeks Footbridge, and this is Women's Grandmasters 4. This is event number 14. We've got 15 total competitors, and we've got 2 boats coming under. This is 60+. And we're going to be looking at the special medal for bows 4 and 14, looking for the Veteran Special. That's boats with at least average ages of 70. And our first boat is the Narragansett boat from Providence, Rhode Island, and they are being closely followed by Early Lights. So it looks like bow 2 has made that pass over Early Lights. Narragansett taking a little bit of a lead. They've got at least a boat and a half length lead over bow number 1. Rowing very strong. And coming out of the Weeks Footbridge is the Watercat boat from Sammamish, Washington. Coming from the Pacific Northwest, this crew of old friends is making another run down the Charles. They're excited to be racing in the first designated 60s plus 4s event. Go Watercats! We've got 2 boats coming underneath the Weeks Footbridge, and the first boat through is from the Minneapolis Rowing Club. That's bow number 5, and followed closely behind by one of the Chinook boats from Millington, Maryland. Now, Don, earlier you were able to tell us exactly what the rowing rate was for some of these boats. How can you just look at that and be able to tell? Can you just look at it and tell, or do you need some special equipment?
It's just by eyeball.
He's so smart. But he also has a stopwatch around his neck. So I think that also helps. So if you've got a stopwatch, you can actually tell how quickly some of these rowers are rowing per minute. It looks like we've got a number of boats all tightly packed together coming under the Weeks footbridge. It looks like we've got 5 or 6 boats coming through. Bow 4, which has been passed by a couple of boats, Saugatuck, and bow 9 is right behind them. That's a Marin boat from Greenbrae, California. And then bow 11, which took a little bit of a wide turn, that's the White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. And then in the blue jerseys, that's bow number 8, that's the Avalon boat from Chincoteague, Virginia. They're in the blue jerseys, closer to Boston. And then right behind them in the yellow is bow number 10 from Northampton, Massachusetts. That's the Northampton Boat Club, Masters 60+. And then bow 7, that's another Chinook boat from Millington, Maryland. I've got to work on that. Chinook boat. There we go. I'm getting better. But that Chinook boat, they are powerful, strong, committed. And the first time they boated together, and they're hoping it's a golden row. So Don just did a test, and they said bow 9 is rowing 33 strokes per minute.
Most of these fours are rowing somewhere between 30 and 33.
And so between 30 and 33 strokes per minute, they're all rowing there. That's going to be exhausting as you're moving down the river because this is a long course.
Yeah. Well, it's an endurance race. I mean, it's you have to just settle into a good, consistent speed. There's no real advantage to going super fast for 100 meters when you have 5,000 meters to cover. So the idea is just to get into your pace and find your proper racing rating and let the boat do the work.
And these 3 boats coming underneath the Anderson Bridge looks like they'll get through clean, even though tight. With some open water in front of Reunion is bow number 15. Is that what you said, Don? Bow number 15. That's the Western Reserve boat from Cleveland, Ohio. Piotr and Charlie started rowing together in lightweight oarsmen at Harvard, and after graduating in 1993, they've reunited for the Masters in Poznan, Poland in 2011. And they are also looking very strong out there. And clearing the Weeks footbridge is bow number 12 coming right at us. This is the Lincoln Park Boat Club from Chicago, Illinois, as well as some Union members from Boston, Massachusetts. Now, that's not a typo. Both oarsmen rowed as lightweights at Georgetown. Shoemaker was the class of 99. Schumacher was the class of 00. So Thomas Schumacher and Thomas Shoemaker in bow number 12. Followed them is bow number 14 from Hampton Roads from Norfolk, Virginia. And then we've got bow number 13 behind them. I've got the wrong event here. Sorry. I'm looking at the wrong race. We flipped a page here. This is bow 13. That's the Carnegie Lake boat. That's Yasmina Compy. And bow 12 is in front of us here. That's Essex Rowing Association. Bow 14 in the blue, that's a Chincoteague, Virginia boat. And the orange and black, that's Carnegie Lake, again, Princeton, New Jersey. You can see the orange and black. Anytime you see orange and black, you know they're going to be from Princeton. My apologies for bouncing into and announcing the next race, which is the men's Masters doubles. That was the women's Grand Masters 4, and that was 4s of 60+.
This is 14, right?
This is bow 14 here. They're all the average age 70+, looking to medal. Let's hear it for them. Our next event is men's Masters doubles. Course record by Smith and Guerrerian back in 2003. Friends will become enemies in bows 1 and 9. Recovering lightweight, Pete Morelli and Sean Wolf will be looking to keep the winning streak going. Mike Ferry and Greg Kaplan will be looking to dethrone them. Morelli and Wolf will also need to keep an eye out for bow 13 from Radley in Great Britain, who are boasting extensive international experience, as does bow 15 from Western Reserve. This is men's Masters Doubles event number 15 that kicked off at 11:22. Try and stay on the right event next time. They fly. Visit the Hunter powered by Zappos experience at the Attinger Road this weekend to experience the best of fall, including spice snacks, car sing-alongs, and Hunter's original and refined collections. That's Hunter Boots. Get your official Head of the Charles racing gear at the JL Racing Tent. It's only available for a limited time, so head on over to JL Tent before it sells out. As the official sponsor of the U.S. national team, JL Racing is committed to expanding access and supporting the sport of rowing. Come talk to our team today at our special custom tent to see what we can do for you this season. La Croix Sparkling Water is the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to Attinger Row Rowing and Fitness Expo to try one of their many zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters. Nielsen Kellerman is the global leader in rowing performance electronics. Visit NK's Head of the Charles booth to experience our latest offerings: NK Link Logbook Team, Coxbox GPS, and Coxbox Core, and the rest of our connected ecosystems of products and services. We wish all the crews racing this weekend good luck. Pete's Iced Espresso is proud to be the official patron of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Pete's Iced Espresso Signature Dark Roast Colombian Espresso is blended with carefully sourced quality ingredients, delivering the perfect coffee-forward pick-me-up. Grab your free sample at the Pete's Iced Espresso tent, located at the Weld exhibition. Harvard Pilgrim is proud to be a premier sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. For 50 years, they've been helping people across New England get healthier and happier. Head on over to the Weld Boathouse to show your happy dance and join in the fun at the Happy Zone. Get healthy, get happy, get there with Harvard Pilgrim. Sierra Nevada Brewing Company is proud to return as the official beer of the Head of the Charles Regatta. If you've never had a Sierra Nevada Pale Ale, it's probably your favorite brewer's favorite beer. So try one today at the Sierra Nevada Beer Garden at Reunion Village or the newest beer garden, FALS Bar at Attinger Row. Stop by for delicious brews and sweeping views. Purest ingredients, finest quality, Sierra Nevada. The Head of the Charles is pleased to once again have Teddy Peanut Butter as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. Teddy Peanut Butter is all natural and the perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes. While we're waiting here for the men's Masters doubles, This race started at 11:22, so about 8 minutes ago, and we're starting to see our first competitors starting to approach the Weeks footbridge. And we'll be looking for bow number 1 to come through first. This is Pete Morelli and Sean Wolf, if it is indeed bow number 1. And they are from the Riverside Boat Club, and I'm not seeing, is it bow 1? They look like they have the blue and white striped blades. And that is bow number 1, Pete Morelli and Sean Wolf. They scull and they drink good tequila, and they dance the night away. But right behind them is bow number 2 from the Texas Rowing Center in Austin, Texas. That's Simon Borschelt and Matthew Nifton. And they're a returning crew, but it looks like bow number 1, that Riverside boat, has made a big move on bow number 2. We've got 3 boats approaching the Weeks footbridge. And in the red shell, coming out of the Weeks, taking a little bit of a wide line there. Is bow number 4, that's from Greater Columbus, and the RC Energeria from the Ukraine. That's Pavlo Tsporo from Ukraine and Ryan Briggs from the U.S. And then behind them is bow number 5 from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. That's Daniel Martin and Robert Park. And then in the white bow, that's bow number 3. They've been passed. That's Peter Close and Thomas Chilla. And then bow number 9, well, that's quite a surprise, but actually not surprising. We knew that they would be making a move. Bow number 9, that is Michael Ferry and Greg Kaplan in bow number 9. And then right behind them is bow number 8. That's from both Union and the Upper Valley Rowing. That's Edward Demetrio and Davis Kitchell. So we've got this really wide line here being taken by this boat. They're almost coming right at us. And they finally figured out that they are offline. They may have heard me say that and moved back online. And the neon green shirts is bow number 10. That's bow number 10. That is from Atlanta. That's Max Chickering and Austin Nichols. And that's in the bright green jerseys. Bow 7 is right behind them. That's from the Union Boat Club here in Boston. That's Zachary Gordon and Eric Goldberg. Bow number 13 from it's the Radley Club from Abingdon, Oxfordshire, Great Britain. That's John Gearing and Sam Townsend. And then in the yellow shell, taking that wide turn, is bow number 12 from the Lincoln Park Boat Club as well as Union. That's Thomas Shoemaker and Thomas Schumacher. And they're followed by bow number 11 from Lake Union in Seattle, Washington. That's Gilbert Hernandez and Sean Wessels. Bow 14, that's the yellow boat coming underneath the Weeks footbridge at this moment. That's from Hampton Roads. That's from Norfolk, Virginia. That's Scott Smith and Jeffrey Turner. Scott Smith and Jeffrey Turner coming underneath. And they're followed closely behind by bow number 15. That's the Western Reserve boat from Cleveland, Ohio. That's Charles Braun and Piotr, gonna butcher this last name, Sobieski. I'm sure I messed that up. So my apologies, Piotr. I'll do better next time. And that looks like the end of this event. That's the men's Masters doubles, 40 plus. Looks like that bow number 9 made a big move. It'll be interesting to see how their time turns out versus bow number 1. They both look very strong. And if you do want to check out the results, go online to the HOCR.org to Regatta Central and look for the online results. Now, we've got something going on here. Obviously, they had a little bit of a problem here. They had to stop and get themselves pointed in the right direction. How difficult is it with a double here, Don, to get them pointed in the right direction so they're going to take the best line?
Well, it just depends on how familiar they are with the river, Charlie. It's a challenge because there are a lot of turns and a lot of bridges on the Charles. if you are experienced, and of course that's one of the reasons that some of these crews from Cambridge and Riverside do so well, is that they have mock races throughout the late summer, early fall, learning the line, doing the course. So that home course advantage can be substantial in just knowing how to set yourself up for a turn going in underneath Weeks Bridge and how to make the most of that inside of the turn.
For some of our newer viewers here who are out here at the Weld Exhibition Center, is this, in your experience of doing head races and looking at head and going to different head races, is this one of the more difficult courses that exist in the United States as far as a head race is concerned?
Well, because it has lots of bridges and landmarks, it's not overly difficult. You always have something to aim for. But it is challenging in terms of finding the right line, because you can add significantly to the distance that you have to row if you sweep wide on the turns or don't get in the right position to make the turn. So the river's narrow. It's a very straightforward course, but there are a lot of opportunities to make mistakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Don Vogel, your expert today here at the head of the Charles Regatta. Thank you very much, Don. We appreciate that. Our next race is men's senior master doubles. This is 50-plus average age in the boat. So the favorites from Narragansett will be looking to keep their place on the podium. Guerrerian and Smith have won 14 of the 16 times they've raced together and hold the course record in the Masters doubles. The senior Masters doubles and the Directors Challenge fours. Bow 2 of the infamous Twin Donut will be hot on their tails, so they'll need to work hard to hold on to the lead. The Glaswegans in Bow 3 will be looking to improve on their second-place finish from last year. Ever an international event, we have the Tideway Partez crew representing the UK and Japan, and they'll be in bow number 18. Bow 28 is also a potential contender for the top spot with extensive local knowledge of the course. This race kicked off at 11:31. This is event number 16. 38 competitors. This is men's senior masters double 50-plus. Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of the head of the Charles Regatta. Aston Martin, iconic brand, is synonymous with luxury and elegance. Visit their studio at the Attinger Row venue next to Brooks Brothers. Bertucci Brick Oven Pizza and Pasta welcomes you to the 55th head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit the Bertucci's tents located at the Weld Exhibition and Attinger Row near the finish line for freshly baked brick oven pizzas, in-store coupons, and a chance to win $200 Bertucci's gift card. To place your next catering order or to schedule your next reservation today, visit us at Bertucci's.com. I will take whatever's left. You choose.
Is this event 15 or 16? Oh. This is event, it's this event here, 16. Right. All right, we got bow 1, followed by bow 2, followed by bow 3.
Okay, we do have Guerrerian and Smith in the lead in bow 1 from Narragansett, closely followed by the Klingsporns. That's Jeff and Greg. The twins who rode here, this is their 13th head of the Charles as well. They represented the U.S. in lightweight teams. Greg was on the team in 95 and 96, so a lot of international experience. And Guerrerian and Smith looking to take advantage of their lead position to keep an eye on the Klingsporns as they try to challenge to come up to claim the top spot.
4 is on the Boston side, 5 is trying to pass them.
Pierce and Manson have moved up, and that's bow number 4, Cambridge Boat Club. Jim and Jay have many victories here at the head of the Charles. They've been rowing together since 1988. International experience and really good double from Cambridge Boat Club.
5 is trying to pass them.
Passing 3.
5 is on the close side. 5 here. Okay. Who's 3?
So bow 3 is from Scotland. Then we have bow 5, Chinook, passing Pierce and Manson. That Chinook double is Nash and Reichert, Trinity alumni against Trinity alumni.
6, 7.
Bow number 6 is Roman Lesnow and Greg Walker, both former national team members rowing out of Detroit Boat Club. Bow 7 is from Malta. That's Trockey and Cutler. Bow 8 from Cambridge, Dan Chernoff and Russ Murphy, a couple of former lightweight scullers.
9 in the black shirts behind them.
And then behind them we have Toronto sculling. That's Phil Moncton and Velta Vinge. Vetla won a silver medal for Norway in the quad in 1988. Phil was a bronze medalist for Canada in the quad sculls in 1984.
11, 10, 12.
Bow number 11, College Club of Seattle. Gold medalist in the 2019 Northwest Masters Regionals. Bow 10, Mark Damon and Charles Windeconnect out of New York AC. They have set the Senior Masters double champions in 2012. And in bow 12 is Chaos, Burkowski and McDonough. Chaos is from the heart of North Carolina.
And then 13 in the green singlets coming through here. And then 13 then.
Yep. Next into view, coming up and approaching Weld Boathouse, Mark Alloway and Saman Majd, rowing for New Haven Rowing Club. They have rowed together since high school and at university. They've been here in the head of the Charles double since 2006. At 64, they're trying to hold on to their position as the 60-plus double. Looking forward to get to be 770. They are among the more experienced doubles at the head of the Charles. You can expect them to pretty much take a perfect line as they race into Anderson Bridge. Berry Hill Boat Club, bow number 14, Michael Raisky and Valdis Mikalis from Latvia. These are former rivals from the USSR together in the double here at the head of the Charles. Bow 15 is CRI. That's George Hatch and Whitney Hatch. George rode the Charles for years at Harvard in the head of the Charles Regatta, so they should know the course pretty well.
So we got 20 here in the red that has made the pass on the Cambridge side. They passed 16 and 21 is right behind them. So it goes 20, 16, and then 21.
Bow 20 and 21 coming up on either side of bow number 16. So on the Cambridge side is bow number 20. That's out of Noank, Dale Hoxie and Thomas Stottlemyre. Then we have bow 16 over on the Boston side. That's Berkeley. That's Schafrin and Hunt. And then bow 21 on this side is from Austria. Another international entrant, Robert Grieshofer and Detmar Kultwasser. The Austrians were both members of the Austrian national team for juniors, under 23s, and elite worlds. They have numerous Austrian championships. They represented Austria in the 1992 Olympic Games in the pair with Coxon.
17-22.
Bow 17, Passaic River, right here in front of Weld. That's Jeff Lom and Anthony Fiore. Anthony stroked the heavyweight 8 for MIT. Jeff is a founding member of Passaic Rowing Association.
22.
Bow 22 out of Saratoga Springs. Timothy Brame and Anthony Stellato.
18.
Bow 18. Approaching Weld, another of our international entries from Japan, rowing for Partey. That's Nobuhisa Ishizuka and Chris Mallon. Mallon rows for the Tideway Scullers in London. Nobu rows for Partey Rowing Club in Tokyo.
Passing on the Boston side is bow number 27. They're passing bow number 19.
27 from Western in London, Ontario. That's Volker Nolte, the famed coach and author of rowing, and Brian Peaker. They're passing bow number 19 from Cambridge. That's William Erkelens and Malcolm Gefter.
24 and then 25 here. 24 and then 25.
Bow 24 from Baltimore, Joseph Jones and Brian McMahon.
24 and 25.
And bow 25 from Union Boat Club, that's Hugh Spurway and Charles Kane. They took second at the 2019 Masters Nationals in the 70-plus age category.
Bow 30 on the Boston side making passes here. I'll get the other numbers for us. Bow
Okay, in front of Reunion Village, we have bow 30 from Fairmont. That's Tom Greenwood and David Baugh.
We got 35, 23, and 29. So
Next comes bow 35. That's Team Dietrich from Amherst, New York.
and then 29.
Bow 23, the Mohawk River. That's Russ Cecil and Charles Hirschler. And then bow 29 is from Potomac. That's Francis Slakey and Greg Vandervink.
Then 37, 32.
Bow 37 is from another. That's another Cambridge boat. Matt Collins and Alexander Packard. Matt won the gold medal in the 1993 World Championships with the U.S. lightweight men's 4. Behind them comes bow number 32 from Duluth, Minnesota. That's Greg Peterson and Tom Rauschenfels. And then comes bow number 28 from Belmont Hill. That's Tim and Ned Wood. They both started rowing at Belmont Hill. Ned rowed at Brown and Tim at Yale. And they are both have coached locally for many, many years in this area.
Bow 33 in the white jerseys here in the white boat.
Bow number 33 in the white jerseys. That's from Burnstown, Ontario. Another Canadian entry. That's Mark Robson and William Stevens.
We got 36 followed by 38. So 36 is in the black.
Bow 36 is Maritime Rowing Club out of East Norwalk, Connecticut. That's Bob Potts and Steve Trudell.
38 right behind them.
38 directly behind them is from another Great Britain entry, the Trafford Rowing Club from Manchester, UK. That's Simon Weeks and Andrew Sykes.
On the Cambridge side, we've got bow 31 followed by 34.
On the Cambridge side, we have bow 31, which is Navasink Rowing, Charles Gross and Arthur Sorensen. And then bow number 34 from Cape Cod Masters, that's Patrick Otten and John Messinger.
Pulling up the end here is bow 28.
Bow number 28 from Belmont Hill.
Bow 28 right here.
I already announced it. I must have made a mistake. I made a mistake. So
That's okay.
who is
Yeah, and this is bow 28. That's the Belmont Hill entry. Tim and Ned Wood. As I said before, they started rowing at Belmont Hill. Ned rowed at Brown. Tim rowed at Yale. They both coached locally at Noble and Greenout and Belmont Hill. They work on the course committee. They are fixtures on the Charles for the better part of the last 25 years. A lot of people. I just got a number. No, that's okay. I may have. I probably. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter. We got it mostly right. It's hard to do play-by-play. Well, when you've got 30 seconds, yeah.
So we see markers out here, Don. These green markers and these red markers on the course. What happens if the rowers go on the opposite side or the wrong side of the green markers or the red markers? Is there any time penalty for the rowers?
Yeah. Yes, any buoy that you miss at the Charles, if you're off the course, you get a time penalty. There are umpires along the course whose job it is to note the violations. The green markers are a little bit more critical because they mark kind of the dangerous parts of the course to go into. It's most likely that oarsmen will violate the orange buoys that mark the this end of the course.
Thank you. Our next event is event number 17, Women's Masters Doubles. It's 40 plus. This race started at 11:48. Bow 1 from Riverside will be a formidable crew to beat, with both athletes boasting extensive head of the Charles Regatta hardware. They'll have stiff competition from the crews, particularly bows 2 from Cambridge and 3 from Vesper. International dark horses from Copenhagen in bow 5 will be looking to clinch the top spot. Carly Schmidt and Tara Murphy in bow 8, representing Union Boat Club, could be top contenders in this field. Bow 14, hailing from Omaha, will also be looking to represent the Midwest in a serious way. This is event number 17, Women's Masters Doubles at 11:48. Since 7 to 7:30 this morning.
Yeah,
It's a long day.
well, somebody had to cancel out.
Yeah, that's why I'm here today.
Ellen asked me to fill in.
I've got to call a hockey game later tonight.
For who?
I'm the Northeastern Public Address announcer.
Oh, cool. Very good. They do serious hockey around here.
They do. They do not kid around.
Where do you guys play? You have
We're at Matthews Arena.
on campus or?
Yeah, over on St. Paul Street.
Have a rowing friend that I don't think he's racing here today, but his the family owns the Bruins, so they're pretty excited about hockey in Boston. You know, I guess the Bruins are a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
So do you do like basketball and hockey and all those?
Basketball, hockey, and volleyball.
Oh, and volleyball. Really? That's interesting.
It's my volunteer job.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I announce rowing races for Yale.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Which is a interesting volunteer job as well.
Yeah, it's just fun.
It is fun.
I get a good seat at all these events
Oh, it's
that I would go
exciting.
to anyway.
Yeah.
May as well be sitting inside the penalty boxes versus in the stands.
How is the team this year?
Pretty good. Actually, pretty good, yeah. This is women's masters doubles. And we've got our first boat. This is 14 competitors in this particular race. And our first competitors coming underneath the Weeks Bridge with quite a lot of open water behind them. That is bow number 1 from Riverside. That's Alexis Belikovsky, as well as Tina Vandersteel. This year, racing as a true double. Last year, Alexis had a stowaway, Paul, in her tummy. Now Paul joins Papa Igor as a fan. So this is bow number 1 through the Weeks Bridge, and right behind them, 2 boats neck and neck. It looks like bow 3 has made a move on bow 2. We don't know which one is past who. So on the Cambridge side, that is bow number 3, Vesper. They have made the pass on bow number 2. That's the Cambridge boat. That Vesper boat with Lindsay Meyer and Ellen St. Clair have passed Jennifer Sacchetti and Molly Scannell. And coming under the Weeks Bridge right now is bow number 4 from the Cambridge Boat Club. That's Bethany Grant and Christine Collins. And coming out of the Weeks Footbridge,
That's kind of like Chris Collins. She was always then 6 is the red.
in this red, that's from Potomac. That's the Washington, D.C. entry. Erica, Steve Caldwell, and Charlotte Hollings in the red jerseys. And then the bright green boat right behind them is bow number 5. That's the Dansk Studenters Rowclub from Copenhagen. That's Asta Olgin Nielsen and Karen Leth Jensen. That's the Dansk Studenters Rowclub.
Charlotte Hollings in this boat won the 50-year-old single here last year. In the 50-year-old single this year, she's gone to the double.
So Charlotte and her husband John run Calm Waters Rowing in Lancaster, Virginia. Erica's been sculling with Potomac Club since 2013. This is boat 6 coming in front of Weld Boathouse right now. Looking very strong. We got 3 boats coming under the Weld, right under the Weeks Footbridge right now. 2 are taking a very wide line over on the Cambridge side. And in the middle there, it looks like we've got boat number 10 making a big move. That's the San Diego Rowing Club, Marnie Josted and Marika Page. And there on the left side there, we've got from Minneapolis Rowing Club, Gary Kubasek and Catherine Rosso Recker.
11 is the green.
And in the bright green, that's bow number 11. That's the Greenwich crew from Coscob, Connecticut. That's Kristen Erickson and Katie LaDuca. They're in the green.
The yellow boat behind them.
And then the yellow shell behind them is bow number 8, so they've been passed. That's the Union Boat Club from Boston. That's Carly Schmidt and Tara Murphy. And behind them is bow number 12 from Riverside and Vesper. That's Megan Brundage and Melissa Hilton. And then bow 13 right behind them from the Cambridge Boat Club. That's Yvette Martz and Roberta Turi-Vise. So we're doing a little bit of, we're just missing bow 14. We have not seen them yet in this particular race.
Sometimes they don't start it. Sometimes they miss the star or get caught up in traffic.
And that might be because they get caught in traffic on the way out or they just missed their start. But it looks like if we don't see bow 14, that may be all of the competitors in event 17. Again, that's women's master doubles. Our next event, which is event number 18, that's women's senior master doubles. This is 50 plus. That race started at 11:58, approximately 5 minutes ago. I said we're waiting for bow 14. My guess is this is bow 14 now approaching the Weeks footbridge. We'll confirm that momentarily. But here's a little information about event 18, which will be coming through momentarily. Bow 1 from Sarasota crew led this pack in 2018. Will be looking to hold on to that position. Perennial favorites Mary Mazio and Cindy Mathis from Cambridge Boat Club will be in bow 3 and will be trying to get back on that podium. A deep field, there are many potential upsets in this event, so have an eye out for the Dutch in bow 16, the Canadians in bow 9, and of course the Brits in bow 24. And coming under the Weeks footbridge, again, this is for women's masters doubles race. It's bow 7. We did not even anticipate them. We thought they already went through. That's bow 7. That's the Prince William boat from Lake Ridge, Virginia. That's Stephanie Lewis Vance and Tasha Hill. The double represents the diversity and community that is the heart and soul of the Prince William Rowing Club. They've competed and placed in multiple regattas throughout Virginia and D.C. area. Stroke Seat is a special needs educator in Prince William, and Bow Seat works for the Defense Department. This is the first time rowing in the regatta. Everybody over in Weld, give them a big cheer. This is their first time out here. Good job. And we have another boat coming underneath the Weeks footbridge, we believe also from this race. Again, the race that is currently on the river is women's masters doubles. And if this could be our last competitor. This is bow 14 from Omaha, Nebraska. This is Catherine Sorelli Irvin and Nicole DeRosa. Midwestern New Englanders. Both of these ladies have rowing homes in Omaha and New England. Omaha is a special place to connect to the rowing community. This will be their second time rowing on the Charles, all the way from Omaha, Nebraska. Everybody, let's hear it for Catherine Sorella Irvin and Nicole DeRosa. And that will conclude the women's masters doubles. Women's senior masters doubles should be showing up very shortly.
Almost lost the pen. Start them early so that they can get a little bit better water. Usually water's better in the morning.
Brooks Brothers is proud to celebrate their 10th consecutive year as the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Visit us at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and the Weld Exhibition all weekend, as well as our Newbury Street a pop-up store here in Boston to shop the limited edition Brooks Brothers Head of the Charles collection. We're all very appreciative of Brooks Brothers and these lovely jackets that they have given to all the volunteers. Thank you, Brooks Brothers. The Head of the Charles Regatta is proud to have Cliff Bar as a supporter in the 2019 regatta. Cliff Bar, nutrition of sustained energy, fuels athletes mile after mile as they row down the course. Visit the Cliff Bar Pavilion at the Attager Row for samples, coffee, and more. Thank you, Cliff. And as we get ready for our next event, we look like we have our first boat coming through. This is Women's Senior Masters doubles, and we have our first boats coming under the Weeks footbridge. We have a total of 31 competitors in this race. And it looks like we may have our top 3 boats coming through right now. We'll get a spot on that right away. And coming through first is indeed bow number 1. That's the Sarasota crew from Osprey, Florida. That's Ann Marichal and Karen Wygant, followed by bow number 2 from Toronto Sculling. And then right behind them is the Cambridge Boat Club entry, Mary Mazio and Cindy Mathis. That bow number 2, that's got Tracy Black and Norma Wilkie in there. Norma and Tracy are competing the second time in the event, looking to take first this year. They got some ground to make up on bow number 1. Looks like they're pretty evenly spaced here. Looks like bow number 1 has a little bit of an advantage over bow number 2 and 3. And coming under the Weeks footbridge, and with open water in front of them is bow number 4. That's the Lincoln Park Boat Club, as well as the RV Isterlinz. That's Fran Toots from U.S. and Ingo Steckel from Austria. And then we've got a number of boats coming through Weeks right now, led out by bow number 5. That's the Münchener, that's the Munich Bayern boat, followed by bow number 6. That's the Marin boat. And then bow number 9 making a big move. That's George and Bay from Midland, Ontario, Canada. That's Diane Barr and Catherine Barr McGill. And then bow number 7 behind them, that's the Green Mountain boat from South Burlington, Vermont. That's Lynn Graves and Meredith Breland. Behind bow number 7, that's bow number 8. That's the SAC Bowl from Gold River, California. That's Maureen Lamb and Christine Flowers. Maureen and Christine have been racing in a double together, representing the CSUS Aquatic Center for the past 3 years and enjoying the challenge of the Head of the Charles presents. Yeah, we already read them, yeah. 7, 8, and then probably 10. Emerging out of the Weeks footbridge and in front of the Reunion Village, that is bow number 10 from Minneapolis Rowing Club. That's Jill Cooper and Christina Lund. They train on the Mississippi and have been competing at the Head of the Charles for over 20 years in every type of boat. taking a very wide line out of Weeks is bound number 14, making a really strong move from both the Dallas Club and the Minneapolis Rowing Club. That's Chris Miller and Gina Tomasecki. And that's going to cost them some time with that wide move out there, but it looks like they've corrected and are trying to come a little bit straighter towards the Anderson Bridge. Behind them is bound number 13 from the Cambridge Boat Club. That's Mary Farrell and Louise Makosak. Both Louise and Mary love to scull in the Charles. They're very happy to be rowing in the doubles this year. Behind them is bound number 15 from Saratoga and Station L in Portland, Oregon. That's Carol Fisher and Dorothy Atwood. And then closest to the Cambridge side, that looks like bound number 11 from Fairmont. That's Barbara Hogan and Sarah Sargent. And close right behind them is bound number 12, trying to make a move from Narragansett. That's out of Providence, Rhode Island. That's Joan Martin and Dawn Nardone. Dawn and Joan decided to try doubles together. This is their second time rowing on the Charles. We've got 4 boats coming through the Weeks and leading out. The numbers moved a little bit. We're having a hard time seeing, but it does look like it's bound number 16 from Amsterdam, the De Hoop boat. That's Marianne de Jong and Els van Dam. And then closest to Reunion Village, that's bound number 19. Really strong line. Not surprising, local knowledge from the Cambridge Boat Club. Lisa Pierce and Betsy Haling, both 60 years old. Bow 17 and 18, right neck and neck. That's Sammamish Rowing Association, Ann Creighton and Marie Rinta-Pinto, followed by number 18. That's BIAC from Redwood City, California, Heidi Schley and Renata Perry. And then trailing them closest to the Boston side is bound number 22. That's a Marin boat from Greenbrae, California. That's Christina Botani and Liz Thorin. Christina and Liz are coached by Elle Tomic and Kristen Hedstrom and are thrilled to be racing in doubles at the head of the Charles after years of sweep competition. There's a lot of open water between these competitors and the competitors that are now coming under the Weeks footbridge. And the first boat closest to the Cambridge side is bound number 23 from Maritime Rowing Club in East Norwalk, Connecticut. That's Heidi Johnson and Jessica Sherman, followed by bound number 21, Cambridge in open water. That's Julie Moore and Ellen Hansen. And they're followed by bound number 20 from Potomac, Gail Eddy and Deborah Charles Chisholm. Just now exiting the Weeks footbridge from the Thames in London. That's the Walton boat. That's Carol Cornell and Ann Hodkin. Carol's rowed for over 35 years and raced many national and international events and winning 19 medals as a Masters. Coming under the Weeks footbridge, there's a few boats here. Bow 27's first one through. That's from Potomac. Linda Porter and Jane Lytle. Bound number 25 taking a very wide line close to the Cambridge side. That's from Albany Rowing Club, Ann Murphy and Louise Farrell. And in the red and white jerseys, that's from the Occoquan Fair Station, Virginia Club, Gabriella Kolosik and Karen Udler. And again, taking another wide line, coming out of Weeks, is bound number 29 from Baltimore. That's Paula Cron Merkel and Emily Erbeling. Bow 30 taking a very, very wide line. They're from Lake Washington as well as Martha's Moms out of Seattle, Washington. That's Tori Laughlin Taylor and Marcy Hefferman. And then in the red boat on the Boston side, that's bound number 26. That's from entries from Italy as well as the Union Boat Club. It's Pamela Chang and Asia Rosati from Italy. This is this turn coming out of Weeks is a pretty important turn, Don. Right? Why is it so important?
Well, it's halfway through the race, and it also has the opportunity to set it up depending on who you're passing. If you get on you might get caught, have to go to the outside. That can be very costly because the turn is quite sharp. So if you find yourself on the Cambridge side of that turn, you can add some distance to your course, which may slow your momentum. The best turns tend to be set up before you get to Weeks Bridge, and then turn tight to the abutment that's in the arch on the Boston side.
And you just saw that technique being displayed by the boat that just came through the Weeks footbridge. I think that was actually a very good turn coming into the Weeks footbridge. And this is bow 30. There's only 31 competitors, so it's bow something. We'll get you the bow. It looks like it is bow 31. That's North Palm Beach and the Treasure Coast boat. That's Linda Merck Gold and Leslie Freed. Linda and Leslie have rowed together since 2009 when they won the lightweight women's doubles at the U.S. Rowing Masters National. They've raced to the head of the Charles in their singles as well as women's doubles, and mixed fours. Leslie placed second in her singles race. Linda won 2 golds in the Masters Championships in Bled, Slovenia in 2017. That is the end of this particular race. I think we've got all of our competitors. That's event 18, Women's Senior Masters Doubles. Our next event is Men's Masters Singles. We've got 21 competitors. They have to all be 30 plus. This race will be one to watch as Brendan McEwen will look to hold bow number 1. But where's Dave? Local sweetheart Dave Ringham will be in bow 2, breathing down McEwen's neck. Bow 3, Nathaniel Kelly is a self-proclaimed huge Brendan McEwen fan, so who knows what his true motivation will actually be. No questions that bow 4, former head of the Charles Regatta Director of Operations, Lightweight and Model, will be motivated by treats and snoozing. Have an eye out for John Hoopy of the Big Easy in bow 8. And don't discount Jero Minberg in bow 12 or Chris Dyke in bow 17. This is men's master singles, and we're going to be looking for Where's Dave. Which Concept 2 oar is right for you? Learn more about the best match for your crew. Visit the Concept 2 Net tent located next to Hudson Boat Works. Concept 2 is the official oar and erg supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Thank you, Delta Airlines, for being the official airline of the Head of the Charles Regatta and presenting sponsor of the Reunion Village venue. Easy Dock is proud to be the official dock supplier and official sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. We'd like to welcome every crew team to this year's event and invite you to visit the Easy Dock booth to see our low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community. It looks like everyone's having a great time over at the Geico booth at the Weld exhibition venue. Stop by and see for yourself. Geico, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Thank you to our partner, Gentle Giant Moving Company. Gentle Giant is the secret force behind regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring, so stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more. Harvard Pilgrim is proud to be the official healthcare services provider of the Head of the Charles Regatta. When you get Harvard Pilgrim, you get more than a health plan. You get a partner on your journey to better health. Bring your partner with you to the Happy Zone over at the Harvard Pilgrim pop-up tent by the Weld Boathouse. Get healthy, get happy, get there with Harvard Pilgrim. And here we have our first competitors coming under the footbridge, under the week's footbridge. Again, this is men's master singles. This is event number 19.
I'll spell you for a minute. Okay.
And now let's turn it over, ladies and gentlemen, to Don Vogel.
Dave Vogel. That's okay.
Dave Vogel.
Sorry, Charlie.
Calling you Don.
Yeah, all right.
All right. Bow 1, followed by bow 2, followed by 3 and 4.
So we have a order being maintained here in the 30-plus men's Masters single. It is Brendan McEwen leading, rowing out of UCLA. This is his 16th year in a row racing at the Head of the Charles. He has won 3 times here. Previously, when he was young, he raced on the junior and under 23 teams. Right behind him, from Red Cedar, is Dave Ringham. Bow number 3. A little bit farther behind bow 2 is Nathaniel Kelly. This is his 15th Head of the Charles in a row. Previous record holder in the double. Brendan McEwen is bow 4. Looks like maybe bow 2 pressing on bow 1, while bow 4 pushes up on bow 3. And bow 5. So there hasn't been an awful lot of movement among the top singles in this event. They earned their spot by placing in the top 5 last year, and they're back racing again. It's Jeff Toto out of Union Boat Club, English teacher and rowing coach at BC High. So the top 5 going through Anderson Bridge on virtually a perfect line. Really kind of holding serve. Bow 7 from Middlebury, Vermont is Richard Connell. Rode with Middlebury College crew. That's our first passing out of order sculler.
11 and then 8. 11 on the Boston side, 8 on the Cambridge side.
Meanwhile, coming through Elliott Bridge on the Boston side, we have bow 11. That is Cody Lowry from Undine. And then bow 8 following bow 11, that is John Huppy from New Orleans, Louisiana.
Bow 9 coming out of Weeks. Bow 9.
Coming out of Weeks Bridge now, bow 9, David Mercanti out of Fairmont Boat Club in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Bow 12, one of our international entrants. That's Gero Mimberg from Germany. He rows with RV Kreuzgasse out of Cologne, Germany. He has medals at the head of the Charles Regatta in 1999, 2015, and 2016, and multiple appearances in World Championships and German Championships.
On the Cambridge side, 10 in the middle, 6, and then 16 on the Boston side.
On the Cambridge side, we have bow 10. That's Michael Cannon from Great Britain, rowing with Vesta.
6 in the middle, and then 16 on the Boston.
In the middle, we have bow number 6. That is from Nashaquista, Scott Stewart. And then bow 16 has moved up quite a bit. That's Christopher Storm, rowing for Union. He's previously raced here in the champ doubles and the masters doubles. And before that, in the lightweight single. Bow 14, John McLaughlin from Nashville, Tennessee. Been rowing since college. And he's done well at the men's doubles and quads in the FISA World Regattas.
Bright yellow hat is bow 18.
With the bright yellow hat, we have bow 18, Tom Austin from Fairmont Rowing Club in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, an alumnus of Northeastern University, and a Fairmont and Union Boat Club member.
And then in the red boat, bow 17.
Bow 17 in the red boat, Chris Dyke from Riverside.
Behind him, bow 15 in the blue jersey.
In the blue jersey, bow number 15 from Nashville, Tennessee, is Jordan Pollock, a Delta Airlines captain, one of the sponsors of the head of the Charles Regatta. Delta Airlines, the official airlines of the head of the Charles Regatta. Jordan started rowing after college. He's competed in the Southeast at the head of the Hooch and at the Masters Worlds.
We got bow 13 here. The guy with no hair and no hat.
Bow number 13, Cambridge 99. That's from Cambridge, England. A British entry. That's Francisco Duarte. Yeah, Francisco right here in front of Weld Boathouse now. He won a sculling regatta the first time he competed. Won the head of the cam last season in 2 different categories. And he's also a certified sliding seat coach and has coached adaptive rowing. He likes the single because he doesn't like to be told what to do.
Bow 19 right here with open water.
Bow 19. Another Union Boat Club member from Boston, Mass. That's Dan Krukmalnik. He ran track at Newton North and at Harvard. He lives in Newton. He says his sons are hoping he doesn't come in last.
Bow 20 and 21. The next 2 boats.
Bow 20 from China. That is the Shanghai Boat Club. Jiling Ku, 5 years rowing a single. He attended Japan Tata regattas 2 times and Hong Kong International Regatta 3 times. Another one of our international competitors. And behind him, bow 21 from Wilmington, Delaware, Steve Aller, who started sculling at the Thames Rowing Club in UK in 1994. His wife is a former Princeton rower, and he currently rows, splitting his time between Wilmington and University Barge in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That should wrap up the 30-year-old men's singles. The next race is event number 20 is the men's senior masters singles. Senior masters means 40 to 49-year-old age group. This event features an all-star lineup, and at the head of that pack is Jamie Coven, former world champion in 1997. He won the world championships in the single. Fresh off a monster victory at the head of the Housatonic last week, Jamie appears, as always, to be in fantastic shape. Mike Savigny, rowing with bow 13, specially motivated with his newborn's first head of the Charles this year, coming to watch Papa. Similarly, this is Igor Belikovsky's first head of the Charles as a dad, rowing in bow 23. Others to keep your eye on in the event number 20 men's senior master singles include Shane Madden in bow 2, who at just a ripe young age of 40 is the newcomer to this group, and Eric Breland in bow number 8.
World champion.
That was bow 1 coming underneath the bridge right now.
At age 38, he's still trying out for the Olympic Games.
Bow 2 is behind him.
Well, as expected, rowing at 32 strokes a minute. Very powerful, long strokes. Former world champion, Olympic team member, and perennial ergometer monster Jamie Coven leading the pack with bow number 1, followed by bow number 2. That is Shane Madden from Undine. Bow 3, Jake Watkins from Maritime. And then bow 4, Dave Deschaines, also unaffiliated. Bow 5 from Holyoke Rose, Zachary DePace. Greg Meyer, bow number 6, rowing for Cambridge. He has competed at the head of the Charles since 1987 and was captain of the Wisconsin crew in 1992.
5 boats taking a little bit of a wide turn versus the 6.
Oh, 6. And
5 here, and you got both.
yeah,
Bow 7 is just clearing weeks.
Coming out of weeks, still maintaining serve in terms of holding their position. Willie Castle out of Cambridge Boat Club, another longtime sculler out of the New London area, New London, Connecticut.
And then 8 and 9.
Bow 8 is from Green Mountain. That's Eric Breland. He coaches at Craftsbury. He's president of Green Mountain Rowing. He works for Concept 2. Oh, his wife works for Concept 2. They have 2 young girls, Elsa and Margot.
then we got 9. Yeah.
Bow number 9 is Alistair Adam from Union Boat Club. third successive year in this event. Says he's trying not to hit any bridges this year. Not sure if that means he hit bridges last year.
11 and then 10.
Our first pass in the regatta in this event, we've got bow 11 Paul Fitzgerald from Riverfront Recapture, a Boston College graduate, has passed Andrew Bellerby from Dawn Rowing up in Canada.
And then 12 and 13.
12 is Kevin Dutt from CRI. Right behind them, he's a former cyclist who took up rowing in 2011. And then we have Michael Savigny, bow number 13, rowing for Beat Cancer Boat Club. He's welcoming his first newborn to the head of the Charles Regatta. Michael, a perennial at national team trials in the single.
Coming under weeks, 15 is passing 14 on the inside. They have a little dust up there.
Okay, bow 15 just having passed bow 14. That's Anthony Falds from Lake Union in Seattle, Washington. And bow 14, Paul Canestraro from Riverside Boat Club, a Massachusetts native, currently living in Cambridge. This is his 8th head of the Charles Regatta. First time as a member of the Riverside Boat Club.
18 has passed both 17 and 16, so it's 18, 17, and then 16.
So we have Albert Meyer in bow 18 having made a couple of passes. Another international from Ireland, a 25-time Irish champion, a 3-time winner at Henley Royal Regatta, and previously third in the championship single at the head of the Charles all the way back in 2003. He has passed both 17, Stephen Titus from Potomac, and 16, Till Andreessen from Great Britain.
Will be the next boat.
So
Underneath
we've got
this is 15, 14, 18, 17, 16. 18 here, 17, and 16.
So here we have Albert Meyer right in front of Weld Boathouse now in the yellow boat. Bow number 18. Having passed the Potomac entry as well as the Thames Boat Club in Great Britain.
22 is open water in front of us here.
And this pack, in competing with one another, have opened up a bit of a gap all the way back to bow number 22. Julio Sanchez from Argentina, a World Master champion in the Single A at Sarasota last year. Second at Canadian Henley Masters in 2018. And even a 2015 Head of the Hooch winner in the Masters single.
21, 23, 20.
Then we have bow 21, Daniel Ellis. And bow 23, Igor Belakovsky from Riverside. And then bow 20, Maine Rowings Association, Marek Skakel, a rower from the Czech Republic, currently living and training in Bangor, Maine.
Then we got 26 that has cleared the Weeks Bridge.
Okay. Yeah, we can wait until that one out in the middle is the open.
Bow 26, a little bit out there on his own in open water. From Lincoln Park Boat Club is Ned Carman. This is his 11th head of the Charles Regatta. I guess he's kind of a rookie. New York AC, bow number 25, Greg McClure in the lead of this pack. On the Boston side, Yuri Federer from Carolina Masters. 27 is Thomas Keister from Riverside. Over on the Cambridge side, bow 19, and that's Clark Berry from Fulham Reach in Great Britain. Bow 30 is Ken Itrato from Cambridge Boat Club, former rower at Phillips Exeter, Cornell, and Potomac Boat Club. Behind him from Detroit Boat Club is Michael Desi. Bow 31 from Quinsigamon Rowing Club, just west of here at Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, is Eric Wilhelm. On the Cambridge side, bow number 24, Reuben Perrin from Kansas City Boat Club. He rowed for Andover back in the late 80s. Bow 33 is Sean Casavecchia from Lincoln Park Boat Club. A member, rowed at BU in 2002. And on the Cambridge side, Doug Rourke of Georgian Bay, a Canadian entry. Less than a year following brain surgery to remove a cancerous tumor, he's back rowing with his goal to medal in every event that he's ever competed in. He has two left, the Charles being one where he hasn't got a medal yet. That's why he's here. Well, that seems to be it for race event number 20. Up next is the women's Masters single, age 30 plus.
Hudson is the official gold boat builder for the Head of the Charles, hosting close to 100 crews, including many of the world's best rowers in the Shark Zone. Located directly beside the main Expo tent, C.O. Hudson is pushing the pace of higher performance rowing. Visit the Hunter-powered by Zappos experience at Attinger Row this weekend to experience the best of fall, including spice snacks, car sing-alongs, and Hunter's original and refined collection. That's Hunter Boots. Get your official Head of the Charles Regatta racing gear at JL Racing Tent. It's only available for a limited time, so head on over to the JL tent before it sells out. As the official sponsor of the U.S. national team, JL Racing is committed to expanding access to and supporting the sport of rowing. Come talk to our team today at our special custom tent to see what they can do for you this season. La Croix Sparkling Water is the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to Attinger Row Rowing and Fitness Expo to try one of their many zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters. Nielsen Kellerman is the global leader in rowing performance electronics. Visit NK's Head of the Charles booth to experience our latest offerings. NK Link Logbook Team, Coxbox GPS, and Coxbox Core, and of course the rest of our connected ecosystem of products and services. We wish all the crews racing this weekend good luck. Pete's Iced Espresso is proud to be an official patron of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Pete's Iced Espresso is blended with a carefully sourced quality ingredients, delivering the perfect coffee-forward pick-me-up. Grab your free sample at the Pete's Iced Espresso tent located at the Weld exhibition. Our next event 21, Women's Masters Singles. 2018 winner returns from Cologne, Germany to hold on the international gold. Bow 6 hails from Australia and will be looking to unseat the current leader, but also keep an eye out on Alex Bailey in Bow 11, as well as Corliss Gross in Bow 18. And emerging from the week's footbridge is Bow 2. Laura Corbett has made the pass from the Sarasota crew in Osprey, Florida. Laura Corbett seems to have made a huge move here. And Bow 5 from the Cascadilla in Ithaca, New York, that's Emily Rocket, and her name and her performance are in sync. Emily Rocket flying through the field. Behind her, Bow 6, that's from the Mosman Group in Sydney, North South Wales. That's Wendy Miller from Australia. Wendy Miller in Bow number 6. And behind them is Bow 4 from Maine Rowing Association. It's in South China, Maine. That's Allison Chase. Allison Chase in Bow number 4. And Bow number 3, that's from White Marsh Boat Club, and that's Conshohocken and Jessica McLear in Bow number 3. Bow number 8 behind her, Bow number 8, that's from the Albany Rowing Club. That's Rebecca Clark in Bow number 8. Coming under weeks. And Bow 11 also making a big move. That's Alexandra Bailey. We told you to be on the lookout for her from Riverside Boat Club. She's just coming under Weeks Bridge. She's already made the pass on Allison Mueller from Carnegie Lake in Princeton, New Jersey. Coming under Weeks Bridge right now is Bow number 9 from Riverfront Recapture. That's Laura Christoph from Hartford, Connecticut. Taking a wide line out of Weeks is Bow number 12. That's the White Marsh Boat Club. That's Laura Roberts. Another Conshohocken, Pennsylvania entry. We got a few boats coming under Weeks right now. Led by Bow number 14 from Alexandria. That's Lori Criado. Laura Criado from Alexandria, Virginia. Followed closely behind by the Potomac entry. That's Samantha Houston. Samantha Houston's excited to be back here. And then behind her, Bow number 17 making a move. My apologies, Bow 7. That's from Park City. That's Holiday, Utah. That's Cassandra Stockholm. Bow 18 has made a move here from Cambridge Boat Club. That's Corliss Gross. Just married. Congratulations. This will be your first trip down the course as a married woman. Happy to be in her 30s and in the Masters category. Congratulations on your recent nuptials. You can see how these wide lines are really a problem. Now Bow 17 is coming through. This is a Boulder, Colorado entry. This is Catherine Walker. Catherine Walker in Bow number 17, emerging from the Weeks Footbridge. Coming under Weeks Footbridge in the red boat right now is Bow number 13 from Community Rowing here in Brighton, Mass. That's Caitlin Barrett. Caitlin started sculling about 3.5 years ago at CRI and loves being part of the rowing community here on the Charles River. Still looking for Bow number 16, Bow at number 19. Bow 16 coming under now. That's from Scotia, New York, from the Aqueduct Club. That's Kelly Lashinsky. Kelly is the seventh time participating in the head of the Charles and third time as a sculler. So just waiting for one more boat to come through. It looks like it would be the Riverfront Recapture boat, Bow number 19. That would be Sandra Fair. We're just waiting for her. And this might be her approaching Weeks at this point in time. And we've got a confirmation from the Riverfront Recapture in Hartford, Connecticut. That is indeed Sandra Fair in Bow number 19. Notable victories including she won a wing eating contest. getting married to the love of her life outdoors in Vermont this past January without getting hypothermia. Consistently beating the GPS projected arrival times at least 5 minutes and providing her Greyhound and Great Dane with a posh lifestyle they deserve. Oh, and she also rose. All right, we want her to beat her GPS here by 5 minutes today, so let's root her on, ladies and gentlemen. That is Sandra Fair from Riverfront Recapture. Let's hear it for her.
Sometimes that's all you got.
That's all you got. That's all you got. That's all you got. Let's talk about our next event, Event 22. It's Event 22 in your books. This is Women's Senior Masters Singles. This race kicked off at 12:47, approximately 6 minutes ago. Course record, Margarita Jacobson, or Zeza. Back in 2003, there are just 17 competitors. Shannon Kaplan leads the field in bow 1, boasting 6 head of the Charles Regatta wins. Sherry Klein and Catherine Infantino in bows 2 and 3, respectively, will be looking to take home gold. Have an eye out for a long time head of the Charles Regatta Volunteers, Molly Watkins, in bow 7. Lauren Scheffner in bow 10. And Alice Taggart in bow 13. Chandra McCarthy in bow 15 is celebrating her 25th rowing anniversary. This is Event 22, Women's Senior Masters Singles. 2003. Black jacket and this red jacket.
Does that mean your black hat kind of
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just swoop in.
They should have white jacket.
You tell us to
Fred probably
do a better job. Do a better job. Do a better job, volunteer.
Yeah, it's like pull harder.
Come on, go. What's wrong with you?
All you need to know.
Announce better. Announce your words better, mister.
Yeah.
Does Fred have a white jacket?
Oh yeah, exactly. With a, it comes with a little halo on top.
Yeah. Ready.
See, is it going good? How's it
What
going?
year? Yeah, it's pretty good.
Still fine.
Yeah.
What year did
I kept on calling him Don. Now I've got it figured out because it's actually written on his shirt, Dave.
Yeah, that helps.
It took me a while
Okay, all right.
reading.
Yeah.
It's reading. It's all about reading. It's
No,
fundamental.
some training
It's
in that.
fundamental. Reading is fundamental.
You know, that results because
Guys got the,
did you say Zeza? What year did she say?
2003.
2003. Because she won today, I think, in the one of the senior veterans. No, veteran.
right, yeah.
She
She's
was a
moved
veteran,
up.
didn't
Yeah,
she?
probably. Very. She's still really fast. As is her husband.
Yeah, she won the veteran. Imagine that. That means she's over 60,
Yeah, yeah. She still goes fast.
and she won by 50 seconds.
Oh my
Better part of a minute.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's still her and her husband Carl. It's still both ridiculously.
Yeah, they are crazy fast.
Yeah.
That's what happens if you're insane and you never actually give up rowing.
Right, exactly. Indeed.
That's not really a measure of athleticism. It's a measure of insanity.
Right.
Well, most things are, right? These people are, they're not naturally born this way. Some may have some philosophical, some physiological advantages, but most of it is just crazy work. This is Event 22, Women's Single Masters Singles, Women's Senior Masters Singles, and bow number 1 coming underneath the Weeks Footbridge is Shannon Kaplan. Bow number 1 from Vesper. This is Shannon's 14th head of the Charles. This is one of her favorite regattas all year. She's won 6 times. It looks like she's out to a really good start here today. This is Shannon Kaplan in bow number 1. And making a very nice turn underneath the footbridge is bow number 2 from Long Beach. This is Sherry Klein. She's a former lightweight national teamer who won gold in lightweight fours in 1999. Shannon Kaplan's has got a fairly a decent lead here. Bow 3 and bow 4 are coming right under Weeks Bridge now. From bow 3, that's Catherine Infantino from Union, and Rachel Perry from the Dolphin Club in San Francisco, California. And she's taking a very wide turn here, bow number 4. It's going to cost her a little bit of time. She's rowing at 33.5 strokes a minute, but she's also doing it, taking the longer route to do it. My apologies. Bow number 1 is rowing at 33 strokes per minute. Coming through smooth and heading towards the Anderson Bridge. So right now, everyone holding serve with respect to their positioning. In the blue shell is bow number 5. That's from Merrimack Club in Lowell, Massachusetts. That's Erin Lamond. Bow 7 has made the pass. That is Molly Watkins. We told you to be on the lookout for her from Cambridge Boat Club. She's made a pass on Jennifer Figueroa out of the Gainesville area rowing from Gainesville, Florida. So just one pass so far, and that was bow 7, Molly Watkins, making that move on bow number 6. Also looking very strong. Good line as they approach the bow 13. That's Alice Taggart. We also said Alice is a longtime volunteer and knows this river well out of the Union Club. That's Alice Taggart. And then behind her is bow 11. That's Anja Flangers from Orleans, Massachusetts. She's a former head of the Charles Masters single winner. Bow 10 behind her from Community Rowing in Brighton. That's Lauren Scheffner. And then taking a wide turn out of South China, Maine, that's Bajana Baratic. Bajana Baratic in bow number 9. And then on the inside, that's bow 8, close to the Boston side. That's Samantha Karasik. On the on the Cambridge side, we have bow 14 from Winnipeg. That's Sheila Wilson Coal. And in the yellow boat, we've got bow number 15. That is Chandra McCarthy out of Union as well. This is Chandra McCarthy. This is her 25th year of rowing. Congratulations. Now coming through Weeks Bridge from Putney Rowing Club in Putney, Vermont, that's Kristen Dolly in bow number 12. Again, taking a very wide turn. Looks like she's making the correction. So, Dave, has the wind picked up a little bit?
So, yeah, I do think it has a little bit. It's been up and down some today, but clearly there's a little bit of a breeze, headwind in this stretch of the river, and that could be a different direction because the river turns almost 90 degrees just right up here at Weeks Bridge. But I think through this stretch, the athletes are going to be fighting both their competitors as well as a little bit of that push of the headwind. Makes it feel a little heavier. Probably favors some people who like headwinds.
And if you can see what's about to approach the Anderson Bridge here, we have 4 competitors all vying for a small space coming through the central arch. And here's bow 12 coming in front of Weld. We've already told you that's Kristen Dolly. And behind her, that's bow number 17. That's from Dallas, Texas. That's Amy Molinar. Amy Molinar She's raced the head of the Charles a few times in the single in the late 90s and early 2000s. She's really recently raced a few times in 40-plus doubles. And behind Amy... 17 then 16, sorry. And behind Amy is Karen Antos from East Bay Rowing in Barrington, Rhode Island. And that looks like all of our competitors here in the women's senior master singles. Dave, we've got one of our really exciting races coming up, or a couple of our exciting races. The alumni races are coming up. I love the alumni eights. 52 competitors in the alumni eights. Is there any boat that you're rooting for in particular?
No. I'm totally impartial. A lot of these alumni eights they invented this, I think, because there were so many alumni eights in the Masters and every other category. They decided that they would make up this category, and I see that BMA Boat Club has the course record set in 2017. I guess I have to go with Blue Cheese since I probably have some coaching affiliation with those Yale guys. And it's a pretty good name. I like Blue Cheese. That's a good name for the Yale alumni.
Great. Dave is going to be spotting on this thing, and I'm going to do my best to yell and scream and get everybody excited. Because that's what we want to do here at the head of the Charles Regatta, yell and scream and get excited.
Oh, wow. These are all young guys. I mean, 2016. Oh, yeah.
So the BMA crew from Cornell, as ever the favorite for this event, will be looking to hold on to the top position. The Fat Cats in bow 3 will be looking to clinch the top spot, but they'll have to make it through the hottest thing on water, and that's bow number 2 from Michigan. The Virginia alumni are in bow number 9 and back in town, and they're looking for trouble. Bow 51 of Isla Vista loves big regattas, but more importantly, they love big regatta parties. Keep an eye out for plenty of loose interpretations of the rules, competitive streaks that vastly outstrip cardiovascular capacity, and unisuits that used to fit better than in the old days. This is men's alumni 8, so for all the alumni that are over there at Reunion Village, make sure you get out there and yell and scream, as well as all the folks here on the Weld area. This race launched at 1:02 about 4 or 5 minutes ago. This is men's alumni 8s. Following this will be women's alumni 8s. Always fun to see these 8 boats go flying through the Weeks Footbridge on their way to Anderson. You couldn't have picked a better place to watch the head of the Charles Regatta.
I think all these Yale alumni boats are lightweights, as far as I can see. Linwood. Multiple. Gee whiz, they got multiple Yale old fellas. Oh my gosh, those are old fellas. Pat Perry, Chris Musto, Kyle. You actually know who they are? Oh, I know. Oh, I coached there for 30 years. Oh, so. I know that. Yeah, I mean, I did. Yeah. Pat was a captain of mine. Oh, okay. Chris, Kyle, I coached Kyle. Horn, I coached Dave. I coached Alex, Jim Bartuli, Stratton, Jordan. I coached all of them. Jordan was a gold medalist in the pair width in I don't know if you remember, 2000 or something like that.
That's probably the last year for Thomas Nets.
Yeah, they still do it in the off.
Right, right.
In the not Olympic.
Yeah.
Whatever when they don't Olympic.
Yeah.
But you're right. Talk about an awful boat to row.
No,
Now,
no.
And Jordan is not a big guy. I mean,
really?
he's, typically. I mean, he's not. You're bigger than he is.
Right.
He's
Oh, yeah.
not
That's
that big.
definitely big guys.
I mean, the guys who row the pair with him are usually like this,
Right.
not
You
so
have to
wide,
be.
right?
I know.
They're like the Abingdallies.
Right. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
they did really well. I don't know. I mean, but you know, once it stopped being an Olympic event, it stopped
Oh
having, stopped having a draw. I mean, not so. You know, it's kind of interesting because there's so many countries that you know only really care about Olympic events, and so. You know, what used to be a fantastic event in terms of big guys and just slugging it out, slow as could be. All of a sudden, it was like the only people who wanted to show up were the teams that like to go full teams, like the U.S. Great Britain would throw in, some sort of development team.
Right.
Pretty much development teams. I'm not sure what you were developing other than hard games.
We're waiting for event 23 to come through here, the week's footbridge. Event 23 is men's Alumni 8s. Course record set by BMA Boat Club. That's his Cornell alumni back in 2017. We have 52 competitors in this event. Should be some entertaining racing here on the Charles River today.
But then they didn't. That you know, we never really started doing that. So we would have been using the iPad if we'd been actually announcing off of the video. But for a variety of reasons, that just it seems like they just said no, just keep doing what you're doing. Because it's working out well enough.
Were we supposed to do something different?
Well, originally there was an idea that we were supposed to coordinate off of the iPad, but then
off the
video screen over here.
Whatever that's showing on the video.
Oh, okay.
But then they were, you know, they had some issues. They said there were different things going on, like you know, they were the splits they were showing, the live splits were like a full race behind. So
Really?
yeah, they were what they would do is they had on the screen they'd show us as people, you know. Change the order, but that fell behind really early, so you'd be seeing singles go behind, and they'd have an eights race, you know, up on the screen. So it wasn't as helpful because you could already look up the results if you wanted to. It was already over. So, and then we haven't really been doing anything that we've been doing. Charlie's done a lot of announcements.
I have,
a lot of
the vendor announcements.
Oh,
a lot of them.
That's always good.
Yeah, no,
a
lot of them.
Keep those guys happy.
Yeah.
For sure.
And so that's been filling the dead time.
Yeah.
But we haven't really done anything at all worrying about results. We figured people would probably figure that out.
Right. Yeah, I know. We've got.
And here we come with our first boats coming through. It looks this could be Big Red.
Well, they're all red, so
It's a big red boat, and there's a lot of red on the boat. We're going to guess it's the Big Red. Cornell blades.
Cornell uniforms, Cornell alumni.
It must be Cornell, ladies and gentlemen, and it is. This is bound number 1 coming through Weeks, but right behind them are the hottest thing on the water, we believe, because it looks like it's maize and blue, and that looks like bound number 2, making a huge move on Cornell. So it's Michigan Cornell with that Michigan boat doing a lovely job drafting that Cornell boat. The Wolverines are making a really serious move coming in on the inside of the Cornell boat.
Michigan trying to get the inside of the Elliott turn.
They're trying to get on the inside before they get over to Elliott. Trying to line themselves up after Anderson. And right behind them is the Fat Cat boat, bound number 3, just emerging from Weeks, but they're being pushed as well. It looks like they're being pushed. That looks like a purple boat, and that is bound number 4. That's UW alum. They're from Newton Center. But look at this boat here, this Michigan boat. Bow 5 now coming through. This is a Dartmouth boat from Evergreen. This is the Evergreen boat from Dartmouth. Michigan is looking really strong. BMA has got to start working hard. That's going to be an exciting race going down into the Elliott Bridge. And the top 5 boats have distinguished themselves from the rest of the field at this point in time. That UW boat is really pushing the Fat Cat boat. Evergreen holding their own. And is this a Yale boat coming through here, Dave? It is. It's a Yale lightweight boat. This is bound number 6. Yale lightweights. Go Eli's. But they're also being pushed very closely. Bow 7, the Butte boat coming right behind them. We don't know what their alumni affiliation is.
Looks like a bunch of Harvard guys looking at the blade.
Could be a bunch of Harvard guys out there. So they're also pushing that Yale boat. This could be a Harvard-Yale battle down here. Coming through, this looks like this would be the Navy boat with all the yellow. Blue and yellow, that's the Navy Blue and gold, that's the Navy Masters from Annapolis. It's alumni of the United States Naval Academy. And right behind them, that looks like a UVA boat with all the orange. And that is the Virginia alumni from Charlottesville, Virginia, in bound number 9. The boys are back in town and they're looking for trouble.
Charlie,
This morning when they played the national anthem, the Navy guys said they loved it when they play their school song.
Wonderful. Coming out of Weeks Bridge.
we got Columbia.
That's the Columbia boat. That's the 1754 boat. That's Columbia Lightweight alumni. And they are also being pressed. That looks like another, looks like a Delaware boat.
Boat 11.
Bow number 11, Delaware men's alum. So we don't see any passing yet. Everyone's holding their own, but all the places have remained. But I think you're right. Michigan looked like they were going to pass that Cornell boat, Dave. You are exactly correct.
Remains to be seen, but we'll probably catch it on the webcast. We got another Dartmouth boat here.
And here comes a Dartmouth boat. We got a little bit of a pass here. This is bound number 13, another Evergreen boat from Dartmouth. Looks like they passed bound number 12, which is now coming under the Weeks Bridge, we believe. That's bound number 12. That's the Virginia alumni.
Here comes 14 on the inside of
Bow 14. This is the Blue Cheese Rowing Club. Again, another Yale lightweight boat. They're making the inside pass on the Virginia boat, but they're also being pressed from behind by Bow 16. This is the Brown University alum. They are coming on fast. This is going to be interesting as they approach the Anderson Bridge. And then the Bow 15 is even behind them. That's the Purple Calf Boat Club from Pittsfield, Massachusetts. Probably that looks like Williams colors from Pittsfield, Mass. This Bow 18 now coming under Weeks. They're making a move. That's St. Joe's alumni. The Hawk will never die. They're just coming under right now. This is going to be interesting as they approach the Anderson Bridge with the Virginia boat. Bow 17 now coming under the Weeks Bridge from Williamstown, Massachusetts. That's the Chocolate Lab. This also looks like a Williams team. So you got the UVA boat. You've got the Blue Cheese boat here on the pass. This could be interesting approaching the Anderson Bridge. We'll see how this turns out. Who just came under? I didn't catch that.
Good question. If he knew how to put his number on, we could tell. Maybe 20.
Was it 22?
He doesn't know how to use safety pins. Probably needs to go back for his advanced degree.
We're still looking to figure out. This is 19 here. Bound 19 has now got clean water. That's another Blue Cheese boat. That's a Yale lightweight boat here. Dave wants to rescind their degree. Dave, I don't think we can do that. Dave. Bow 20. That's the Hobart alum from Geneva, New York. And they're followed closely behind on the Boston side by bow number 21. That's from Georgetown, from Washington, D.C. Bow 22 on the Cambridge side. That's the Crabtree boat from London. And then behind them is bow number 23. That's St. Joseph's Prep. Crew has alumni from St. Joe's Prep, the 2008, 10, and 12 varsity 8s. They could. Those are very young alum, I would say. They probably are still in college, but looking very strong out there. Looks like everyone got through Anderson on that last batch. Looks like they're all doing a good job spacing. We've got a couple more boats coming underneath the Weeks footbridge at this point in time. Bow number 24 now coming through, followed by bow number 25. Bow 24, that's the Friends of Worcester Polytech, and followed behind them by the MIT grad. They're out of West Newton. So we've got WPI and MIT. Which of those three letters will win? Looks like MIT's got a little bit of a jump on the WPI boat. Now we've got two boats coming under Weeks at the exact same time. One taking a very wide turn, getting a little close to that Princeton boat looked like it got a little too close. Bow 28 on the Boston side. That is the P150 alumni from Oyster Bay, New York. They're plucky and ready for fun, and that looks like a Princeton boat there that was on the outside. It's a Bucknell boat. Bucknell alumni in bow number 26. And then behind them is bow 27 from George Washington. That's George Washington out of Washington, D.C. A lot of exciting racing out there. We've got a little bit of clean water now before we get to our next boat as it approaches the Weeks footbridge. And it looks like we've got three boats about to come underneath Weeks. It looks like they're taking very wide turns there. Bow 30 is the first one through, making several passes. This is the BHRA boat. This is an alumni from Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, Scholastic Rowing. Behind them is bow 32, also making a huge move. This is Syracuse alum out of Poughkeepsie, New York. And then bow number 31, that's Ballona Creek Bandits out of Marina Del Rey. This is UCLA rowing alumni crew. They're taking the wide line as I look at this, right, Dave?
Yeah, that's the gentleman's turn.
That's the gentleman's turn. And then in a yellow boat right behind them is bow 35. So we're seeing some movement here later in the race here. That's the ex-Nemo. This is a Harvard heavyweight alumni in bow number 35, just emerging under the Weeks footbridge right now. And we're up here at the Weld Boathouse, and we are surrounded by Harvard alumni. So we know that when this Harvard boat goes by, there'll be a lot of cheering up here on the balcony. We hope. Now coming out of the Weeks footbridge is bound number 37. This is another Blue Star. This is a Blue Star boat, Newcastle, Northumberland, Great Britain. The Blue Star Club are delighted to be entering the second Alumni Men's 8 as the alumni club of one of the largest and most successful university rowing clubs. I told you, here comes the Harvard boat, and we hear a lot of yelling and screaming up here on the balcony. There you go. They're excited. The Blue Star Club. We've got three boats emerging out of Weeks, and the first one through all black.
This is definitely a Yale boat that's probably a little bit past their prime.
A Yale boat past their prime. What's our number on that first one there?
34.
That's bound number 34. This is the Yale Old Fellows. They're comprised of rowers from the 1994 era or thereabouts. And behind them in the yellow boat with the white jerseys. And their average age is 48 years old. Good job, guys. And in the yellow boat is bound number 33. That's the MHH Ramrod BC boat out of Cambridge, Mass. It looks like we got another. This looks like another Harvard boat.
Freshman Harvard Ramrod. This is bound number 36.
And bound number 36. This is the WAC alumni. These old geese are made up of former rowers from Washington College in Chesterton, Maryland. We have four boats now emerging out of the Weeks footbridge. And on the Boston side is bow number 39. Those are the Droogs. Bow 38 on the Cambridge side. That's from Marietta College.
Bow 43 over on the far side.
Bow 43, that's an old dog boat from New Haven, Connecticut, another Yale boat. And then on the Cambridge side is bow number 42. That's the Dragon Retirement Home out of New York, New York. Crew participants were elected the best looking in rowing history by popular vote in 2019. Granted, all of their wives are the ones that voted, and that was all. And they were the only, they came in first and last, ladies and gentlemen. So this group is coming under Anderson. Could be interesting, but it looks like they're all well spaced. Doesn't look like there's going to be a lot of rubbing coming through. And now we've got a large group coming through. The all-yellow jerseys. That looks like another Navy boat, if that could be bow 41, is it?
Yeah, I think they rode all the way from the. Where are they?
Is this the first?
41?
Is this 41 here, the first one?
I can't tell.
All right.
The bowman isn't rowing. I'm not sure what that means.
It looks like there's only 7 people rowing, but that is bow 41. It looks like the bowman has lost his oar.
44.
And bow 44 is behind them. That's Harvard alumni, bow 44.
47 is between the two. 44 is behind. 47.
Oh, 47 is behind. 40. So this is 44 or 47 here?
Yeah, the other, yeah.
47. That is another Blue Star boat. 47, and then behind them is bow 44. That's the Harvard alumni. Bow 47 is making a huge move here. Now we got a ton of boats coming through here.
40 on the far side.
On the far side, we got bow 40. This is Northeastern University alumni. Go Huskies. And then we've got 46.
Yeah, 46. Yep.
46 here on the closest to Weld. That's the Iona alumni. On the Harvard side,
45.
bow 45 on the near side. Bow 45 is UVM alum. And on the bow 44, that's Harvard alum. On the far... 49, my apologies. 49 on the far side. That's an Evergreen boat from Dartmouth.
Cornell 48.
And then another Cornell boat coming in front of us here in bow 48. That's a Cornell alumni, followed by bow number 50 from Kings Crown out of New York, New York. And then we've got this the yellow shirts coming up here. That is bow number 51. That is Isla Vista from Santa Barbara, California. So they've made a little bit of a move here. As we told you, Isla Vista was a boat to watch. So it looks like right now we're waiting on the Holy Cross entry. That's that could be the last boat coming through. I think we've announced everybody else so far. We're just looking for bow number 52, Holy Cross.
Holy smokes. It's Holy Cross. Oh, they've got a camera. Camera on their bow. They're doing a live feed.
Is that who it is, 52? And it is. This is bow 52.
They've got a camera mount.
Yeah, Charlie, they've got a camera mount over their bowman. I'm not sure the exact purpose. Maybe they're feeding it back to campus for all the thousands who are cheering for them in the football stadium. I understand they were filled to the brim today to watch this event.
Rowing ever popular, filling football stadiums from coast to coast. I'm very excited to see Kate Sullivan up here, another expert in the field of rowing. Kate Sullivan and I will be over at Union Village tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the Holy Cross boat. And that is event 23. That is men's alumni 8s. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you to our partner, Gentle Giant Moving Company. Gentle Giant is the secret force behind regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. The Gentle Giant is currently hiring, so stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more. Harvard Pilgrim is proud to be the premier sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. For 50 years, they've been helping people across New England get healthier and happier. Head on over to the Weld Boathouse to show your happy dance and join in the fun at the Happy Zone. Get healthy, get happy, get there with Harvard Pilgrim. Hudson is the official gold boat builder for the Head of the Charles, hosting close to 100 crews, including many of the world's best rowers in the Shark Zone. Located directly beside the main expo tent, see how Hudson is pushing the pace of high-performance rowing. Get your official Ahead of the Charles racing gear at JL Racing Tent. It's only available for a limited time, so head on over to JL Tent before it sells out. As the official sponsor of the U.S. national team, JL Racing is committed to expanding access to and supporting the sport of rowing. Come talk to our team today at our special custom tent to see what we can do for you this season. Sierra Nevada Brewing Company is proud to return as the official beer of the Head of the Charles Regatta. If you've never had a Sierra Nevada Pale Ale, it's probably your favorite brewer's favorite beer. So try one today at the Sierra Nevada Beer Garden at Reunion Village or the nearest beer garden, FALS Bar at Attager Row. Stop by for delicious brews and sweeping views. Purest ingredients, finest quality, Sierra Nevada. The Head of the Charles is pleased to once again have Teddy Peanut Butter as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. Teddy Peanut Butter is all natural and the perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes. And we all thank our wonderful sponsors to make this event really happen. Our next event is Event 24. This is the Women Alumni 8. This race started at 1:22, approximately 6 minutes ago. Course record is the Virginia Alumni back in 2017. There are 44 boats in this particular race. The Alumni 8 from the University of Virginia will go for a third title in a row, having won of the past 2 years in this event. The top crews are familiar faces from previous years with alumni from Brown, Michigan, and Princeton who will try to unseat UVA from that top spot. A crew from the back of the field to keep an eye on is Bow 43. The alumni from the Ohio State University, and that is the Ohio State University. Ohio State has been a powerhouse in the NCAA ranks, and this alumni crew will surely want to make their mark on this event. So be on the lookout for Bow 43 as they make their way through the field. That's the Women's Alumni 8, and that race started at 1:22. This is event number 24. And about to come under the Weeks Bridge is none other than that UVA boat that is bow number 1, University of Virginia, but they are being pressed very closely by the Fat Cat boat, bow number 2. It looks like bow number 2 has made up some room, and they're looking to press that UVA boat. Good turns coming out of Weeks Footbridge here for the UVA boat, followed very closely by the Fat Cat boat. The University of Michigan alumni are behind. It looks like they're about to come into view right now. So we've got UVA, nice line, being followed closely by that Fat Cat boat. Under the Weeks Bridge, we've got bow number 3. This is the University of Michigan alumni out of Ann Arbor. But they are being pressed, and they've got an inside position. Is bow number 6. We told you to be on the lookout for bow number 6. That's the Bula Bula boat. These are alumni from Yale, from New Haven, Connecticut, and they've got an inside line, and they're making a move on that bow number 3. We have got what appears to be a hot mess about to come through here. We've got 4 boats all trying to get in the place of one area. And we'll try and sort it out for you here momentarily. Bow number 3. Is that 3 first? I thought 3 was here.
3 is here. We got 4 at the front, then 7.
So we've got a Cornell boat first. Then we've got bow number 6 in the middle.
Bow 7 is passing.
Bow 7, that's Brown Women. They're passing on the middle.
Bow 5 over the far side.
Bow
Between
Radcliffe alumni are over on the far side, and in between.
4, 8, 7, 5.
So we've got Bow 4, Cambridge. That's the Cornell. Brown is next. 8, the Evergreen boat. Oh, Evergreen is between Brown.
4, 8, 7,
So we got, and then we've got bow number 5. That's the Radcliffe boat on the Boston side. This is going to be interesting as they approach the Anderson Bridge here. So we've got Cornell, we've got Dartmouth, we've got Brown, and we've got Radcliffe all going towards the Anderson Bridge.
You just took the Green Arch Bridge.
They took the wrong arch.
In front of 6, trying not to get past.
That would have been, I think that would have been, that would have been, yeah. This could be interesting. Radcliffe is trailing. There goes Brown. Here comes Dartmouth. This is going to be very interesting. That Brown boat is really close to the arch, and it looks like the Cornell boat had to check up a little bit. And the Dartmouth boat had to check up. As we get a cutoff, we've got a jam going into the Anderson arch.
Big mistake by cutting everybody off.
They cut everybody off. That was the Bound 9 coming through here.
The far crew that did
That was the Toronto alumni. That looked like the Brown boat that cut everybody off. Here's Toronto alumni coming through, and behind them
about 10.
is bound number 10. That's Stanford alum from Stanford, California.
About 12.
Bound number 12 behind them, that's the Penn alumni from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. These are alumni from 2015 to 2017. Go Quakers! We've got 3 boats coming through right now, the Weeks Bridge. And one of them looks like a Virginia boat. You know?
I coached them.
Oh, yeah? In the center there, that looks like a UVA boat, so that would likely be bow number 11 there in the middle. We're taking a guess based on the, actually, it could be the one closest to the Cambridge side could be bow 11.
In the middle is 3.
Bow number 3 is in the middle. Bow number 3, that is the, it's bow 13 is the DeWolf boat. These are BU alum. And then close to Cambridge,
On the far side. 14.
bow 14 is over on the Boston side. That's Drexel Rowing Alumni Group. And UVA, that's bow number 11. That's bow number 11, the UVA boat, closest to the Cambridge side.
Okay, the black boat is bow 15.
Bow 15, this is the William Smith alumni. That's bow number 15. They've got a little bit of open water, and right behind them is bow number 18, making a move. This is the Trinity boat out of Hartford, Connecticut.
I coached them too.
And Dave Vogel, have you not coached anybody in the state of Connecticut?
No.
He's coached everybody. If you're from Connecticut, you've had Dave Vogel, ladies and gentlemen. And behind that boat is bow number 16. These are the Angry Beavers. Angry Beavers out of Boston, Massachusetts.
19.
And then bow number 19 follows them. That's another Radcliffe alumni boat, bow number 19. Again, we'll have a lot of cheering here on the Weld Boathouse with a lot of Harvard alumni up here.
Yeah, when you cut like that on Anderson, it just messes everything.
I mean, it's just cut right. I mean, that's going to be a penalty, right?
Should be, but 8s can see. The problem is when 4s do it, the coxswain's out front, so they can't see who's to the side of them. An 8 should at least be able to look over the shoulder and see what's there.
Yeah, no, that was crazy.
You don't do yourself any favors.
And here they go. The Radcliffe boat's coming through. We got a lot of cheering. A lot of cheering up here. It's awesome.
About 20.
And coming here in front of the Weld Boathouse is bow number 20. This is the Rhode Island women. This is the University of Rhode Island alumni. They've got a lot of open water, and they've got a lot of open water behind them as we now have a new boat emerging out of the Weeks footbridge.
Then 21 looks like Wesley.
And looks like bow 21 from Wesleyan out of Middletown, Connecticut. Did you also coach all of these rowers as well, Dave?
Actually, only a couple.
Only a couple. All right. They haven't gotten the tutelage from Dave Vogel, ladies and gentlemen. And we've got 3 boats approaching the Weeks footbridge at this point in time. I was going to guess that bow 26 is the first one to come through as the Navy Masters. We'll see if I'm right, given the colors of their jerseys.
20. What is that? 20. It's like 23.
Oh, bow 23, Simmons alumni. This is the Simmons Alumni Club coming through first. And then in the bright orange, that can only be another Princeton boat, a Fat Cat boat, bow 24. They're making a move on bow number 23. And then behind them is bow number 26. There's our Navy Masters. Those are Annapolis, Maryland. Those are alumni of the Navy Naval Academy. And then bow number 27 behind them, another Georgetown boat out of Washington, D.C. This is Georgetown University's Women Alumni 8s. And so it looks like that Princeton boat looks very strong there, that Fat Cat boat.
So we've got, that's not 20, 26. It was actually 22, not 27.
Our apologies. That's bow number 22, UVM alumni that are here. 27 is now just come out of the Weeks Footbridge. And now
30 is over by the white blades in front of Reunion Village, kind of separated from everybody.
and then in the between these two groups is bow number 30 with the white blades. That's UW alum out of Seattle, Washington.
Probably pretty good. That's why they passed 28 right behind them.
And then bow number 28, which the UW boat just passed from Tufts University. This is the alumni boat out of Tufts in Somerville, Massachusetts.
And 29 behind them.
And then behind them, that's another Blue Star boat out of Newcastle, Northumberland, Great Britain.
And then 27 looks like.
And then bow 27, this is the Georgetown boat, bow 27, that is behind the Northumberland boat. A lot of good racing here, Dave. I mean, we had a little, yeah, and pretty clean. We had a little bit of a dust up here at Anderson Bridge, but I think that's the only mishap we've seen today.
Yeah, well, it's hard to judge how much room there is, and if you're ahead on the outside, it's easy to pinch people into that abutment.
Thanks, Dave. Coming out of the Weeks Footbridge, we've got some issues coming into Weeks Footbridge. It looks like one boat has taken a bad angle at Weeks. We'll figure out what that wipe.
Wisdom to stop rather than smashing into the bridge.
Yeah, now they're backing up.
That's one thing you don't. The bridge abutments don't give.
They
That'd pretty much race over.
We do not run into the bridge abutments. So coming in front of Reunion Village here in the orange singlets, or red singlets, it looks like.
Oh yeah, that's 32.
That is bow number 32. That's Friends of WPI. And then the bright red
About 34.
is bow number 34. That's Brown Women there.
And the crew taking another shot at it is 31.
And the crew that had to put the brakes on is the Camel crew. They're alumni from Connecticut College. They had to stop, back up, and renegotiate the Weeks Footbridge. So they've lost a great amount of time. And they're being passed right now by bow 35 with the yellow blades. That's Mount St. Joseph's out of Floortown, Pennsylvania. So now, Dave, that boat that has stopped because they're about to hit the bridge abutment, is that all because of the coxswain and the way they're steering the boat?
It could be any number of things. Could be a mechanical issue. You never really know. But the smart thing is not to risk anybody and to be safe in that situation. If you've got a problem or if you miss the turn, it's hard for a coxswain to say stop, but it's the smart move.
That's Dave Vogel, ladies and gentlemen, former 30-year-plus coach down at Yale and other parts of Connecticut. All right, getting a little bit of a recap of what we've got here. We've got two boats here in the center.
39 on this side.
Bow 39 on the Cambridge side. That's Northeastern University alum.
6 on the Reunion.
And then bow 36, that's Middlebury alum out of Middlebury, Middlebury, Vermont. So we've got the Northeastern alum here in bow 39.
Red blades are 37.
And then the red blades, these are
33.
bow 33. This is the University of Georgia, all the way from Athens, Georgia. This is bow 33.
8 on the Reunion Village.
And then bow 38, this is the Alabama boat. So Georgia and Alabama going at each other.
41 looks like another Penn crew.
Bow 41, this is a Penn crew. This is the second alumni 8 for the red and blue out of Penn.
And then 43 behind them.
And then bow 43, this is the alumni out of Columbus, Ohio. This is the Ohio State University boat. They're looking to make a big move here, the Ohio State, and that is bow number 43.
Katie Harlow. Okay.
We've got 4 more boats coming through here, and the first one to emerge with the white blades is bow number 40, Colby College out of Sydney, Maine. And they're followed behind by bow number 37, Friends of Vanderbilt out of Charlottesville, Virginia. This Friends of Vanderbilt Rowing, when they're not working their day jobs, they support Vanderbilt Rowing Club. And then in the white shirts,
Looks like 17, maybe. Yeah.
17.
Yeah, they probably got out of order.
Got out of order. This is the DRW alumni. This is Proud Duke Rowing. They've taken a few past years off. Now they probably got out of line here a little bit. And then bow 42 behind them is St. Joseph's. Again, the Hawks of St. Joe's University. This is probably 44. This is going to be 44, yeah? And I think this is our last boat in this race. This is the Buckingham Brown and Nichols boat. This is the alum from BB&N. Oh, my apologies. There's another boat behind them.
I don't know. Looks like those guys have a guy coxing them. I didn't know that was a. I guess that's okay. 25 is that last one.
And this last boat coming through is from Archbishop Carroll from Radnor, Pennsylvania. This is the Archbishop Carroll alumni boat. This is the 9th year of the school's program. Archbishop Carroll has had enough girls compete collegiately to fill out an alumni 8 for the very first time. So let's hear it for Archbishop Carroll, bow number 25. And those are your entrants and results for the women's alumni 8, that is event number 24.
No, they're all taken up.
Our next event is event number 25. That's men's club 4s.
So are you still here? Or
I'm done.
You're done? So it's Kate and just Kate and some. Kate, who else is with you on this? Oh, is Margie here? Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Want me to hand it over to you, Kate Sullivan?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce all of you to a resident expert here on the Charles River. Ladies and gentlemen, Kate Sullivan.
Thanks, Charlie. I'm excited to be announcing with you tomorrow over at Reunion Village.
Too.
There's your.
What is that for?
It's your iPad.
Okay.
Neither. I don't know. Well, it was complicated.
Okay.
We didn't use it.
I got it here from a friend
Good luck with that hockey game tonight. Yeah, I know.
Folks, we're waiting on event 25, the men's club 4s. The course record in this event is held by Union Boat Club. Way back in 2013, they rowed it in 16 minutes and 5 seconds. There are 58 competitors today. Dartmouth leads the pack in this event at bow number 1. Bow number 2 is coming off a strong finish at Club Nationals this year and is looking to improve their second place seed. The Union Boat Club crew in bow 5 will still be in the mix and is looking to make a splash. Keep an eye out for the Aussies in bow 14 and the Brits in bow 17, who could both be serious challengers for the top position. This is a deep field with 58 entries, so wild cards from the back of the pack, including a number of college crews, will all be aiming for medal contention, not to mention guaranteed entries.
John at the start. Is this turned on and off at all?
No, it doesn't turn on or off.
I just didn't know if it had it off.
It doesn't have it off, but the sound guy,
Okay.
who isn't this guy?
I'm going to move over for you, Masha, if you want to.
He said if the loudness is an issue, it's this button here. Yeah, we don't have a sound guy here. It's just you guys. So
Thank you.
it's your gain here if you need it up or down. Or this one is also volume, but this is gain. So
I just didn't know if there was a button so I could silence
there's
it
not.
if I want to. That's
There's
fine.
not, but they had this. They put it in the stand. It doesn't really pick up unless you.
These are not really good. Can you see? I have a hard time with these.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good luck, guys. Good day. You got a long day. Look.
Are you helping us here? You're the video guy? Okay, there's a spotter on Weld. Do you not have a spotter? Because we talked about that on the phone. And you on the computer? Okay.
Masha, I can stop for you. I don't know why you're worried.
Well, I'm wondering for tomorrow. I'm only wondering because tomorrow I'm by myself.
You are alone by yourself tomorrow. She
Right.
might have somebody for you then.
Okay. Because that's what I'm more worried about. We're trying. Much better when we were going back and forth because I was watching my phone earlier and it's so good.
All right, folks, it looks as if we have our first competitors coming under Weeks Bridge. And not unexpectedly, that is Dartmouth from Hanover, New Hampshire. This will be a 4V level crew.
Ask them. Okay, if it's flipped up, can I see this? There's no switch. There's no. Oh, okay. Usually you can turn it off.
I'm not audio. It's always on. That's what the
Bow number 2, Riverfront Recapture out of Hartford, Connecticut. Looks like they're about even spacing with bow number 1. There may have been some movement, but it's hard to tell whether they've made much movement so far. Now, bow number 3. I'm sorry, bow number 4 has moved ahead. Those are BU blades, though, so I am a little concerned about our numbers here. That is bow number 3, and that is Boston University. Followed by bow number 4, Harvard, and it looks as if Harvard has moved a little bit on Boston University at this stage of the game. Bow number 5, Union Boat Club, hailing from the oldest continually operating rowing club in Boston. This crew is never going to give you up, never going to let you down, never going to run around and desert you. They actually tell us this. They're never going to make you cry, never going to say goodbye, and never going to tell a lie and hurt you. That's so nice, Union. Thank you. And bow number 9, CPWRC, has moved significantly here. Bow number 9 wearing orange, and they have moved tremendously, and they have passed the very familiar stripes of Riverside Boat Club, blue and white stripes there, in bow number 7. I don't suppose. Bow number 8, Wentworth Tech, is following them, and they are in a black boat with dark blades as well. And bow number 12 is Texas, wearing that Texas orange. Bow number 11 with the checkered blades is Bowdoin out of Brunswick, Maine. Bowdoin is the easternmost collegiate team in the U.S. and the first to see the sunrise. Wearing blue, that is bow number 15. Bulldog rowing, these are Yale alumni crew. And then in stripes, I believe that is Mossman out of Sydney, New South Wales. Returning club via Mossman, looking forward to racing the Charles again. Wearing blue and white, that is bow number 13 from Wilmington, Delaware. And then over closer to the Boston shore wearing green. Is bow number 17. Bow number 17 is Ariel in Kensington out of London. Bow number 18 is Riverside Boat Club. And then wearing red is bow number 19, Fairfield, Connecticut. Black boat and black boat white singlets is bow number 16. And they are University of Rhode Island Boat Club, followed by bow number 21 in the white boat. And that is Lake Washington out of Seattle. Bow number 20. And they are also in a white boat wearing blue. That is Lincoln Park Boat Club. Red boat is bow number 23, Flower City out of New York. Following them in the recognizable crimson and white oars would be Harvard University. It's their B Club 4. The dark boat with checkerboard oars is another entry from Bowdoin. And then bow number 25 in the white boat. That is the University of Vermont out of Burlington, Vermont. I'll say whatever you tell me to say. How about that? Bow number 26 with the double stripe on the oars. Those are the Aging Aggies. That's a UMass crew. And they are followed by bow number 27 in a red boat, and that's the University of Cincinnati Rowing Club. The boat in the maroon with the gold stripes is bow number 28. That's Gentle Giant out of Somerville, Massachusetts. And in the bright yellow on their jerseys, that's bow number 29, Georgia Tech.
32 on Cambridge side. Red is
Closer to 32, closer to Cambridge is another crew from Riverside Boat Club in the blue and white stripes.
30.
In the red is bow number 30, Miami University, and they are being pressed by the blue and white stripes of Narragansett Boat Club at bow number 31.
And then 34 is the trailing boat red.
34 is this red boat with the blue jerseys. And they are Cambridge 99 from Great Britain. Welcome, Cambridge.
White with blue and white jerseys is number 33.
Bow number 33, white with blue jerseys, is Fairmont out of Philadelphia.
Coming up. Approaching the dock.
With the S's on the oars, we have bow number 36. That is Penn State.
By 37.
And they are followed by bow number 37, CWRU out of Cleveland, Ohio, in the dark boat.
38.
And then bow number 38, wearing maroon, is Courier out of Denver, Colorado. A bunch of old timers looking to relive their glory days, just like the rest of us. Bow number 35 is Union Boat Club here in Boston, local favorites. And bow number 40 with the checkerboard blades, that is Polar out of Brunswick, Maine. They're an alumni of Bowdoin College, Polar Bears. Oh, so many boats coming under Weeks Bridge now. This is going to be interesting when these boats try to sort themselves out. They made it through Weeks, but it's still going to be a pack coming into Anderson Bridge. Bow number 41 is a dark boat with it's a green boat, I believe, and that's Binghamton out of New York. And bow number 39 is in a white boat with sort of a tri-sectioned blade. Connecticut College. And then in the red boat, bow number 43, East Bay out of Oakland, California.
Boston side 47. 42 is here.
Bow number 47, Camp Randall in the white boat over on the buoy line.
And what number
42 is in the orange, and that is Mitsubishi out of Tokyo. Bow number 48 is in red, and that's BU Men's Crew. Bow number 46 is in the middle of this pack in the white boat. That's Michigan Rowing Association. And then bow number 45 is on the Boston side. That is the MIT graduates. And then the yellow boat is bow number 44, Penn AC. And these crews have definitely opened up a considerable gap between the next group back. But they're coming in clumps now, which is part of the fun of this race and the part of fun of head racing. It is a time trial. Boats go off the line 10 seconds apart, but as they catch each other and form these clumps that are moving down the river, it makes it very difficult to steer. Bow number 50 is leading this group in the white boat. They are Christchurch, Oxford.
52 is on Boston side.
Bow number 52 is in the dark boat on the Boston side of the river. That is Chicago.
49 is being overtaken by
Bow number 49 is in the dark boat on the Cambridge side.
And then 54 is the green boat on Boston side.
And that is Rocket Legs Rowing Club. And bow number 50 in the green boat. 54 in the green boat, and that is Notre Dame. Said in my best Boston style, that is Notre Dame and not Notre Dame, out of South Bend, Indiana. Bow number 56, wearing red, the Ohio State University.
Are we done with this one? What's the next one?
Well, we're not done.
Okay, we're almost done. Just coming up ahead to the next one. Okay, it's 53 as 53, 58.
Bow number
Which one is white?
Bow number 53, wearing white, is Friends of Vanderbilt. And then bow number 58 is MIT on the Boston side of the river. Bow number 57 is White Boat, White Jerseys, and they're Vanderbilt out of Tennessee. And wearing a very stylish purple is bow number 55 from Amherst.
When I was watching it, okay, we're on the next one. I think there's one more boat coming. You see what number it is? 51. Here.
I don't know who they are. And wearing red, that is bow number 51, Rensselaer alumni.
Is that how you pronounce it?
The next event, 26, is the Women's Club Fours. It will start at 2:02 p.m. The course record is set by Alabama at 18:02.40. There's 56 competitors in this event. The Red Foxes from Marist College will lead the field at bow number 1 and look to take advantage of some clear water as they look to hold off a tough field. In the mix are some strong club teams looking to move up in the ranks, with hometown favorite Community Rowing starting bow 6, who took top club team honors in 2018. Potomac Boat Club will look to take top club honors with bow 8, but there will be a challengers from the deep in the field, which may come from GB contenders, Tideway Scullers at bow 34, or Bedoin College in bow 50, which is a program that puts together strong fours each year. Strong quads each year. Fours. Because they have those over there too. Have you ever announced over there? Were you? And then where are the speakers? Are they facing in or across? They're facing in. Are they? Okay. Yeah, people over here. All right. So it's kind of weird. weird because you have people on the bridge and here.
I don't know if speakers point towards that bridge at all.
No.
They might. I don't know. Actually, I don't think I heard, and when I was walking over, I don't think I heard the announcers, so I don't think there are.
Okay. Then
I
over
think
here.
it's all over there.
I worked with Fred a few years ago over there. Fred was so amazing. Where are the ads, by the way? Is that the ads? They're not like this?
If you like, sure. BNY Mellon, our presenting sponsor, that's in capital letters, presenting sponsor for the 7th year, is a global leader in investment management and investment services. BNY Mellon delivers informed investment management and investment services in 35 countries and more than 100 markets. Brooks Brothers is proud to celebrate their 10th consecutive year as the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Visit us at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and the Weld exhibition all weekend, as well as our Newbury Street store here in Boston, to shop the limited Brooks Brothers Head of the Charles collection. The Head of the Charles Regatta is proud to have Cliff Bar as a supporter in the 2019 regatta. Cliff Bar, nutrition of sustained energy, fuels athletes miles after mile as they row down the course. Visit the Cliff Bar Pavilion at Adager Row for samples, coffee, and more. Thank you, Cliff.
Thank you. So my friend, I was just looking for it. Can't break them out. We can start seeing the boats come through Weeks Bridge right now. Our first boats, they're coming in line, one right after another. Which event is this? What event is this? Oh no, we haven't been crossing out. What time is it? This is event 24?
And I believe that is bound number 2. And it looks like that we're...
It's the last 3 digits.
Again, this is event 24, the Women's Alumni Eights. In the lead right now is bow number 2 in the orange. And that would be Fat Cat. Fat Cat 8 in the blue jerseys and blades is number 4, BMA out of New York. This is Cornell alumni. In the yellow boat is bow number 3. This is the University of Michigan out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. This is the University of Michigan women's rowing alumni. Wearing red is bow number 1. This is Virginia alumni out of Charlottesville, Virginia. They won the event the past 2 years. The white boat on Boston side is bow number 6. Bow number 6 is Bula Bula out of New Haven, Connecticut. In the red boat, in the red jersey, is bow number 5, and that would be Radcliffe alumni. They're racing in honor of the coxswain Sam Lynn of 16. Let's give a cheer for Radcliffe while we're here. Radcliffe practices out of the boathouse right here. You know what? I just announced the wrong event. This is event number 26. White boat is bow number 7. This is UMass out of Amherst, Massachusetts. The yellow boat is number 8, and that will be Potomac out of Washington, D.C. The white boat that follows is number 9 out of Vesta out of London, Great Britain. The next white boat is boat 11, and this would be St. Joseph's out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And the next boat, again, another white boat, is number 10, and that would be Connecticut out of Storrs, Mansfield, Connecticut. And the dark boat in the dark jerseys is number 13, and that would be Georgetown out of Washington, D.C. And earlier we saw Marist pass by out of Poughkeepsie, New York, bow number 1. Bow number 2 would be Tennessee, the women out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Bow number 3 was Penn out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Bow number 4 earlier was Duke, the women's out of Durham, North Carolina. Bow number 5 was CRI out of Brighton, Massachusetts. And bow number 6 that we had seen earlier was Jacksonville University Rowing out of Jacksonville, Florida. Who's passing us now in the white boat in the dark jerseys is bow number 12, and that would be Connecticut out of the Storrs, Mansfield, Connecticut. In the middle of the river is number 14. They have crosses on their oars, and this would be Boston College out of Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts. In the middle of the boat coming forward out of these two would be number 16 out of Angry Beavers, Boston, Massachusetts. And on the Boston side is number 15, and that's BIAC out of Redwood City, California. In the white boat and the red jerseys is number 20 that is approaching. This is the BU women. Following them in the red boat is number 18 out of San Diego Rowing Club. This is the San Diego Rowing Club Young Guns. And the white boat that follows behind them is number 19, and this is Lincoln Park Boat Club out of Chicago, Illinois. The next boat behind them, the dark boat with blue and yellow oars, is number 17. That's BAD Unicorns. Wearing Argyle tights approaching in the white boat is number 21. This is Oriel Kensington out of London, London. The club situated on the Thames in London, England. The next pack approaching is number 22. In the maroon jerseys and the white boat is number 22. And this is Isla Vista out of Santa Barbara, California. Close behind them is number 23, and that's Rhode Island Women out of Kingston, Rhode Island. Tightly behind them is boat number 24, and that is CWRU out of Cleveland, Ohio. With a little space in between. The is 26. In the white jerseys, it looks like, and a dark boat. And this is Fairfield, Connecticut. And on the Boston side, in the white boat with the black jerseys, is number 25. This is Williams College Boat Club out of Pittsfield, Massachusetts. You can hear the crowd roaring on the bridge. That's great to hear. On the Boston side is the white boat with white oars, and this is number 29, and this is Undine out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Approaching the docks in the white boat is number 27. They're wearing green, and they're Riverfront Recapture out of Hartford, Connecticut.
Right over on the buoy line.
On the Boston side, in the gray jerseys, is number 28 out of Camel, New London, Connecticut. They're the alumni for Connecticut College. The black boat approaching the docks is number 32, and this is New York Athletic Club out of Pelham Manor. And on the Boston side, in the red boat, is number 34, and this is Tideway Scullers out of London, Thames. The crew of 4 is experienced rowers. Members of the crew have competed for a number of years for the TSS and other clubs. Approaching the dock now in the dark boat is bow number 30, is Middlebury out of Middlebury, Vermont. So the white boat with the blue and black unis is number 33, Connecticut College Rowing. And approaching in this pack in the yellow boat is number 38. In the middle in the white is number 36. And 38 is Drexel out of Philadelphia. And 36 is Fordham out of Bronx, New York. On the Boston side is 39. And 39 is Vesper out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and behind them is 37 in the dark boat, and that is Flower City out of Rochester, New York. The red boat passing us right now is number 41, and this is Lake Lure Racing out of Lake Lure, North Carolina. The two boats approaching the docks right now in the red jerseys, the crimson jerseys, is 31. And they are New York Maritime out of Bronx, New York. And the white boat on the Boston side is number 35, and that is Ann Arbor Rowing Club out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. Now, I'm from Michigan, and I went to the University of Michigan, so it's a great town.
Checkered oars, 44.
The checkered oars and the dark boat that's approaching is number 44, and that is Carnegie Mellon out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. In the white boat approaching with the green blades is number 40, and 40 is Manhattan out of Riverdale, New York. The white boat with the yellow blades is number 43. And that's Bryn Mawr out of Bryn Mawr College, celebrating their 20 years of rowing this fall.
Red jerseys, 45.
The white boat with the red jerseys is number 45, and that's Montreal, Quebec. The white boat approaching in the white and purple is Holy Cross out of Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. The boat following them in the quite neon orange blades and shirt there is number 48, and that's Fat Cat. They're kind of unmistakable. Fat Cat out of New York, New York. This is the Princeton lightweight women from the class of 2012. Approaching the dock now is number 46. The double stripe is Bryant University out of Smithfield, Rhode Island. Bryant is making a return to the head of the Charles after a short absence. Approaching the docks and the Boston side in the white boat is number 52, and it's Lake Washington, Seattle, Washington. And the yellow boat approaching the docks in the white and the red jerseys is number 42, and this is Bachelors out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The white boat on the Boston side by the buoys is number 45, and that's out of Montreal. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's 55, and that is Radcliffe. The crowd is getting very loud here, and that's because everyone knows that that is Radcliffe.
Orange boat, 49.
The orange boat is number 49. 49 is out of Wharton, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Yellow boat is
The bright yellow boat is number 51, and that's Merrimack College out of North Andover, Massachusetts. The dark boat behind them in the white jerseys is number 50 out of Bowdoin, Brunswick, Maine. Bowdoin.
white boat crosses on orange, 56.
Number 56, the boat approaching. Looks like it's white with a red top. Is Boston College. They have a cross on their blade. The next boat approaching is a white with black and white jerseys, black, white, and gold jerseys, and that's number 53, and that's Christchurch, Oxford, out of Oxfordshire.
And 54 looks like Army crossing. They've got the chevron, the Army chevron on their blades.
The boat approaching the docks now is 54, and this is West Point. They have chevron blades. This is the Army crew.
Oh, wait, don't say it yet. Hang on. Those look like men to me. Yeah, bow number 6 in the next race.
The next boat approaching
What is the next
is
race?
bow number
No.
6.
They must have been in the last race.
We're not quite sure what this boat is
They
with.
must have been in the last race, the last horse race.
This looks like it could be Newport Aquatic Center for the men's club's fours. They must have missed their race. That is the conclusion for the last event, 26. We're going on to event number 27, the Men's Club 8s. That will start at 2:28. It is 2:27 right now. And knowing John at the start, they start right on time and not early. We'll take a moment to thank our sponsors. Bertucci's. Bertucci Brick Oven Pizza and Pasta welcomes you to the 55th Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit the Bertucci's tent located at the Weld exhibition and Adager Row near the finish line for freshly baked brick oven pizzas, in-store coupons, and a chance to win $200 Bertucci gift card. To place your next catering order or schedule your next reservation today, visit us at bertuccis.com. 5 Hour Energy is proud to support the Head of the Charles Regatta. Feeling tired? Need to recharge? Stop by our tent this weekend and try a great tasting 5 Hour tea. It has ingredients derived from green tea leaves that will get you back 100%. We'll thank Gentle Giant Moving. It says, thank you to our partner, Gentle Giant Moving Company. Gentle Giant is the secret force behind regatta operations, transporting, storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring. Stop by their booth at Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more. And one of my favorite sponsors, I love these people, Concept 2. Concept 2, we'll say V3, race your friends in ergathlon. Bring teammates and friends to Concept 2 tent to race in one event with 3 ergs, row, ski, and bike. Each race winner receives a raffle entry to win a bike erg. I like watching their, listening to the podcasts. Have you ever heard their podcasts? They're starting to do that, and I actually listen to them while I bicycle.
Thank you, Maja. The next event coming up, I believe, is the Men's Club 8s, number 27. The course record in this event is held by Brown University in 14 minutes, 26 seconds. There are 39 competitors in this event. And Brown set that record back in 2013, I should say. This is not likely to be a record-setting year, at least not today. Although the breeze has dropped a bit, it still is not really ideal conditions. A little bit of a challenge for the rowers out there. In keeping with tradition, this event has a deep field of Harvard crews, and we can expect to see a lot of speed out of Newell. The top 3 seeds all hail from universities, so it will be Riverside Boat Club and bow number 4 to be the first true club representative. Scientists have recently confirmed that the entire world, along with everybody else in it, including them, is a figment of 3 seats' imagination. Said one researcher, that's really sad because 3 is objectively the worst seat. He could have just as easily have imagined himself at stroke. Welcoming to Bow 25, joining us all the way from China, we will be looking to bring some hardware home. Another special welcome to Bow 36, hailing from the nation's oldest LGBTQ rowing club, DC Strokes Rowing Club. So now, of course, I have to figure out who's sitting in 3-seat for Riverside Boat Club. That crew is Sarah Ivy, William Brown, Charles Wu, James McLaughlin, Michael Kapp, William Tomlinson, Armando Chavez, Jonathan Dwyer, and Raymond Mattingly. So following Riverside Boat Club, this race is chock full of more universities. My. It's a long time coming before you get to another club. I'm still looking, actually. I think it's another Riverside event down at bow number 21. There are 39 entries in this event. There is Binghamton is a student-run rowing team, so that would be another sort of club event. But I'm really seeing an awful lot of universities here, although JL Racing does have an entry, as does Potomac down in D.C. All right, folks, we have a boat coming underneath Weeks Bridge now. And I can see from here who that is because I know those blades. That is Harvard University. Now, I love this event because it is both college programs and clubs racing each other, which I think is pretty fantastic. As a club rower myself, I love having the opportunity to race local college kids. And Harvard is moving very nicely here. And it looks like they may have opened up a bit of a gap. Of course, that depends on which boat is following. But they look very strong. Plenty of fans on the dock here at Weld Boathouse for the Harvard crew. And they're driving a very nice line down this course. Following in pink is Brown University, with the Brown men's crew. And then wearing green, no surprise there, that is Dartmouth. Now we have a little bit of a pileup out at Weeks Bridge. There's clashing of oars, little swapping of paint. Ooh, and a little overlap of hulls. They're exchanging pleasantries. Oh, my goodness. I'm sure they're being very nice to each other as they get themselves sorted out. But this has stopped them on the course. This is an unfortunate turn of events, but this is what makes things difficult for the head of the Charles. Yellow Blades is bow number 6. That's the Naval Academy. Managed to get out of that scrape. Bow number 6. Bow number 5 is Boston University. They lost their bow marker in that exchange. Riverside Boat Club, bow number 4, is coming up on the Cambridge side, trying to gain back here. And then bow number 7 is Potomac Boat Club with the very recognizable red oars with the white star. Now, who had no problem in this exchange, they were a little bit further back, and I'm sure they're thankful of it, is Harvard University's second boat in the yellow Empacher with the crimson and white blades. And they have opened up a bit of a lead over their clubmates, bow number 9, also in a yellow Empacher, also with the crimson and white blades of Harvard University. That is Harvard University. With the blue jerseys and blue oars, that is bow number 10 from Delaware. The University of Delaware Fightin' Blue Hens are one of the top collegiate teams in the country. They won the first and second 8 races at the ACRA Championships last May. The red and white stripes is bow number 11 out of Trinity in Dublin. Welcome, Irish. And then bow number 12 is Brown University wearing pink. Bow number 15 is wearing bright yellow. That's Georgia Tech. And the next boat with the slim stripe down the blade, they're wearing white, is bow number 13. That is Tufts University out of Somerville, Massachusetts. Yellow boat, red blades is bow number 14 from Wesleyan in Connecticut. Bow number 16 is wearing red, and that is Favorite from Hamburg, Germany. Bow number 18 has snuck ahead of them. They're on the buoy line. That is MIT out of Cambridge with the recognizable T on their blades. And then bringing up the rear of this 3-boat cluster is bow number 17, and that is Coast Guard. Go CGA. Lots of boats coming through Weeks Bridge now. Cleanly. Bow number 19 on the Cambridge side. That is another MIT boat. Bow number 20. That is Boston College with the very recognizable crosses on their oars, making a nice move here. Bow number 21 is another Riverside entry. And they are following those lead 2 boats and have the blue and white stripes of Riverside Boat Club. In the black boat with the white stripe is bow number 22. That is Holy Cross out of Shrewsbury. And then bow number 23, yellow boat, green jerseys. That is Dartmouth. Now they have opened up a huge lead on boats behind them. There is a significant gap here. We do have a boat coming into the bridge, but these boats have done a good job pushing their competition back. Some very nice rowing in this event here. Very crisp, very springy. The red blades there, that is bow number 26. West Side Rowing from Buffalo, New York. Their great club program. And bow number 29, we know those blades. From here on the Charles River, that is Northeastern University in the yellow Empacher with the black, red, and white blades. and they are rowing very nicely. Bow number 28, that is JL Racing Ambassador Team, and they're wearing a very bright red, probably specially made for them, I would imagine. Bow number 31 is also wearing red, and that is Potomac, and you can tell by those red oars with the white stars. 33 in the yellow boat and yellow oars. That is the Naval Academy, Navy heavyweight crew. Black boat with a black and white blade is bow number 24 from Binghamton, a student-run rowing team. Love that. Good for you, Binghamton. Bow number 30 is over on the buoy line, or closer to the buoy line, and that is MITRC. They are a rowing club run out of MIT. Bow number 34 over on the buoy line, that is Williams College Boat Club. Bow number 32, this is Washington College out of Maryland. And then bow number 27, wearing green, that is Manhattan. Now we have another clump of boats here. And they're trying to... Bow number 25 is working to get out of the way of the other crews. And that is Mukden and Jingxi Rowing Club. My goodness. 38 has moved very nicely. 38 is in the yellow boat. That is another northeastern boat with the red, black, and white blades. And then 37... in the white boat with the M's on their backs. That is MRA alumni. That is Michigan. They say they're the hottest thing on the water. In the dark boat with the dark jerseys, that is bow number 36, DC Strokes. Building on a legacy of inclusion as the nation's oldest LGBTQ rowing club, DC Strokes Rowing Club offers access to the competitive sport of rowing to people of all backgrounds and athletic abilities in greater Washington, D.C. area at their home on the Anacostia River. Bow number 39 is wearing gray shirts. That's Kent Mitchell from San Jose, California. And bow number 35 in the white boat with white oars, that is Oriel Kensington out of London. They say that legend goes we were the first overseas club to participate at the Head of the Charles, but I can neither confirm nor deny that at this stage. I do love their the tights they have on with the Harlequin tights. Very nice. Fashion forward.
Okay. Before we go to the announcing.
Brooks Brothers is proud to celebrate their 10th consecutive year as the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Visit us at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and the Weld exhibition all weekend, as well as our Newbury Street store here in Boston, to shop the limited edition Brooks Brothers Head of the Charles collection. BNY Mellon, our presenting sponsor for the 7th year, is a global leader in investment management and investment services. BNY Mellon delivers informed investment management and investment services in 35 countries and more than 100 markets. Thank you, Delta Airlines, for being the official airline of the Head of the Charles Regatta and presenting sponsor of Reunion Village venue. And Easy Dock is proud to be the official dock supplier and official sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. We'd like to welcome every crew to this year's event and invite you to visit the Easy Dock booth to see our low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community. Scullers in particular love a low-profile dock.
Our next event starts at 2:43. Or I should say it started at 2:43. And this is the Women's Club 8s. The course record is by Brown University at 16 minutes, 9 seconds, .902 in 2014. There are 32 competitors in this next event. The Potomac Boat Club will start at bow number 2 and will look to capture the top spot in the event while defending their top club designation from 2018. Challengers from the mid-pack will come in the form of Riverside Boat Club at bow 14, Go Stripes, and the potential dark horse in the event from bow 20, London Rowing Club from Great Britain, which boasts an experienced crew looking to make the most of their trip across the pond. JL Racing will model their newest designs with the JL Ambassador Squad starting bow number 29, hoping to go fast and look good doing it. So this next event will be event number 28. I can see the boats approaching through the Weld Bridge right now. Excuse me, the Weeks Bridge. One is in the lead. Number 1 is Yale out of New Haven, Connecticut. And tightly on the Boston side with the orange blades is number 2, and that's Potomac out of Washington, D.C. For Potomac, the women's sweep team at the Potomac Boat Club recently celebrated the first anniversary of its founding. In 2018, their inaugural entry into the Women's Club 8s won the club special designation medal and finished 3rd overall. Through the Weeks Bridge with the white jerseys and white blades looks like number 4, and that would be San Diego. Out of San Diego, California. They're a private Catholic university coached by Stesha Carl. Blue blades approaching them. Behind them are number is number 3. That looks like the colors for University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. behind them, wearing black and yellow unis, is number 6, Drexel, out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Drexel women are ready for action this fall, coming close to making the team's first bid to the NCAA's last spring. They're definitely motivated to work hard this year. And approaching, we have 3 boats that are pretty close to each other. On the Boston side, in the lead, with the black and red and white unis, is number 5. Number 5 is Northeastern University out of Boston, Massachusetts. In the middle with the red blades and the black and red unis is number 8. And this would be Louisville women out of Louisville, Kentucky. And 7 is Boston College. This is the women of Boston College. Go Eagles. Coming up will be boat number 9, and that will be MIT out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. They're in the yellow boat. Boy, in single file almost. There's 2 head-to-head by the bridge there. And the lead is number 11, and that would be UMass out of Amherst, Massachusetts. They have a new head coach, Eric Karsich, out of UMass. He was a UMass grad in '96. Behind him in the black boat, and wearing green, is number 13, and that's Eastern Michigan out of Ypsilanti, Michigan, which is outside of Ann Arbor. Eastern Michigan University varsity has been on the rise, with several athletes in the boat who won the program's first Dad Vale Championship last spring, making it into the first 8. The team is still very young and is looking to make a huge jump this year. Behind them is number 12, and they're on the Boston side. And number 12 is Old Dominion Women, the first varsity 8 for Old Dominion Women's Rowing, starting their 2nd year in the American Athletic Conference. They squeeze by 10 in the black boat with the white unis, and that's Rhode Island Women out of Kingston, Rhode Island. Riverside's approaching in the infamous white and blue stripe, and they are number 14. They are coached by Nikolai Kermakov. The 4 boats approaching on the Boston side. In the lead, the black boat with black unis. It looks like Radcliffe at number 18. Radcliffe out of Boston, Massachusetts, out of this very boathouse right here. With the white boat behind them and the white blades is number 15, Connecticut, out of Storrs Manfield, Connecticut. Number 19 in the yellow boat is Penn, out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Behind this pack in the red boat, the red jerseys, is number 16. And this is CRI out of Brighton, Massachusetts, which is right down the river right here in Boston. But it's in Brighton. It's a beautiful boathouse. Approaching is number 17, and that's MITRC out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. And it says under the description, athletes of unfathomable skill. They just want to hear me say that. On the Boston side, towards the buoys, is a black boat, is number 20, and that is London. 8-seat, represents Great Britain at the World Cups, European champs, U23 silvers. The Oxford Blue represented GB European champs. Rep England, Henley's women champion. 5 would be Henley's women champion, and USA champion rep. Wearing red approaching in the white boat is number 22. This is BU Women. So Boston University. Approaching in the dark boat wearing maroon is number 25. Fordham out of Bronx, New York. Fordham has finished second in this event in the past. On the very far outside by the buoys in the white boat, in the middle here is number 21 in the Harlequin tights, and that's Oriel Kensington out of London. They are located on the banks of the Thames in London, England. In the dark boat with the green blades and white unis is number 24, and this is Manhattan out of Riverdale, New York. Wearing purple and white is number 26 approaching, and that's Holy Cross out of Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. They're the College of Holy Cross from Worcester, Massachusetts. And they are followed by 23, and this is Illinois, out of Farmer City, Illinois. They are excited to represent Champaign, Illinois, all the way out in Boston. So I drove from right across Lake Michigan, from Grand Haven, Michigan area myself, so I know that long drive. 28 is approaching with the red blades, those bright red blades, and that is JL out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. JL Racing Ambassador Team. And the bright orange shirts approaching with the white blades. It's pretty unmistakable. Is number 29. Oh, 28 is in front of the docks right now. That's Fairfield, Connecticut. 29 is the orange shirts with white blades. That's JL. Behind them in the white and black unis is number 31, and that's River City out of West Sacramento, California. River City Rowing Club Open Women's Team. JL's unis are very bright red. So way back in the pack here is with the orange is number 32, and this is Potomac. Oh, that's red and white? All right, red and white. This is the women's sweep team for Potomac Boat Club, recently celebrated their first anniversary. In the middle of the pack, towards the Boston side with the white blades, is number 30, and this would be Penn State out of University Park. And then on the Cambridge side, close to the boathouse, approaching the dock right now, is number 27, and this would be Connecticut College Rowing out of New London, Connecticut. And from the looks of it, that wraps up this particular race. Our next race that we'll be going to is the Men's Masters 4s, 40 plus, event number 29, starting at 2:59 p.m. So they started 2 minutes ago. This is the one that you want. Yeah, that's the one you want to announce.
We are waiting on event number 29, Men's Masters 4. These competitors are 40 years young and older. The course record is held by Sammamish Association in 16 minutes, 59 seconds. And there are 20 competitors in this event this year. The event could have an interesting challenger from the back of the pack, bow 18 from Western Reserve, who took home gold from Henley and Masters Nationals this year. Western Reserve practices on the Cuyahoga in Cleveland, a river that makes the Charles look friendly. Bows 1 and 2 will be fighting it out in the front of the pack, but there's plenty of speed through this event. A special shout out to the Massachusetts State Police in bow number 14.
You're out of your It was actually really nice. It was a really nice house. I thought. You can't be free either. I do prefer to stay closer though, so I can ride my bike.
Hudson is the official gold boat builder for the head of the Charles, hosting close to 100 crews, including many of the world's best rowers in the Shark Zone. Located directly beside the main expo tent, see how Hudson is pushing the pace of high-performance rowing. Visit the Hunter powered by Zappos experience at the Attager Row this weekend to experience the best of fall, including spice snacks, car sing-alongs, and Hunter's original and refined collections. And get your official Head of the Charles racing gear at the JL Racing Tent. It's only available for a limited time, so head over to the JL tent before it sells out. As the official sponsor of the U.S. national team, JL Racing is committed to expanding access to and supporting the sport of rowing. Come talk to our team today at our special custom tent to see what we can do for you this season. We've had some fantastic racing here this weekend. Conditions have calmed down a little bit. It was pretty gusty earlier in the day, but it's calmed down nicely, which the competitors really appreciate. The course gets more and more crowded with spectators who cheer them on, which is also appreciated by the competitors. They can absolutely hear you cheering. Now, our location here at Weld Boathouse is just past the halfway point in the regatta. And it's a critical point in the regatta because people are coming off the Powerhouse stretch, which is a wonderful place to pass people. They get around the turn at Weeks Bridge. If they have anybody else they need to pass, they need to do it quickly in this little stretch before going through Anderson, because then they have to contend with what is known as the big turn, as it is a significant turn. And if you don't end up on the inside of that turn, you will add significant time to your race. So there's a lot of strategy in this section around how to steer the race. The event coming up is the Men's Masters 4s, and they do have a coxswain that are steering them. And we have our first competitor coming through Weeks now. Now, we can't see the numbers yet, but we can certainly see the first two boats, and they look like they may have. There's been some movement in terms of the order a little bit, and it also looks like they have opened up a significant lead over the boat behind them. Bow number 1 has maintained their lead. That is Club Nautico de San Juan. Those are 2 UW rowers, 1 Brown rower, 1 Bates Legend, and 1 Duke Cox for Extra Southern Charm. But they are being pressed by bow number 2. That is Crabtree from London. Those are Cambridge University alumni rowing club members. And they didn't make this trip for nothing. They are stepping on it. And it looks like they have closed a little bit of space. And both of those boats have opened up a pretty significant lead. But I would say right now, Crabtree is absolutely moving. And they're rowing in a very springy fashion. They've got a lot of energy in those legs. The black boat with the highlighter yellow color is bow number 4 from Greenwich Crew. And they are followed by bow number 5 wearing red. That is Sammamish Rowing Association. Now, bow numbers 4 and 5 have passed bow number 3, and that is Minneapolis Rowing, and they're wearing the green jerseys in the middle of the river now. The orange blades you see following them is bow number 7 from Pocock in Seattle, Washington. And then bow number 6 is behind them. And that is Fairmont from Philadelphia, wearing a nice big F on their backs. Over on the Boston side, the boat wearing red is number 9, and that is Capital Boat Club from Washington. Capital Rowing Club is a community rowing club on the Anacostia River. In the bright yellow boat is bow number 10. That is Occoquan out of Virginia. And they are followed in a red boat by bow number 8. And that says that is Riverside. I do not see the stripes. In the bright orange, back by the bridge, that is Potomac Boat Club, bow number 11. And closer to the buoy line, also in red, that is Lake Union out of Seattle. And then with the yellow blades, that is bow number 12, Mount Baker out of Seattle. Now this will get interesting heading toward Anderson Bridge as these boats are heading into it. And they all three want the inside of the next corner. So they need to sort themselves out to be ready for the next section of the race. Wearing white in the red boat is bow number 15. That's San Diego Rowing Club. They say this is the greatest boat ever assembled. Bow number 18, they have the diagonal stripe. That is Western Reserve. This is the boat that we were warned about that might be sneaking up out of the back of the pack. Couple of boats duking it out now. The boat with the red is bow number 14. That is the Massachusetts State Police. We should all cheer on our troopers. Bow number 19, though, those Texas Rowing Center rowers aren't afraid of the state police, and they are passing them now. Brave souls that they are. And wearing light colored jerseys in the middle of the river right now, that is Sarasota Crew from Florida. Now, if I were them, I would be delighted to be alone in the middle of the river. The downside of that is you don't have a boat next to you pushing, but it's really nice to be able to pick the line that you want and make this race the shortest race possible rather than having to steer your way around other boats. Bow number 20 is also through the bridge. They have a dark boat, dark blades, and that is a crew out of Quinsigamon Rowing Club. The QRC men's team formally reestablished itself as a dedicated competitive travel program in 2018. In the summer of 2019, they medaled in both sculling and sweep events at the Methuen Sprints and Narragansett Sweeps and Sculls. Only their three-seat, Seth Fagans, has competed at the head of the Charles before, so welcome to these new rowers out of Quinsigamon Rowing Club.
That is the end of event number 29. Our next event, number 30, will be the Women's Masters 4s, 40 plus. Started at 2:59. It is now 3:15. The course record was set by Saugatuck Rowing Club at 18 minutes 20.360 seconds in 2013. There will be 22 competitors in this event. Bow number 1 is the Women's Masters 4 of Marlow in Great Britain, which will be hard crew to beat. Bow number 2 and 3 will be in the mix and looking to unseat Marlow, but they really need to pull out of all the stops. A special shout out to Bow 14 joining us from China. Top crews will also need to have an eye out for Bow 19 from San Diego. Look how packed that is. Our next event, boats are approaching. Going through the Weeks Bridge right now in the red boat. In the white blades is bow number 1, Marlowe, out of Marlowe Bucks. On board is the 5-time Olympic medalist, Dame Catherine Granger, at 3. CT out of former world champion and Olympic silver medalist in the women's 2 at stroke, Cambridge Blue and recently chairwoman of the Cambridge University Women's Boat Club. GL at 2, former world champion in the women's double and the Olympic silver medalist in the women's quad. The KMCK at bow is the Olympian and 4-time winner of Head of the Charles. This is a power-packed boat. Number 2 follows, and this is Lake Union out of Seattle, Washington. Lake Union crew has been driving across the country for 22 years to participate in Head of the Charles and aim to continue fielding competitive crews. Number 3 follows, Wearing Red with White Blades, and that's Vancouver out of Vancouver, British Columbia. This crew is vying to medal for the 3rd straight year. These 3 crews are just beautiful. Watching those blades. Wearing purple coming up is bow number 6. This is Western Reserve. The WRRA rows out of Cleveland Rowing Foundation on the Cuyahoga River. Once a river on fire. On the Boston side in the dark boat with white blades is number 5. And this is Carolina Masters out of Carrboro, North Carolina. They're coached by Lisa Schlenker. On the Cambridge side with the red caps is bow number 4. And this is Lake Merritt out of Oakland, California. Coming in hot from Oakland, California. They've had Masters Nationals there once or twice now, recently. In the green unis coming up is number 7, and that's Minneapolis Rowing Club out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. These hardy Minnesota women say they're happy for the reprieve from the flooded, log-jammed, snowy Mississippi. On the bright pink-orangish color on the Boston side with a white boat is number 8, and that's Alexandria out of Alexandria, Virginia. In the white unis, the blue and gold, is number 9, and that's Canterbury out of Seattle, Washington. Canterbury Rowing was the first women's masters rowing team in Seattle, starting in the mid-1980s. They're coached by Eleanor McCalvain and Sarah Lopez. In the bright yellow unis coming up in the next pack is number 12, and that's Greenwich Crew out of Coscob, Connecticut. This Greenwich Crew from Coscob, Darren Gray is the head coach in the master's program at Greenwich Crew and has turned the program into a national powerhouse. Behind him on the Boston side, the green jerseys is number 10, and this is East Bay out of Oakland, California. This homegrown club from Oakland, California continues to impress the competition. And the white boat is number 13, and they have maroon colored blades. And that is River City out of West Sacramento, California. The River City Rowing Club open women's team. And they have cleared quite a field in between these next rowers coming up. always like watching them go through the bridge. We have quite a few boats right here coming through the Weeks Bridge. The first one in green with green blades coming up is number 15, and that's East Bay Rowing out of Barrington, Rhode Island. This boat of ladies is ready to rock the Charles. Behind them on the Boston side with white blades and white and dark colored unis is number 16, and that's Texas Rowing Center out of Austin, Texas. In the middle of this pack in the dark boat in blue unis and blades is number 17, and that's Top Row out of New York City, out of New York, New York. Top Row is the international organization focused on expanding access to the sport of rowing, with locations in New York City, London, and Amsterdam. This crew is from New York City and only Top Row location with master's program. 19 is on the far side, on the Boston side, and that's in red, and that is San Diego Rowing Club out of San Diego, California, and their former elites back at it. And the white boat with blue jerseys is number 18, and that's Avalon. And it says, "Hi, Mom."
21 in the white boat wearing black.
In the white boat with black jerseys is number 21, and this is Radcliffe alumni out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. Radcliffe alumni, give them a cheer. Okay. So in the blue boat on the Boston side with white jerseys is number 20. And this is Sarasota crew out of Osprey, Florida. This crew is excited to set a new personal best today. In the white boat is yellow blades and a white boat. Number 22 is Mount Baker out of Seattle, Washington.
11
On the buoy line, rowing somewhat slowly, is number 11 here. And this is Windsor out of Boston, Massachusetts. The Windsor alumni who rowed together in high school, including racing together at the HOC, and decided to celebrate approaching 50 with a return to the river. In the white boat with red is number 14, and this would be Beijing Deep Dive Rowing Club out of Beijing, China. The first place in women's quad category B, Toda International Masters Regatta in 2019. The stroke was athlete of the Chinese national rowing team of the 1984 Olympic Games. This is a perfect day to be rowing in Boston. It isn't too hot. It isn't too cold. It's not too windy. You couldn't ask for a nicer day to row than this weather. Yesterday was really windy, so it was kind of questionable, but looking at the forecast, they predicted this weather, and they were right. Approaching us is boat number 16, and this is Texas Rowing Center out of Austin, Texas. that looks like the conclusion of the last event, number 30. That would be the conclusion of the Women's Masters 4s. The next event is event number 31, the Men's Master 8s. 40 plus. Started at 3:26 2 minutes ago. The course record is set by Shannon Rowing Club at 14 minutes, 46.602 seconds in 2014. There will be 20 competitors in this race. So event number 31, bout number 1, pronounced Ken Ube Casis, will look to defend their 2018 title with some real ringers in Stern 4, Beijing Olympic quad bronze medalists from France. They will be a hard to beat. The challengers will be both domestic and international, with U.S. team members in lineups between bow number 2 through 5, with the former event champs in the form of Molesley Boat Club in bow 6, with multiple former GB members looking to make a charge. We'd like to thank our sponsors today. Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of Head of the Charles Regatta. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with the luxury and elegance. Visit their studio at the Adager Row venue next to the Brooks Brothers. That was a beautiful car. And another favorite sponsor, Concept 2. As the flywheel spins is the popular workout podcast from Concept 2. Row along to Head of the Charles Regatta course with Concept 2 trainer Katie Hart-Peterson, and download and subscribe for free on Apple Podcasts, Google Play, and your favorite podcast app. It's funny because I was talking about that earlier, that I've been listening to that lately, and I love that they're doing this. I think it's something that's needed in our industry, and it's great to see they're stepping up to the plate and doing this. I know one of my favorite docks is Easy Dock. It's proud to be the official dock supplier and official sponsor of Head of the Charles Regatta. We'd like to welcome every crew team to this year's event and invite you to visit the Easy Dock booth to see our low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community. The first 3 boats that will be approaching soon have a lot of great rowers in them. When they approach, boat number 1 will be the Canadian Lightweight Alumni Crew in its 10th year in the 40-plus 8, looking for the 4th win. With the French Olympic Heavyweight Bronze Medal Quad from Beijing in Stern 4, Julian Bahane, Cedric Barrast, and Robert Tacher, and Pierre-Jean Pelletier. Number 2 will be Fat Cat, and this crew is known alternately as the Wrecking Crew or the Ejector Set for their ability to eject rowers from other entries while passing them without leaving a trace. Some of these descriptions are hilarious. bout number 3 that will be coming is the 92 Junior World Champs out of Haydenfield, New Jersey. The stroke will be Josh Crosby, founder of Indorow. Mike Callahan, the men's head coach of the University of Washington crew team. And seat number 4 will be Matt Guerri. He won Senior Worlds in the double in Croatia with Kurt Borcherding and Nick Anderson. And here they come now. We can start seeing the boats, the white boat going through the Weeks Bridge really quickly on the Boston side is bow number 1. Kennebecasis is that number 1, and right behind them, pushing them, is bow number 2. Bow number 2 with a bright orange, and that's Fat Cat out of Fat Cat, New York. So Canada is in the lead, and Fat Cat, Princeton alum, is number 2. With a little space between them and the yellow boat and the gray shirts is number 3, and that's the 92 Junior World Champs out of Haydenfield, New Jersey. And on the inside, starting to pass them, is boat number 4, and that's California, out of Oakland, California. Their description, they say they're self-proclaimed legends. Beautiful swing, boat number 1. And the dark boat with the white jerseys and blades is boat number 6. And this is Molesey out of East Molesey, Surrey, Great Britain. Fallon Hill is the Olympic gold medalist in Rio in 2016. And Artur Samsonov is the U.S. Olympian in 2004. The boat behind them, the black boat behind them with white shirts, is number 5. And that's is number 5. That's California. Is that 5? And that's number 5. That's California, out of Oakland, California. It's 4 and 5. In the bright red shirts is number 7, and that's Diesel out of Buffalo, New York. An all-star lineup full of former national team members and Olympians. Which I'll just quickly name off some of the last names in that. And that would be Peterson, Collins, Price, Allen, Ryan, Beasley, Klug, White, and Holbrook are in that yellow boat with the red jerseys. Coming up behind them and wearing gray, looks almost white, but it's a light gray, is number 9, and that's Concept 2 out of Morrisville, Vermont. This is Concept 2 factory team with an international lineup of Concept 2 employees. In the red boat behind them with green unis is number 8 out of East Bay, out of Oakland, California. They're a homegrown club from Oakland. We have to cheer Concept 2. Oh, we have 3 boats that came through the Weeks Bridge, and it looks a little bit of a mess here. They are wrapped up. On the Boston side, coming out in the head of this mess is in green, and that is number 13, and that is Ah, De Lac from the Netherlands, from the Dutch Masters crew filled with mostly former lightweight rowers. On the Cambridge side is number 12 in the yellow boat, and that's NU alumni, and that's out of Medford, Massachusetts. Captains and most valuable oarsmen from the Northeastern University. Following them on the Boston side in the back is number 11, and that's Michigan Rowing Association alumni out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. So they're overlapping and they're not moving. They're trying to get position to go through the bridge to see who can have the most prime position getting through this bridge. The crew coming up to the dock right now is number 16, and this is Old Glory out of Melrose, Massachusetts. The John Parker Center for Kids who can't read good and who want to learn, do other stuff good as well. So kids who cannot read well.
18 in black and red.
Number 18 in black unis with red is out of Marin, out of Green Bay, California. The Marin Masters men's advanced crew. There are 3 crews coming up. In the bright white with red and white blades is number 17, and that's Blesk out of Praha. And then on the Boston side in the yellow boat with black tees is number 19, that's Ex Nemo out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. This is the former Harvard heavyweights. Behind them in the yellow boat with
They have no bow, they have no back marker, so I need a minute to see the bow marker.
it looks
Person isn't wearing a number.
they have dark shirts and white blades. We can't quite see. Is number 15. And this would be George Washington Rowing Association. Way back in the black with the red caps is number 14, and that's Saugatuck out of Westport, Connecticut. Go Saugatuck. The red boat with blue jerseys on the Cambridge side coming through the Weeks Bridge right now is number 10, and that's Deep Dive out of Shenzhen, Guangdong, China. The Deep Dive Rowing Club established in 2014. These members have raced at many Masters regattas in China and won the first place many times as well. All right, in the yellow boat with the red and black unis is boat number 20, and that's Crimson Death Barge out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. This is a former lightweight Harvard crew alumni from the 1990s. Many inspired to row after a Great Union row from the 25th reunion. They've raced together in variations of this lineup for prior head of the Charles races, San Diego Crew Classic and the World's Masters in 2018. So here's the former lightweight Harvard crew. And this wraps up this event. This is the event number 31, the men's Masters 8s that just wrapped up. And our next race that has started at 3:36, about 5 minutes ago, is event 32, the women's Masters 8s.
Event number 32, Women's Masters 8s. These women are age 40 and older. The course record is held by Molesey Boat Club in 16 minutes, 36 seconds, and that was set back in 2014. There are 15 boats in this race. Chinook leads the field, and we can expect a strong performance. Bow 2, hailing from Ottawa, Canada, will be making a push for gold. Bow 5 College Club of Seattle is planning to bring the speed, so other crews better watch out. Have an eye for bow number 12 of Union Boat Club, coached by Dave Ringham. We'll see if all those breakfasts at TAT have paid off. So this is certain to be some excellent racing coming up. But let's hear a word from our sponsors. Visit the Hunter powered by Zappos experience at the Attiger Row this weekend to experience the best of fall, including spice snacks, car sing-alongs, and Hunter's original and refined collections. Hudson is the official gold boat builder for Head of the Charles, hosting close to 100 crews, including many of the world's best rowers in the Shark Zone. Located directly beside the main expo tent, see how Hudson is pushing the pace of high-performance rowing. Harvard Pilgrim is proud to be the premier sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. For 50 years, they've been helping people across New England get healthier and happier. Head over to the Weld Boathouse to show your happy dance and join the fun at the Harvard Pilgrim Zone. Get healthy, get happy, get there with Harvard Pilgrim. Coming through Weeks Bridge, blue unisuits, white blades, rowing very crisply. This is Chinook. Last year's winning eight with two new athletes, Terry Gilmartin and Tara Walhart, driven by the amazing Morgan Bainham Williams from the UK, boat race winner and national team coxswain. They say this is going to be a fun race, and it does look like they're having a lot of fun because they have pushed a bit of open water between them and the next boat. That boat with orange blades and wearing orange, that is Ottawa from Ontario, Masters from the Ottawa Rowing Club, one of the oldest clubs established in 1867 and largest clubs in Canada. A mix of former club, university, and national team rowers from Canada. Behind them, looking like they're maintaining even spacing behind them, is Pocock from Seattle, Washington. The 2019 entry from the Pocock Rowing Center in Seattle, Washington in the Women's Masters 8. Three-seat. Lisa, her daughter Parker, is also competing for Pocock in the Women's Youth 4 event. 7-seat Jenny, head coach of the Ancient Mariners Rowing Club, racing in the Cedar Masters 8. Cox Sam took first at Head of the Charles in 2015 with his college, Hobart and William Smith College. So two boats have come through the bridge. In red, bow number 5, that's College Club Seattle. 5 Huskies, 1 Wolverine, 1 Big Green, 1 Eagle, and 1 Logger. Oh, excuse me. Bow number 5 is chasing bow number 4, which is local favorites, Community Rowing, out of Boston. Community Rowing teaches a tremendous number of people to row, and they have programs through very competitive programs, excellent for both sweep and sculling. They really do an awful lot of good work. Now, bow number 7 has come through Weeks, and that is Riverside Boat Club. Riverside Masters team started the season at the Heineken Regatta in Amsterdam and are finishing it with the Head of the Charles after competing in many regional regattas and Masters National Championship in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Now, I am not sure that they have moved much, though those blue and white stripes are very speedy. Wearing green, chasing Riverside, is Minneapolis Rowing Club. Black unis, red and gray blades, is bow number 8 from Ann Arbor Rowing Club. The black boat with the black unis is bow number 10 from Mendota, and they're in Madison, Wisconsin. Wearing red, that is bow number 9, Diesel from Buffalo. It says most of us are old. Bow number 11 in the black shirts in the white boat, that is Bad Unicorns. Bad stands for Badass Dames. Friends new and old who would never miss a Charles. And Unicorns is just because we like them. Black boat, white shirts is bow number 12. That's Union Boat Club, another local favorite. Two boats in close quarters there on the Cambridge side with the blue oars. That is 13, Station L out of Portland, Oregon. But they are being pressed by bow number 15, Capital out of D.C. And these boats side by side pushing each other, trying to make it to the next bridge first. And bow number 14 is through. That is Northeastern University alumni. Oh, this is great. This Capital and Station L battle here down the river, trying to get to Anderson Bridge a little bit quicker. Looks like Capital's coming out on top. But they need to get clear so they can get to the near side of the river. They want to be where Station L is in just a few minutes. So they really need to push hard. That coxswain is definitely calling for more power. She needs to get rid of that overlap so she can move over and take that corner the way she wants to take the corner. But it does not look like Station L is being cooperative, which is what makes all this racing fun. Our next event, 33, the men's championship doubles. This is the Cy Cromwell Trophy. The course record was set by Sinkovic and Sinkovic from Croatia in 15 minutes and 40 seconds. And there are 18 competitors in this event. After finishing second by just 5 seconds in 2018, the Graves brothers will look to celebrate 10 years since their 2009 win in this event by leading the field from bow 1 and holding on to that top spot. Bow 5 from Hydro Rowing will try to convince other crews to let them pass in exchange for a close-up in the HOCR Experience Hydro workout, which could also work against them as crews chasing may try to get in the shot as well. Anyone who rows on the Charles really appreciates that line, actually. This field will also see battles for top lightweight and collegiate doubles, special medals, with no returning winners for either medal in 2019. Both will be up for grabs. There's only 18 competitors in this event. The double? That's number 33. BNY Mellon, our presenting sponsor for the 7th year, is a global leader in investment management and investment services. BNY Mellon delivers informed investment management and investment services in 35 countries and more than 100 markets. Easy Dock is proud to be the official dock supplier and official sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. We'd like to welcome every crew to this year's event and invite you to visit the Easy Dock booth to see how our low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community. Harvard Pilgrim is proud to be the official healthcare service provider of the Head of the Charles Regatta. When you get Harvard Pilgrim, you get more than a health plan. You get a partner on your journey to better health. Bring your partner with you to the Happy Zone over at the Harvard Pilgrim pop-up tent by the Weld Boathouse. Get healthy, get happy. Get there with Harvard Pilgrim. So we're switching back to sculling events now. For those new to the sport, sculling events mean that each rower has 2 oars, as opposed to sweep events where each rower has 1 oar. I love the double. I think it's the best boat to race. It's very responsive, but you're still in a team. It's a great deal of fun. Now, the Graves brothers are very, very fast. They row out of Craftsbury these days, but they also spend some time on the Charles River, so they're very well acquainted with this course. Penn AC, Riverside, Southern Methodist, Hydro Rowing, and another Riverside boat round out the top 6 entries. And we have our first competitor approaching Riverside Boat Club now. And that is bow number 1, Peter Graves and Tom Graves. And they are taking a beautiful course through Weeks and just powering up toward the next bridge. Bow number 2 from Penn AC is following them. Took a bit of a wider turn, and that's going to cost them in time. So it looked like they had been moving very well, but a better course is paying off here for the Graves brothers. And they look very strong and very springy. But Penn AC is not being counted out here. They are trying to charge back. Now, so far, the Graves brothers have really, really taken a very good line, whereas 2 and 3 have gone pretty wide coming through the bridge. Now, bow number 3 has no excuse. That is Riverside Boat Club. Locals, Motts, Tierwich, and Ashton Knight. Wow. Wearing the black unisuits, that is bow number 7, New York Athletic Club, and they are on fire. And then bow number 6 is closer to Boston. That is the second Riverside entry, Sam Hausman and Joe Hanna. And they're looking to regain back on bow 7. In the yellow, also moving very, very quickly, bow number 10. That is another Penn AC entry. And wearing purple is bow number 8 from Reading, Great Britain. Bow number 9 on the Cambridge side in the red boat, or sort of in the middle of the river there. That is San Diego. White boat, light shirt. That is bow number 11 from Columbia University. Bow number 4 in the gray shirt, closer to the Cambridge side. That is Southern Methodist from Dallas, Texas. And the bright purple jerseys is 14 from Reading, Great Britain. They have 2 entries here. I love it when people come that from a great distance just to race themselves. There is some really nice rowing in this event. No surprise, it is a championship event. White boat, blue and white blades is bow number 15. That is Cambridge Boat Club. And bow number 18 is Vesper out of Philly. In the dark boat in the white jersey is bow number 17, Narragansett. Excellent scullers out of Gansett. And bow number 16, wearing red, that is Potomac. Bow number 12, wearing black. That is Lake Merritt from Oakland, California. They say they're both members of the Lake Shallot drinking team. And it looks like we have one more entry that has come through the bridge. I'll tell you, you can study this race and see where the right course is really going to save you some time. And bow number 13 is through the bridge, and that is SDBC from Shanghai. They've been competing in several regattas together with a record of 3 minutes and 50-second regatta in Japan and other local Chinese regattas, which makes it sound like they might be sprinters. Now, they have corrected their course, which is good because they are coming up on these buoys, and it looks like they have managed to stay on the course and will avoid any penalties for missing those buoys. Very, very important.
This last boat here, 13, is with event number 33. Our next event that follows this race, event number 34, is the Women's Championship Doubles, which started at 3:57. It is now 4:02. The course record is set by E. Hogerworf, Jansen, and Ode Tong in 2014 at 17 minutes and 27.51 seconds. There will be 17 competitors. You're going to see a lot of striped blades to kick off this event, as bows 1 through 4 represent either Orion Rowing, ARION Rowing, or the local favorites Riverside Boat Club in the Battle of the Blue Stripes. 2 crews to watch out for are bow 14, Y Quad Cities, with Elizabeth Sherris, who is no stranger to winning events at the head of the Charles, and bow number 16, hailing from Italy, with both members accomplished Italian national team athletes. We're going to thank our sponsors, Sierra Nevada Brewing Company. They're a proud sponsor to return as the official beer of Head of the Charles Regatta. If you've never had a Sierra Nevada Pale Ale, it's probably your favorite brewer's favorite beer. So try one today at the Sierra Nevada Beer Garden at Reunion Village, or the newest beer garden, Falls Bar at Addiger Row. Stop by for delicious brews and sweeping views. The purest ingredients with the finest quality. Sierra Nevada. Our first boat is coming through the bridge now. And this will be bow number 1 that just came through the Weeks Bridge. And this is Orion, ARION, out of Saratoga Springs, New York. Mo and Lily have won this event in the last 2 years. Behind them is boat number 2. They're pressing in. This is Riverside out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. Riverside has the classic blue and white stripes. You can't miss them. This is Jillian Zeef and Hillary Seeger. When not training, Hillary and Jillian enjoy trying new ice cream spots and long walks on the beach. Third behind them is number 3, ARION, out of Saratoga Springs, New York, Ashley Johnson and Morgan Hummel. So it is pronounced Orion. Number 1, who is passing us right now in front of the boathouse, and that is Lily Keene and Maureen McCullough. Beautiful strokes. You know, when you're watching good rowers, you'll see their blades come out of the water at the same time. Their bodies will swing forward at the same time, and their blades are the same height. It's beautiful to watch. There's a change of order here. coming up with the white unis is number 5. Number 5 is Bowden out of Brunswick, Maine. Ilana Olin and Alexandra Gross. This crew would be Bowden's first appearance in the women's champion double. Alexandra Gross is a medalist in the New England Rowing Championship and at the Dad Vale Regatta. Bow number 8 is smoking. They follow. And bow number 8 is Riverside out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. They do have experience on this river. They know this river, of course, pretty well, I would imagine. They won the Canadian Henley in the senior lightweight women's pair, and they placed second in the lightweight double. And this is Elizabeth Martin and Michaela Carr-Warner. Number 6. So the first boat that came through, and they are on the Cambridge side approaching, is number 6. And this is Bowden out of Brunswick, Maine. This crew would be Bowden's first appearance in the women's championship double. Number 14 is on the Boston side, and that is Y Quad Cities out of Moline, Illinois. Allie Rusher and Elizabeth Sherris. Elizabeth won the Head of the Charles Youth Double 3 times. She won the collegiate division of the Champs 8s with Stanford in 2018. Number 7 follows, and they are MIRC Maidstone, Kent. They are Sarah Houghton and Ruda Eisthorpe out of Great Britain. Ruda, a Lithuanian national stroke, did the Head of the Charles in 2018. There are a lot of boats coming through right now. Leading in the green jerseys is number 16. They are on the far Cambridge side, and that's Fiam Gael out of Sabudia. So they're Italian. They're an Italian crew out of Valentina Rodini and Clara Guerra. And in the middle of the pack is Vesper, number 15, Vesper out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And this would be Alana raced at the Pan Am qualifiers in Rio, Canada, and qualified in the women's single, and lightweight single. Close to Boston, wearing black, is number 13. And this is FIT out of Melbourne, Florida. And this would be Simona Volaniskit and Irina Javorek. The red boat is number 10, and this is the Olympic Barcelona out of Barcelona, Catalonia. And Natalia Hornes Pioli and Ariadna Orval Brule. The red and gray stripes is number 12, and this is FIT out of Melbourne, USA. Wearing black and blue is number 9. This is the Gordon out of Wenham, Massachusetts. And this is Haley Nee and Naomi Tripp. Gordon boasts one of the only D3 lightweight women's rowing programs in the United States. The light women's team at Gordon will be a year old in January. 11, really close to the Cambridge side and the docks, outside of the buoys, is number 11. This is Tideway Scullers out of London, Thames. This is Debbie Beadle and Emily Walters. Debbie Beadle, the 2 world records in 2012, rowing across the Atlantic to raise awareness about child trafficking. Kat Wynn and 5th overall UK Scullers Head. They were silver in the double in Ghent International in 2015. And the Kat wins pairs head in 15-16. And the Club 8 win at Henley Women's Regatta in 2016. Emily Waters was the Heavyweight Rowing Club's 8 win with a Brit Champs win in 2016. Coming through the bridge in the red boat with white blades is number 17, and this is Cambridge 99. Cambridgeshire. This would be Great Britain, Christina Champion and Gemma Douglas. Gemma is the vice women's captain at Cambridge 99s and an accomplished rower with victories both on the river cam and national British regattas, as well as participant in the international regattas. Christina is a 2018 UK pairs head pennant holder and an indoor rowing bronze medalist with over 7 years experience in rowing and coaching. This will wrap up this last event, number 34. The next event, which started at 4:09, is the men's championship singles. This is the Lawrence Curtis Trophy. The course record is set by Andrew Campbell out of Cambridge Boat Club at 17 minutes, 11.646 seconds in 2014. There will be 23 competitors. If you remember, 2014 was a really big year for setting records. They had just great conditions, great water and great rowing conditions that year. So the next event, the men's championship singles, Andrew Campbell will start bow number 1 with 2018 Ben Davison not returning in this year's edition. Campbell could be tough to beat with nothing but clear water ahead as the holder of the event record in 2014. Will use his course knowledge to hold off a field of challengers. He'll have his hands full, however, with John Graves starting at bow number 2. He's finished second 3 times and third once in this event in the past 4 years and is hoping in 2019 is the year for the top spot. Watch out for bow number 4, Sverre Nelson, who is the single sculler from Denmark coming off second place finish in the single in the World Championship this year. In the event that's coming up, it looks like the youngest rower in this will be age 22 from Saugatuck out of Westport, Connecticut, and the oldest rower at 36 in this event. There's one rower at 36, and that's California out of California Yacht Club out of Los Angeles, California. It's pretty exciting to see such a wide spectrum of ages competing in a sport against each other. As a master rower, it's fantastic to see that range. And that you can still keep up. Our first boat is approaching, and it's a bright yellow boat. It is bow number 2. This is Craftsbury out of Craftsbury Common, Vermont, the 7-time senior national team member. John Graves, age 31. He's the USA men's quad He won the championship single medalist in 2015, 16, 17, and 18. So followed by number 4, who's wide on the Cambridge side, is out of Copenhagen, and this is Dansk Studenters Rowing Club, Sverre Nielsen. 2-time gold medalist in the men's single at World Cup 2019, and he's part of the Danish national team since 2012, aiming for Tokyo in 2020. Number 3 is wearing black and white, and that's out of Craftsbury Common, Vermont. And this is Kevin Meter. Previously rowed he previously rowed at Northeastern University and the Riverside Boat Club. He's currently competing for the Green Racing Project. And he says there's only one seat in his single, and it's the 3-seat. Number 5 is in the yellow boat approaching, and this is Penn AC out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He started rowing at the Penn State in 2012, and he won ahead of the Charles double in 16 and 17. He's a U.S. national team in 2018 in the men's quad and the 2019 men double. Number 6 is in the black boat and the black unisuit, and that's Penn AC as well, and that's Eric Frid. He's a member of the U.S. national team in 2017, 18, and 19. He won the championships double at Head of the Charles in 16 and 17, and he began rowing at Great Bay Rowing in Durham, New Hampshire. He rowed at Ithaca College. Number 9 in the high visible green is Penn AC out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Gregory and Sulliber. He's the 2018-19 USA men's quad. In the white and red is number 7. And that's Minnesota, St. Paul, Minnesota, Adam Randall. This is the only race he races now, he says. This is more important than the World Championships. His goal is to steer the rowing world away from boring sprints and into the focusing on the premier head race of the year, Head of the Charles. Number 11 in the yellow boat is next right here, and this is Keeble out of Oxfordshire, Matthew O'Leary, proficient in Microsoft Office. In number 8 is in the yellow boat, and this would be California Yacht Club out of Los Angeles. This is Matt Schaefer. And number 10, next to the dock here on the Cambridge side, is unaffiliated Eric Hallenbeck out of the United States. He rows out of southern New Hampshire on the Merrimack River and Babosik Lake. And there's 12 and 13 in the white boats right here. And number 12 is Shaul Neal, and 13 is Lucas Bellows. Shaul Neal was out of Undine, and Lucas Bellows is out of Craftsbury Commons. In this next pack, leading it in the white boat is number 15. This is Nathan Lado out of Craftsbury. The black boat on the Boston side is number 17. This is Michael Nippen out of Seattle Rowing Club. And 16 is in the middle in the yellow boat. And this is Penn AC David Judah. And there's 14 in the yellow boat, and the black shirt is Harrison Malik out of Saugatuck, out of Westport, Connecticut. The red hat in the yellow boat approaching is number 18. This is Bermuda, out of Hamilton, Bermuda. Dara Elizada. On Cambridge side, closest to us, is number 21 in the dark boat. This is OKC HP Center out of Oklahoma City, basically. The white boat with the green uni is number 20. Is number 20. Sorry about that. So wearing green is 20, and that's Northwest Rowing Center out of Vashon, Washington. The Riverside stripes on the far side, on the Boston side, is number 19. And this is Marco Ignacio Palomo. He's out of Club Salvador Ilopango. So in the blue unisuit and the white boat is number 23, and this would be unaffiliated Galen Bernick out of, and he just says it's the United States, and he says, nice marmot, dude. So the red and white oars is boat number 22, and this is Thunder Bay out of Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada. So bow number 1 is coming. So there was probably a problem at the start if he's coming at this time. So he's rowing through. This would be Lincoln Boat Club, Andrew Campbell. He holds the course record. He earned his first international medal in 2010 at a World Championship bronze in the junior men's single sculls, and he won multiple international medals. He was in the USA men's lightweight double in 2019 World Championships. And the pack of 4 that's coming up we think this is the same event, which would be the men's championship singles, but we're not sure. The next event that follows are the men's lightweight singles, event number 36. Yes, this is the next event, the men's lightweight singles, which started at 4:09. Bow number 1 is unaffiliated Hugh McAdam. 6 on the Cambridge side. Is the Cambridge side number 6? Oh, the yellow boat is, I'm sorry, the yellow boat is bow number 6. Bow number 6 is Vesper, Philadelphia. So the stripes right here is bow number 5, Riverside Boat Club. Yes, this is Alec Twist. And number 2 is Hanlon out of Toronto, Ontario, Andre Vufk. Number 3 is right here, and this is OKC HP Center, Jackson Gallagher. So he won Head of the Hooch in 2018. He was the first place youth single. In the same event, he was the first place youth double. The boat approaching in the red, in the lead, is boat number 8. This is Saratoga out of Saratoga Springs, New York. Wearing black and white is number 13, and this is Uncas Batista out of Brazil. This is for the Botafogo out of Rio de Janeiro. Black boat, also on the Cambridge side, is number 9. This would be Undine, James Konopka. And in the yellow boat is number 11, and that would be Potomac out of Washington, D.C., Andrew Weinstein. In the white boat with the blue shirt is number 15, and that is Christoph Arsienkono. Out of Kolner. Approaching the docks now is number 10. This is Blue Blades. And this is Open Water out of Washington, D.C., David Lincoln. Approaching the docks with the red hat and the white boat is number 12. This is Miami Rowing Club, Rodrigo Silva Urbanejo. By the buoys in the blue unisuit and the red blades is number 16, Detroit Boat Club, Lathrop Village, Michigan. This is Anthony Del Greco. The green uni is number 19, and that's Notts County out of Nottingham, England, Ashley Cowley. He has a lot of wins behind his name here. He was the 2018 England lightweight single, gold at Home International Regatta as one of them. And then he was a Canadian Henley finalist in 2018. The bright yellow, the yellow boat with the red hat is number 21, and that's Undine out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Dylan Hartwick. Oh, sorry, that would be blue with the red hat is number 18 in the yellow boat. That is Detroit Boat Club out of Lathrop Village, Michigan. This is Stephen Malboof. This is his second time racing in the Charles. Number 17 with the USA Oars is Hector Formoso Murias. He's unaffiliated here in the USA. He was first last year in the Head of the Charles men's lightweight 4. He was fifth in the 2018 East Coast Speed Order lightweight single. He has a whole slew here. That looks like the end of this event. So this last event was event number 36. That was the men's lightweight singles, which started at 4:09, and the course record for back then was set in 1984 at 17 minutes 24.8 seconds by Paul Fuchs. The next event will be the women's championship singles, which started at 4:26, 2 minutes ago.
All right. Event number 37, the women's championship singles. The course record is 18 minutes 33 seconds, set by Kathleen Bertko in 2013. And there are 23 competitors. She's got 9. Do we hear 10? Jevi is starting with her annual bow number 1 in the champ single. She's won the event 9 times, and rumor has it she's looking for a 10th win. Let's take a look at the women who've been training all year to break the streak. Hot on her trail in bow number 2 is Kara Kohler, poster child for HOCR55, 2012 Olympian and 2019 World's bronze medalist. Starting third is Cecily Madden, Jevi's doubles partner from the World Championships. Cecily calls the Charles home and already has a few Head of the Charles medals hanging on her wall. Right behind them is Emma Twigg, 2016 Olympian and 2019 World Silver Medalist. Watch out for the lights, rowing open weight. Censure and Nabel will be looking to pass some boats. And because I'm anticipating very little gap between races, I'll also tell you a little bit about Event 38, the women's lightweight singles. A 2018 champ single finisher, Emily Schmig, is racing lightweight this year, and her time from the champ single gave her bow number 1 for 2019. 2012 Olympian Rasmussen is back in Boston and ready to take some hardware back to Copenhagen. Kara Twist is one of 2 lightweights representing the Charles River. Go Stripes. Bertucci's Brick Oven Pizza and Pasta welcomes you to the 55th Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit the Bertucci's tent located at Weld Exhibition and Attager Row near the finish line for freshly baked brick oven pizzas, in-store coupons, and a chance to win a $200 Bertucci's gift card. To place your next catering order or to schedule your next reservation today, visit us at bertuccis.com. Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance. Visit their studio at the Attager Row venue next to Brooks Brothers. Five-Hour Energy is proud to support the Head of the Charles Regatta. I'm not feeling tired, but if I was, I would recharge by stopping by the 5-Hour Energy tent this weekend to try a great tasting 5-hour tea. It has ingredients derived from green tea leaves that will get you back to 100%. This is certainly one of the events that people come out to see. At bow number 1, Ginevra Stone, better known as Jevy, is a local favorite. But she has her hands full with her competition today. Still, she knows this course backwards and forwards. We're at just after the halfway point on the race course here at Weld Boathouse. This is a critical point because it's one of the last straightaways before going through Anderson Bridge and getting to the big turn. Strategy is everything in the head of the Charles, and these single scullers are really looking to row the shortest course they possibly can, make the best turns they can, and make the most of today's race. They want to try to beat each other into the inside of every corner and make some moves during the corners, make some moves on the straightaways. It's not enough here that you row fast. You have to row smart as well. Jevy usually puts on a clinic for that. She is outstanding at steering this course. So let's see how this goes for her today. Now, the course is packed today on all sides of the river and on every bridge, so hopefully these competitors will hear you cheer them on. Taking a nice corner on that bridge. The first boat is through. Well done. And that is our own Jevy Stone. Now this is great. She had a nice course coming around that bridge. And that should help her put a little distance here because these boats are a little stacked up. They are not letting Jevy go. So bow number 2, that is Kara Kohler trying to chase down Jevy Stone. Looks like that corner really helped Jevy, though, and she's pushed out a little bit. Bow number 3, they're maintaining their order at this point. From Cambridge Boat Club, that is Cecily Madden. Also having a fabulous row here. Cecily Madden with the Cambridge Boat Club blades. So in the black and white uni, that is bow number 4 from Hawke's Bay. Emma Twigg from New Zealand. She's a 3-time Olympian in the single. Most recently, she finished second at the World Championships in September. The yellow boat is 5 from Cambridge Boat Club. That is Mary Nabel.
White boat with black uni is 7. Yellow boat with black uni is 6.
Okay, black uni white boat is bow number 7 from Hydro in Cambridge. That's Christine Cavallo. And in the yellow boat behind her is bow number 6 from Princeton, New Jersey. That's Emily Hulkskamp, former Riverside rower, so she's very familiar with this river. Bow number 8 is on the Cambridge side here, close to Weld. And from Craftsbury, that is Michelina Philly. She's kissing that bow line, but she's staying on the course. Bow number 9, also wearing black and white from Craftsbury. That's Alex Spalding. She's a Princeton Training Center athlete. 2016 to 2018, 2015 U23 world champion in the women's 8, All-American, University of Michigan. So bow number 10 is over on the Boston shore from Greenwich Crew. That's Natalie Reynolds. On the Cambridge shore is bow number 13 from Molesey, Elo Lewick. In the middle is bow number 15, Green Racing Project, Jennifer Forbes. And on the Boston side is bow number 18, Emily Kelfitz. And they have a nice pack there, a little bit of a clash. My buddy Sean Carolyn is at home on the couch in Galway, wishing he was here to see this race, I'm sure. Bow number 16 in the middle is Princeton Training Center, Brooke Walford. On the Cambridge side is bow number 14, OKC HP Center's Rosemary Kane. And bow number 17 in the black boat with the white hat, that is from Fairmont, Catherine McFetridge. And bow number 11, also in a black boat wearing gray, from Riverside Boat Club. Sorry, she's wearing blue and white stripes. That is Hannah Elder. On the Boston side with red blades, that is Row House from Miami, Florida, Veronica Toro Arana. Bow number 21 on the Cambridge side with the white jersey, it looks, from New York Athletic Club, Charlotte Buck. 20 is the yellow boat with the blue uni, rowing unaffiliated. That's Marley Blue. Bow number 22 is a white boat with a black uni. That is Pauline Bugnard from Toulouse University Club. Bow number 23 is wearing a white jersey and a white boat and white blades. And that is bow number 23, bow number 23, rowing unaffiliated, Sydney Michalik. Fast and furious to this point. There was not a lot of gap in that race at all.
There's a big gap coming up ahead. Someone's coming through the bridge right now.
Most of those boats were right on top of each other.
The next boat for the next event is event number 38, the women's lightweight singles. This is started at 4:26. The course record was at 19 minutes, .00.58, and it was set by Teresa Zarzensky in 1992. There are 19 competitors. So bow number 1 leads the pack out of Potomac, out of Washington, D.C. This is Emily Schmieg. Behind her is boat number 2, GMS Rowing, out of New Milford, Connecticut. And this is Michaela Copenhaver on number 2. The next boat, the yellow boat, is number 3, Lake Washington, out of Seattle, Washington. This is Sydney Taylor. The black boat with the white shirt is bow number 4, and this is a Ridley graduate out of St. Catharines, Ontario, Caitlin Pauls. Bow number 5 on the Cambridge side, wearing the red unisuit, is GMS Rowing, New Milford, Connecticut, Helen Samaniego. And in the middle, in the white shirt, is bow number 6. This is Otter out of Otter Midtland out of Denmark. This is Julianne Ellender Rasmussen. Back by the bridge on the Cambridge side is number 7. This is Christy Bushman from Three Rivers out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then on the Cambridge side in the middle, behind her, they're in stripes. And it's probably number 8, which would be Riverside Boat Club, Kira Twist. You want to do something? Behind her is number 9, Hydro Rowing out of Cambridge, Massachusetts, Sophia Valent Camara. Number 11, wearing black and gold, is approaching. This is William and Mary out of Williamsburg, Virginia. This is Sophia Lewis. Coming through the bridge. In the back of all of this pack is number 16. This is the Detroit Boat Club out of Lathrop Village, Mary Wilson. 17 is wearing white, is coming through right now, and this is Alexandra Morse. She's out of unaffiliated, but she's rowed the lightweight at Princeton in 2009 through 13. She coached for Princeton Lightweight Women's in 2017 through 2019. The black boat is number 19, Kolner, and this is Pia Otto. She was first in the U23 lightweight single in Mannheim. In 2018, she was in the quarterfinals for the JW quads at the Henley Royal Regatta. In 2018-17, she was the German champion lightweight women's quad U19. Behind her, in the white and red uni, is number 12. And that would be Ayuko Suzuki out of Mitsubishi, Tokyo. She's traveled a long way to get here. Purple with the is number 18. It's Rocky Mountain out of Aurora, Colorado, Natalie Ormond. She started rowing on the Rhine River with Wasserport Verein and fell in love for the past 6 years with rowing. Behind her, through the bridge, is number 13 in the blue boat, and that's Sanka, S-A-N-C-A, out of Sarasota, Florida, Jennifer Zvitko. This is her first appearance in Head of the Charles. This looks like it's wrapping up this event with the women's lightweight singles. That started at 4:26. The next event is event number 31. This next event is the mixed legs, trunks, arms, fours. It starts at 4:43. The course record is set by the U.S. Para-National Team at 18 minutes, 1:42 seconds in 2016. There's one competitor in it. This is Team USA's para rowing 3 mixed 4. A seasoned crew with 11 silver and 1 gold medal from the para rowing events in the World Rowing Championships and Paralympic Games over the last 7 years. They will row solo in the event today, with their U.S. Para 3 teammates racing in the inclusion 4 and double events at this Head of the Charles. This crew will all be looking to earn their spots for the Paralympic crew that will head to Tokyo this summer. They place silver behind Great Britain at the World Championships this summer after just 2 weeks together. It's starting to get windy out there. We're going to thank our sponsors, Hudson Boat Works. Hudson is the official gold boat builder for Head of the Charles, hosting close to 100 crews, including many of the world's best rowers in the Shark Zone. Located directly beside the main expo tent, see how Hudson is pushing the pace in high-performance rowing. JL Racing. Get your official Head of the Charles racing gear at JL Racing Tent. It's only available for a limited time, so head over to the JL tent before it sells out. As the official sponsor of the U.S. national team, JL Racing is committed to expanding access to and supporting the sport of rowing. Come talk to our team today at our special custom tent to see what we can do for you this season. We'd like to thank Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. Harvard Pilgrim is proud to be the official healthcare services provider of Head of the Charles Regatta. When you get Harvard Pilgrim, you get more than just a health plan. You get a partner on your journey to better health. Bring your partner with you to the HPI zone over at the Harvard Pilgrim pop-up tent by the Weld Boathouse. Get healthy, get happy, get there with Harvard Pilgrim. And the boat is coming around the corner. So this will be boat number 1. This is the USTC out of Boston, Massachusetts, with Karen Petrick, Allie Riley, Charles Norden, John Tangui, Daniel Hansen. Team USA. The coxswain Karen Petrick and Allie Riley are teammates recently graduated from the University of Rhode Island. Charlie is a recent graduate of Gonzaga, and John Tangway is finishing up at Columbia next spring. Danny Hansen rowed for the University of Washington. They look really nice rowing. We'd like to thank our sponsors today, BNY Mellon, our presenting sponsor for the 7th year. BNY Mellon is the global leader in investment management and investment services. They deliver informed investment management services for 35 countries in more than 100 markets. We're going to thank Brooks Brothers. Brooks Brothers is proud to celebrate their 10th consecutive year as the official apparel sponsor at Head of the Charles Regatta. Visit us at the Rowing and Fitness Expo and the Weld exhibition all weekend, as well as our Newbury Street store here in Boston to shop the limited edition Brooks Brothers Head of the Charles collection. And our first boat is coming through the bridge right now in our next event. And the next event is event number 40, the Mixed Inclusion 4. This is bow number 1. The course record was set by Community Rowing in 2016 at 19 minutes 37.897 seconds. There will be 3 competitors in this event. The Inclusion 4 combines athletes with varied physical disabilities with rowers without disabilities. CRI's Para and Inclusion program has a strong showing in this event with 2 entries. Bow number 1 includes the first-time national team member Andy Wigren, who rows with a prosthetic and competed in the World Rowing Championships this August. He is teaming up with Kyle Smith from CRI's High Performance Para Group and fellow CRI rower and coach. This is their first time rowing together. They will be up against an experienced Western Reserve crew with several races under their belt already. CRI's bow number 2 includes a former Head of the Charles winner from the Inclusion double, Mac McLaughlin, and his teammate Tom Disculo. They are rowing with teammates from CRI's Open Para session. So boat number 1 in the red boat with red unis. This is CRI Brighton, Rafaela Tave, Sydney Dahlmeyer, Miriam Ward, Kyle Smith, and Andrew Wigren. And they've set quite a lead here. And coming through the bridge is bow number 2. This is also CRI out of Brighton, Massachusetts. This is Ian Wright, Julia Malloy, Tom DeSchulo. Matt McLaughlin and Tom DeSchulo are members of CRI's Inclusion program and have been racing together in sculling and sweep events for several years. We're missing a rower in there. Not in the boat, just on the list here. And it looks like our third boat is approaching the bridge right now. It's a white boat. And it would be, this is Western Reserve. They're out of Cleveland, Ohio. They won first place at the head of the Cuyahoga in 2018, first at head of the Ohio in 2018, second year at the head of the second place. Oh, wait, this is their second year ahead of the Charles. The 2 and 3 seat both have beautiful black lab guide dogs waiting for them at the finish line. They're waiting for their best friends. So again, this is Western Reserve, Patricia Lebov, Andrea Marley, Caleb McKenzie, and Bonnie Meyer. We've had beautiful weather today. So this is the last boat in all of the races today. Western Reserve, number 3, the white boat with green, white, and purple. This is Western Reserve.